A detachment of hunters, who gathered fighters of all possible classes, continued to attack his powerful enemy with tireless perseverance. They laid out on the full, while their opponent, wounded and exhausted, barely held on his feet. The leader of the group, gathering all his determination into his fist, loudly stated that their final blow was coming. The team's magician prepared for the attack, concentrating the glowing power of his mana for the decisive spell. The archer, tensing to the limit, aimed at an arrow, ready to apply a deadly shot. The hero with a sword, without hesitation, inflicted a crushing blow, fixing his weapon right in the heart of the enemy. Following him, like a deadly flurry, the attacks of all other members of the detachment fell upon him. However, the protagonist of enemies, not going to just stand still, immediately moved into a counterattack. He with amazing ease reflected a whole flurry of blows directed in his direction. The priestess in the enemy group called for a blessing that strengthened the hero's weapon and his magical energy. His blade literally dried up by force, and he brought down another blow that could break the air. The main character watched this attack, as if spellbound, but remained motionless. With deaf calm, he decided that he would not even try to protect himself from this blow. In the next instant, in the place where he stood, a deafening explosion thundered, scattering the ground and air. An explosive wave of his body shot up high into the sky, and he briefly thought that it was, perhaps, its end. The next thought was the realization that such a grand final is ideal for the king of the demons, which he was. After some time, he came to his senses, hearing a distant noise and scraps of voices. Opening his eyes, he saw his enemies, standing nearby and discussing whether it was worth killing him right now. They knew that in front of them was a weakened demonic lord, but his restoration could become the end for them. Slowly recovering, the king of demons cleared his throat, was surprised to think how he was still alive. Zik looked up and saw an enemy in front of him, who rose menacingly right in front of him. He noticed how the face of this man literally radiated a strange, cold beauty, capable of overshadowing death itself. The king of demons with a grin thought that the enemy, albeit an impudent bastard, but damn good. Suddenly, the hero of the empire loudly stated that before execution, he intends to list all the atrocities of the king of demons. He accused him of the death of hundreds of knights of the Grail and innocent victims, and Zik, grinning, admitted that all this is true. In addition, he realized that this guy clearly prepared his pathos speech in advance. The hero proclaimed that his hand of justice would certainly be rewarded for everything, and will not be mercy for such a great evil. Zik, without restraining, rolled his eyes, thinking that it was true, but listening to such speeches from him was extremely irritating. However, he suddenly became bitter from the idea that everything could end just that way, and he remembered the key that could turn his fate. With this key, he had a chance to hit this annoying enemy at least at the end. He tightly squeezed a blade in his hand, capable of distorting fate, although he did not know what his effect would be. Meanwhile, the hero of justice, burned by determination, raised his weapon and waved to the king of demons. Before the blow, he arrogantly stated that he hopes that in the next life Zik would do good. When the blade dropped, Zik with a steel gloss in his eyes replied that perhaps someday, but certainly not now. Using all his inner power, he was reduced with lightning speed, while activating the key, which has long been sure. And at that moment he cried piercingly that he intends to leave at least one reminder of himself. His blow fell on the enemy, and the key, like a dark light, rushed forward. A moment later, the enemy felt his armor cracking, and something unknown began to penetrate his body. It turned out that this was the same key destroying protection and intertwining with its essence. The enraged, the enemy screamed violently, demanding an explanation where Zik got such a powerful weapon. Zik grunted, watching his opponent barely restrained his rage, and thought that his maneuver was clearly a success, since the enemy lost his temper so much. However, the enemy, heated to the limit, immediately rushed into the next attack, leaving no time for thought. The enemy's blade flashed in the air, and before Zik managed to do anything, his head rolled on the ground, and at the last second he only thought that he had left before he was counting, but was not particularly upset by this. Something illegible, uttered by his killer, was still rang in his ears, but the meaning of the words slipped away from him in dying silence. Time passed, and the warm sun flooded a peaceful day with a bright light, while the birds echoed loudly on the outside. But Zik, waking up from these sounds, became furious, because the noisy nature prevented him from sleeping, and he instantly sat on the bed. True, anger immediately disappeared as soon as he realized what had recently happened, and surprise changed all his emotions. He began to analyze his memories, trying to understand what a strange situation happened to him and how he ended up here. Raising his hands and looking at his body, he could barely believe in the reality of what was happening, experiencing mixed feelings. He jumped out of bed and, going to the mirror, carefully examined his reflection, stunned by the fact that he looked much younger. But his mind rushed about, because he clearly remembered the moment of his death at the hands of those villains. Zik also remembered how he heard the enemies murmur before death, and then activated that mysterious key distorting fate. Then is his current state, and the fact of returning to the past is the result of the action of this key, but where did he get it from? Thoughts crowded in his head, and he realized that he could not restore all the details of what had happened, as if memory was covered with a thick fog. But he realized one thing for sure: he somehow ended up in his own past, being in the room of the house where his parents still lived. In any case, the first thing you will need to find the key that seems to have caused this incredible change. However, he could not remember why he had once left his family. His memories resembled a confused ball of contradictions. Suddenly the door creaked, and he, annoyed, thought how normal it is that someone bursts into the room of the son of a noble family, although even servants treat him like a commoner. One of the servants burst into the room and with irritation asked if the young master had not yet left her, and Zik silently looked, realizing that he did not remember this man at all. At least he still turns to him as a nobleman, and this is a small occasion to satisfy. The stranger frowned, as if reporting that Zik always left the room at dawn, and was surprised that he really decided to become a sloth. He sarcastically added that now is not the time for idleness, because the young master should be an example. Zik, carefully looking at the guy, extended his hand and calmly asked him to approach. The servant, a little confused, approached and, leaning slightly, asked why he needed him. The young master smiled, not saying a word, only looking at him with some strange determination. The servant frowned, noticing this strange pause, and looking down from top to bottom, squeamishly demanded an explanation, since he was called. The next moment, something that he did not expect at all, Zik hit him with his fist right into his head. The blow was so powerful that the servant immediately grabbed the face and, shocked, cried out what kind of madness it was. Zik silently approached him even closer, not answering a word. His silence and decisive gaze inspired animal fear, and he involuntarily collapsed to the floor. Without hesitation for a second, Zik continued to beat him with his foot, ruthlessly playing out for something only to him understandable. The blows were so strong that the guy did not even have time to defend himself, only writhed and sobbed in pain. Finally, the servant groaned, tried to rise, and immediately began to beg for forgiveness for his audacity. Suddenly, a man with a severe face entered the room and asked what was happening here. The servant, like an scalded one, rushed to him and called him Mr. Boehner, obviously hoping for defense. Boehner, looking around the crushed room, repeated his question in bewilderment, looking at Zika. Meanwhile, Zik thought how much this Boehner could be the same insolent as his ward. Going closer to him, and still silently, he inspired a sensation of a viscous threat from which it became uneasy. When the silence became unbearable, Boehner incredulously asked why he did not answer, as if trying to suppress fear. But Zik only coldly asked in response to whether he believes that he should talk to him, the head of a noble house. The gentleman, hearing the words of his opponent, grinned with such confidence as if he was looking forward to an exciting sight, and calmly stated that this is what he would do. A cruel celebration flashed in his eyes when he added that the impudent dog, who forgot his master, deserves flogging to knock down the arrogance from her. The knight, without hiding his indignation, raised his eyebrows and sarcastically asked where such self-confidence is where he was able to defeat him right now. Zik, trying to maintain calm, reluctantly admitted that with his current preparation and physical condition, the enemy is clearly stronger. However, he could not help but add that, being a self-proclaimed master, he simply was obliged to tame his naughty Shavka. His words caused a rage of the interlocutor, who cried out, demanding respect, and indignantly reminded that he was not some kind of dog, but a knight. But then suddenly a tablecloth from the table flew in his direction, instantly interrupting his flow of anger. When the fabric sank onto the knight's head, he froze in confusion, trying to understand who dared to humiliate him so much. At that moment, one of the spectators shouted to the knight that a young master was rushing behind him. But the knight did not have time to react. His enemy was already preparing for a sudden attack. Taking advantage of the moment of confusion, Zik deftly grabbed a flower pot and smashed it on the knight's head. Strength is not all that is needed to win, especially if you are stupid, like an oak sword, he added with a mockery. Turning to the servant, Zik smiled, as if the game had just begun, and stated that it was time to complete the begun. Hans, pale with horror, began to babble something incoherent, realizing that he ended up at the epicenter of trouble. Horror froze in his eyes when he noticed how the master's hand was inexorably approaching his head. In the next moments, the hall was filled with desperate screams, begging for help and mercy. Later, after everything that happened, Zik stood in front of the massive door, pondering how much he changed and his attitude to this place. Once this door caused a cold soul in him, but now it seemed to him just another obstacle that he indifferently crosses. This time he did not even think, easily pushing the wings as if taking out his determination on them. Inside, he was met by the head of the family, sitting at a large table surrounded by gloomy faces, as if the discussion was clearly not in his favor. The knight, whom Zik recently humiliated, cast a glance at him full of rage and bitterness from the experienced shame. One of his consolidated brothers, Gray, somehow dropped that his father was already aware of events, and the consequences would clearly be unpleasant. Gray said that the old man was disappointed with the failure of the knight because he disgraced the name of the family of the fortress as a weak and unworthy defender. The brother tried to console the knight, recalling that Zik is not an ordinary opponent, and in this case, it was not even a shame to make excuses. However, Boehner only reinforced hostility, forcing him to recall how humiliation burned his soul like a red, hot iron. The head of the family, irritated by a protracted silence, abruptly cut off the silence and reproached Zik for another delay, which was already a bad habit. This old man, as it turned out, was not only the father of Zika, but also the powerful Count of Words, whose glory has long spread throughout the region. Zik, obviously not a desire to maintain the conversation, sighed lazily and asked what reason his father found to call him again. The Count, irritated by such insolence, called his son a lousy and reproached him for not even remembering the elementary rules of decency. The guy, grinning slightly, noted that he did not see the meaning of pretense if no one would appreciate his efforts. Wardo, having finally lost patience, loudly announced that with such indifference, Zik could never inherit the Count's title, that he would have to be obtained rightfully. But Zik, looking at his father with a mockery, asked what county we were talking about if he never seriously considered him a worthy heir. And he added that it seems the old man did not even think about the real opportunity to transfer power to him. The anger of the Count intensified every minute, but at that moment, he was stopped by a woman, putting her hand on his shoulder with a confident gesture. It was Floral Sobe, the stepmother Zika and the wife of the Count, who sarcastically noticed that Zik remains as ill-mannered as he was always. Without a shadow of doubt, she said that this guy is a real shame of the family, and nothing worthy should be expected from him. Zik looked at his stepmother and his half-brother, recalling their hypocritical smiles and an undisguised desire to push him away from the throne. He knew that these two would stop at anything in order to achieve his in the race for the inheritance. Suddenly, he bowed in front of Floral, and with an emphasized humility assured her that he did not even think to show disrespect, calling it an annoying misunderstanding. At the same time, he pronounced her name so carefully and soulfully that those present involuntarily thought about the degree of his sincerity. Floral, seeing Zik's theatrical humility, only grunted to herself, knowing the true attitude of the stepson to her and her son. Zik, as if challenging, said that only thanks to the efforts of the stepmother and her son he was in this room. Turning to his father, he said with false regret that he apparently made a mistake, and at the same time reached for the sword hanging on the wall. Taking the weapon in his hands, he noticed how others froze in anxious expectation, not understanding what would happen next. The knights and the servant, who were already injured from Zik's actions, tensed as if preparing for a new threat. The Count, restraining anger, looked at his son in surprise, not believing that he would dare to do something like this in his presence. Zik, raising his sword, directed it right at Hans, saying that now he has the perfect reason to complete what he had begun. Hans, turned pale with fear, exclaimed plaintively, begging Miss Floral to save him from the inevitable trouble. Wardo, looking at his son, was indignant, asking, was he really so impudent as to raise weapons under the roof of their house? And Gray mentally noted that Zik was crazy. Zik, with a grin, looking at everyone, replied that the head of anyone who dares to offend the heir to the Count of the Situants should be demolished. And is it not for this here? Floral, crying out, demanded an explanation, saying that Hans could not offend him, and the servant himself begged that he would never dare. Zik, as if obeying, lowered his sword and stuck it into the ground, but a challenge was read in his eyes. He asked sarcastically if the stepmother was trying to say that he was lying, putting her in an awkward position. Hans, feeling that any careless word could cost him life, was afraid that even Miss Flora could not save him. Zik, observing the fear of the servant, noted that this person clearly belongs to the Countess, but did not understand why she went so far for his sake. At that moment, a knight came ahead, who decided to defend Hans, and stated that everything that was happening was a pure truth. He firmly stated that Zik was lying, adding that Halton Boehner, a first-class master of the sword, confirms the correctness of his words. Zik, hearing this, smiled, realizing that the knight dared to challenge him, and accepted it as a sign of a new confrontation. Floral, trying to figure it out, asked the knight whether this is really true, and he confidently confirmed her guess. He emphasized that Zik beat him and Hans with his own hands, showing his superiority before everyone. The guy grinned and clarified with a mockery how such a valiant knight could admit that he was beaten. Wasn't he ashamed of such a recognition? The interlocutor, it seemed, was not going to repent, and confidently stated that in his entire life he had never said even a tiny lies. Nepelin grimaced slightly and noticed with sarcasm that probably his opponent would build himself innocent to the last breath. He directed the weapon right at him and said that he would have enough empty words. Let him show his skills and prove the correctness in practice. Halton was stunned by what was happening and incredulously asked if his opponent had not lost his sound reason. There was tense silence in the room until the hero finally asked his father if he would think that this would be a good chance for him. After all, this is an opportunity to get rid of an annoying son if he suddenly loses in the upcoming duel, which he boldly declared. The old man looked at his son without long thoughts and confidently said that he was ready to give his consent to such an outcome. Hearing permission, the knight could not restrain joy, because he already imagined how he would enjoy the triumph over the opponent. Zik, on the contrary, smiled restrainedly and gratefully turned to his father for the opportunity. Then he calmly invited his father himself to choose the right place and time to conduct their duel. The Count originally only wanted to scold his son slightly and drive away, but saw in a situation a chance for a serious solution. Perhaps this will be the perfect reason to convey the title of Count Greg, which has long been in his thoughts. Zik, having removed the weapon, said that now he intends to change and become another person. He realized that, remaining the same, it was unlikely to be able to achieve everything that he dreamed about, and it was a serious change. The man incredulously clarified, is it really that his desire to change is the desire to get the Count's title? The hero cast a gaze at him and replied that he would still not understand his motives, no matter how he tried to explain. Later, in the backyard, Zik trained in his young body, thinking about how weak and naive he was before. Then it seemed to him that it was enough to earn the attention of his father, and he never reached the real skill in fencing. His father did not even give a chance to master the art of the blade, depriving him of his support and the necessary mentoring. In those ancient times, Zik could not imagine that the essence was sleeping inside him, the great and destructive, capable of turning this world. The usual volume of mana in a person is determined at birth, but Manu could not be called ordinary. She exceeded any limits. To check this, he directed energy from his heart and stuck the blade into the ground, expecting to see the result. His heart was beating with incredible power. The pain pierced his body, as if recalling his hidden power. Soon after he stuck the sword, the earth exploded, and the explosion threw it 10 meters away. Zik realized that returning to his previous abilities of the demonic lord will be incredibly difficult. His mana, huge and powerful, could not awaken so quickly because it is comparable to the energy of the long-disappeared dragons. All difficulties, obstacles, and trials in his path seemed the result of someone's carefully thought-out plan. Thinking, he felt someone else's presence and immediately rose, preparing for an unexpected meeting. He loudly ordered him to get out of the shelter and stop peeping. It turned out to be his half-brother. The brother came out with a wide smile and noticed that it seemed that Zik finally aroused his mana. Although he skeptically clarified whether he was thinking that he is able to cope with current tests with this level of strength. After all, he has a duel with Sir Byron ahead and a battle for the right to inherit the title of Count. It seemed strange to him why Zik was trying to do what is completely not characteristic of him. He suggested that he just live as before, and not to climb into the fact that he clearly could not do it. And he, Greg, promised to imperceptibly look after him so as not to cause trouble. In response to these words, Zik only looked at him coldly, expressing complete indifference. Then he asked with irony that his half-brother is really afraid that he would deprive him of the Count's title. The brother confidently replied that this was excluded, and the best decision for him would voluntarily abandon the title. Especially if Zik, so miserable in his eyes, will be unable to win even in a duel. The hero with a grin asked if his brother really counts exactly as he said. If everything is in this way, then he simply must fulfill the desire of his dear brother. Since the matter is at the inheritance of the county, Zik proposed to find out who would win, as it should be in the family of warriors. Greg abruptly pushed his hand away and asked in surprise if he was crazy, offering such a battle. Zik only smiled even wider, noting that perhaps his brother understands everything correctly. Greg, although he was a little taken aback, said that he had no reason for refusal. Zik with pleasure noted that it was just great. It means that he actually gave his consent, and this meant that very soon he would prescribe the time and place of their fateful battle. When the duel day arrived, Halton confidently stated that he carefully learned all the instructions of the young master. Now, in his opinion, it was his turn to give a lesson to someone who dared to challenge. Indeed, on the battlefield, only true skills determine the winner, and he will regret that he appeared without armor. However, Zik did not listen to him at all, thinking only about his sword and not noticing the enemy's chatter. The judge, carefully looking at them, asked the question whether both participants were ready to start a duel. The knight firmly declared his readiness, fixing his harsh look directly at the opponent. Zik only calmly nodded with a slight smile, calmly waiting for the beginning of the battle. A few seconds later, the judge loudly announced the start of the fight, and Halton instantly rushed into the attack. Zik did not stand aside and also quickly moved forward, attacking the enemy. Their weapon collided with a loud sound, creating a tense atmosphere of confrontation. The hero noted to himself that even though the knight was stupid, he was still strong, and he was more difficult to hit than he thought. Halton, in turn, was only sure of his innocence and answered a smug smile. The knight again rushed into a fierce attack, grinning and asking Zika how he had such blows. The enemy blows became much more powerful, and Ziku had to focus on protection. In the heat of the attack, the opponent loudly stated that in an honest fight it was impossible to overcome. Under the onslaught of the knight, Zik forced to retreat several steps. But Halton, not giving him a break, immediately rushed after him. The knight struck a strong blow, which Zik with difficulty but still managed to block. At this time, the Count and Countess carefully watched the stressful fight. The battle became more fiercely, and Halton's dominance was obvious. The old servant noticed that Zik was holding better than expected, managing to parry Boehner. The Countess said coldly that in her opinion, the knight is still clearly in winning. The servant agreed, reminding that Zik did not take control of the skill of the sword. The woman only restrainedly looked at him without saying anything. The Count himself silently continued to observe what was happening without showing emotions. Spectators, heated by the fight, shouted so that the knight would rather complete the battle. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Halton with a grin asked Zika if he hears what people say. According to the audience, the match is already timed to complete, and this clearly gave the knight of confidence. With renewed vigor, Halton rushed into the attack, aiming at a decisive blow. He warned Zika that he was better off to surrender if he did not want to get a serious injury. In response, Zik activated his strength, strengthening the weapon, and firmly stated that he would not give up. He added that the battle had just begun, although he himself was not fully confident in his next attack. Halton watched his enemy in amazement, which seemed impossible. A moment later, an attack entitled Expanding Feelings rushed to him. Realizing that this attack is far from ordinary, the knight had to urgently dodge. The opponents were at a decent distance from each other, and Zika's hands trembled noticeably. He realized that everything was going as he feared. Mana was getting out of control, but he is not able to stabilize her. The audience was shocked and could not believe what they had just seen. Zik really used power. The old man, standing next to the Count, turned to him, noting that it was the skill of expanding feelings. This technique combines the blade and the body through Manu, creating a single whole. No one could understand how Zik mastered a technique that allows you to own a sword, like a continuation of a hand. Halton was also confusing, wondering how his young opponent took possession of such an art. However, he noted that Zika's stand is clearly unstable, his mana and the body are not synchronized. Taking himself in his hands, Halton contemptuously stated that there were enough games from him. Without hesitation, he again rushed to the attack, concentrating Manu in his weapons. The knight's blade literally shone with combat power, foreshadowing a crushing blow. Zik realized that this attack was too dangerous and decided that evasion is the only option. When Halton rushed forward, Zik instantly jumped to the side. The knight was stunned, not understanding how Ziku managed to dodge such a swift blow. But Halton quickly recovered and decided that his onslaught was far from being completed. Having made a U-turn, he stated that Mr. Zik could no longer get away from the next attack. After a second, the blade turned out to be just a few centimeters from Zika. The skill that Halton applied was an impressive dissection of space, which left behind the destructive vortex of energy, as if reality itself cracked under his blade. Karnak, despite all his training, did not have time to dodge, and when the dust was settled, the audience saw his body broke helplessly and hit a concrete fence with a dull knock. The crowd, excited by such a spectacle, began to scream, praising Sir Boehner because this is what they expected from the great knight. Boehner himself, raising his head high, said that the winner was already obvious, wondering why this farce was still ongoing, as if waiting, while the young man was on the verge of death. The jubilant spectators heatedly discussed the inevitable victory of the knight, seeing in him an absolute favorite. However, Karnak, with difficulty rising to his feet, loudly announced that his current skills were insufficient to win, but a real fighter did not recede, even knowing this. Closing his teeth and overcoming pain, he reminded himself that a real battle continues until the last blow and until the last breath. Having gained courage, he suddenly rushed forward, directing all his remaining energy to the attack against the formidable opponent. Having jumped into the air with elegant lightness, he ran a blade on the ground, creating a veil of dust, as if opening his own cunning trap. This maneuver was thought out to the smallest detail because Karnak wanted to temporarily blind Halton to knock him out of balance and make him mistaken. The plan worked perfectly. The knight lost concentration, and Karnak crashed into him with his shoulder, forcing him to retreat. Halton, who did not expect such a turn, could not resist his feet and collapsed with a roar, hitting his back on hard ground. Trying to wipe his eyes, he angrily shouted that Karnak was behaving like the last coward using such tricks. Karnak, without wasting time, went to the defeated knight and confidently put the blade to his throat, showing who now controls the situation. In a cold tone, he asked what kind of coward we were talking about, or it was just a miserable attempt to justify his inglorious defeat in an honest battle. For some time their eyes crossed, as if in a dialogue, and Boehner no longer looked as self-confident as a minute ago. Suddenly he dumbfounded all those present, announcing that he was surrendering, which was shocked not only by the audience, but also by the Karnak himself. Karnak, not missing the chance, noted that Boehner should understand the reason for his defeat. Arrogance, recklessness, and fear of the possible death of the heir to the Formostal family became his main enemies. However, he added that if Boehner learns to learn from his mistakes, in the future he will become a much more formidable enemy. A few minutes later, the judge arrived on the battlefield to fix the result of this tense fight and voice the final verdict. The judge, having stretched out a pause, as if trying to strengthen the tension, began to talk about who became the winner in the duel, forcing the audience to freeze in anticipation. When he solemnly announced that the victory went to the young Mr. Ziku, the crowd froze in shock before bursting with chaotic cries. There were indignant voices, accusing Zika of dishonesty because he, they say, striking the sand into his opponent, which was a completely unworthy and vile act. Hearing such accusations, Zik with a grin noticed that they raised too much noise because he defeated without resorting to any tricks, and his victory is absolutely honest. His father, finally intervening, was perplexed how Zik could learn such complex magical techniques because none of the mentors known to him taught him this. The old man looked intently at Zika and, bowing his head, asked if he had already had innate skills from birth that no one was guessed about. Such an assumption caused genuine surprise to many, because if this is true, then Zik is indeed a born genius. Greg, watching what was happening, was in complete horror, not understanding how his half-brother was generally able to survive after Boehner's destructive technique. It didn't fit in his head, as this miserable Zik could prevail over a knight hardened in battles, and his thoughts were full of confusion. His thoughts were interrupted by Zik himself, who, pointing to him with a weapon, loudly demanded an explanation, recalling a recent conversation. The hero unequivocally reminded his brother that he himself called him to a duel, and now is the time to fulfill this promise. He added that recently he spoke about the place and time of their future battle, and now, it seems, pretending to know nothing. The Count, amazed at the sharpness of Zika, tried to intervene, asking what was talking about and why everything went so far. Zik, without hiding irritation, sarcastically noticed that his brother probably pretends to be innocent, although he knows very well that his father had already given permission for this duel. Among the gathered, lively discussions immediately began. Rumors about a duel for the inheritance between the young gentlemen turned out to be true, and no one expected that it would take place right now. Everyone was perplexed, like a Zeke, who was in such an exhausted state, could confidently challenge his brother, and where did he get such a determination at all? The main character, without restraining his anger, shouted to Greg loudly to immediately go out and show what he was capable of, since he himself wanted it. He added sarcastically that perhaps his brother was just a coward, and is now afraid to enter the arena, because he realized that he had no chance. Greg, obviously not wanting to participate, remained in place until their father with irritation ordered him to stop disgracing himself and immediately go to battle. The old man mockingly said that if Greg is afraid of Zika even in his miserable state, then he should never claim the role of the heir at all. Greg, sighing heavily, entered the arena, realizing that there was nowhere to retreat, and with a clear tension stood in front of Zika. When he saw his half-brother mysteriously smiling, he had a strange feeling that a completely different person was standing in front of him. In the behavior of Zika, everything changed. His voice became firmly, his eyes are colder, more precisely, and this did not look like the one he remembered since childhood. Zik interrupted the silence with a mocking smile, asking if his brother was going to just stand and wait until he was attacked. With these words, he quickly rushed to the attack, as if he wanted to show that if Greg did not start first, he himself would take the initiative into his own hands. Greg, bewildered and clearly frightened, froze in place, not knowing what to do in this unexpectedly inflated situation. After a moment, he still raised his weapon to defend himself, but his movements were slow and uncertain. Zik noticed how the weapon trembled in his brother's hands, and frowned that he could not even really keep the sword. Looking at the oscillating opponent, Greg gained courage and decided that he would cope with this ordinary guy without problems. He reminded himself that he was the heir to the title of the Count, and to retreat before such an enemy would be a shame. Having gathered all his determination, Greg rushed to the attack, although he was still uncertain in his success. Zik was surprised, noticing the unexpected aggression in his brother's actions, but did not take his attack as a serious threat. However, the wound left by Boehner reminded of himself, and Zik felt that his capabilities were limited more than he expected. He realized that if he wants to complete this battle quickly, he would have to resort to risky measures. Greg froze, not understanding what was happening when he heard Zik begin to laugh loudly right during their fight. Suddenly from the wounds of Zik, blood began to whip, painting the earth under his feet in a bright red color. Grabbing a bare blade with his hand, Zik asked his brother with an ominous voice whether he had to see how blood pours and the insides fall out. He screamed, focusing his strength on his hand, with which he held the blade, as if completely ignoring his own pain. Soon, the blade in the hands of Greg could not stand it, and with a dull sound broke, like a fragile branch under pressure. Zik, standing over a broken brother, said that if he does not recognize his defeat, he would die here and now, without any mercy. Not hearing a word from his brother, Zik instantly rushed to the attack, as if the integrity overwhelmed him to the edges. With the dull end of the sword, he struck Greg with a crushing force on his face, forcing him to collapse to the ground. Greg remained lying, completely exhausted, as if all his will to resist evaporated. He no longer thought about victory or defeat. He simply sobbed quietly, unable to cope with the surging emotions. His sobs sharply interrupted the tip of the sword, which suddenly turned out to be menacingly close to his head. Tears poured even harder, and looking at his brother, Greg, barely restraining trembling, cried out that he was surrendering. The judge approached the participants of the duel, officially announcing that the winner was the young Mr. Zik. The crowd could not recover, realizing that behind this victory is not only a triumph, but also the legacy of the title of the Count. Zik immediately turned to his father and reminded him of this promise to transfer the title to the winner. He firmly stated that he had achieved his victory, and now he was waiting for the fulfillment of this word. Father, scolding from anger, shouted indignantly that this fight means nothing and he would not accept such an outcome. Spectators began to discuss the situation loudly, indignant that the noble family of a Fortment could violate this word, despite Zika's obvious victories. Zik himself, looking at what was happening, grinned bitterly and said that he had never sought this damn title. He removed the family ring from his finger, symbolizing his belonging to the family, and threw it at his father's feet. The ring with a dull sound fell in front of the Count and rolled, stopping at his boots. The Count, seeing this gesture, exploded with anger, but his wife rushed to him, trying to calm him down. However, he did not stop, screaming that his son was completely crazy, and demanded an explanation for this daring act. Zik, with indifference in his voice, replied that he was simply leaving the family of his own free will, no longer wanting to be part of it. In the end, he turned to Greg and said that it is possible to win in any battle only when you cease to be afraid of death. He added that if a brother wants to become stronger and protect the lands of the family from threats from the outside, he needs to leave fear behind and devote himself to serving. The half-brother carefully listened to what Zik said, but did not answer and just left. The hero, in turn, caught up with the doctor and exhausted him with a mixture. Then he drank it, and the wounds that he was in battle began to heal in a magical way. Soon Zik thought, let their family dare to forget the lesson he taught today. After a little time, the protagonist was already outside the gates of the estate, along with another guy. He looked carefully at the porter and turned to him. This guy was very familiar with Zik, because it was he who hit the year only appeared in this world. A few hours earlier, Hearing as usual was engaged in work and sang songs on the road. Well, suddenly by negligence he ran into a man who was in the aisle. The face of this man was not visible because of the shadow that served from the walls, so he asked who it was here. It turned out that it was the eldest young master, and the guy, when he saw him, was very scared. The hero said that he would go with him as his servant. The guy first agreed, and then agreed that he was saying. The gentleman asked if he really doesn't want it. If this is so, he could just die here after he chopped him into pieces. The interlocutor had no choice but to agree. And now Zik handed him a bag and ordered him to drag it. Of course, Hans unquestioningly agreed. The hero thought that he had recently asked a footman who dared to insult him in exchange for simple work, and perhaps he was too good-natured. It is necessary that the assistant strengthen his endurance, and at least then he will be useful. It is also necessary to make him clearly exercise. The guy also informed the wards from this pour to call him Sir Zik. The interlocutor agreed and asked if he had any plans for the future. The gentleman replied that there were no specific plans and immediately remembered the past life, and then he stated that for a start they would go to the neighboring region, Port, and then they will just take it and go where their eyes look. On the way, Hans said that this path is not at all suitable for people. Zik noticed that he knows this very well, but if they go straight, they will cut more than half the way, and it is not clear why they go around the trajected road. The interlocutor said, if you move away from the places in which people live, they will be able to meet stray monsters around the district, and the hero assured that it was not precisely here. The ward was surprised and asked what he was talking about now, but the hero did not answer. Then they continued their way, and the guy was afraid of every rustle, which he heard the bushes. When he heard the sound, he thought that he had heard something was wrong and hoping for it. There was also the hope that they would slip through this place as soon as possible. But suddenly the hero stopped and carefully looked at his ward. Then he handed the weapon that he held at himself and said that the test would begin now. Hans was surprised and again asked what he had in mind. The gentleman immediately asked him to look back, and the guy began to watch wary then. At the back he saw the monster and was immediately very scared. It turned out that it was a goblin who was going to attack people. Hans told Ziku that he did not even know how to hold the sword in his hands, and begged to give the sword more, because it is not clear what he expects from him with such a blade. The gentleman said that he would be happy at least by this, until he hung his hand, well, or he just wants to grab the stick. The conversation of people was very much annoyed by the goblin. That's why he immediately rushed to the attack, and the battle between a weak man as well as a no less weak monster began. The hero saw what was happening and thought that he should still work a lot, allowed him to train. Since the ward could not cope, the guy immediately rushed to the attack with his bare hands on the monster, and soon he was already lying in an unconscious state on earth. Then Zans rose from the ground and asked Sir, for which he was so with him. The hero replied, "This is all because he was too weak. And it turns out that he cannot just carry his things while he is with him all the time. He needs training in order to at least be able to protect himself. Let him drink this medicine and be ready." The goblin still managed to deprive of consciousness, but very soon he will wake up. The battle with a small monster lasted long for a long time, and not a single bottle of mixtura was drunk. Hans already coped with the weapon more well, and at least held it normally in his hands. And also he was no longer so frightened and rushed on the attack on his opponent. Although the small monster was quite agile and was easily evaded, it fell out of it. And then he attacked with a stick, forcing the guy to defend himself with his hand. Once again, the goblin tried to hit Hans, and his blow looked like everyone else. The man was even able to see his movement, and therefore evaded this blow. The main character who watched the battle all this time was surprised, because his ward had an understanding of the battle. He thought that this Salaga even evaded the goblin's blow, which means that he has at least some talent. The battle continued further, and now even Hans went on the attack first. The creature did not expect such a speed from a person, so it did not have time to react. And after a few moments, his head was penetrated by a blade. Hans killed him in reality, but was surprised that I could do it. Therefore, chatting with himself, he asked if he won. In the end, he came to the realization that he really won and began to rejoice. Next, the main character approached him along with a bottle of mixtura. Having given her to the guy, he said that he had even surpassed his expectation. The interlocutor of the city thanked him for this and drank the contents. And then he stated that all this happened only thanks to Sir Ziku. But suddenly the bottle that he held in his hands fell to the ground because he saw something terrible. And immediately pointing back his finger, he asked the master to see. It turned out that there was a whole detachment of goblins who wanted to kill these people. Hans immediately fell very much, and Zik already knew what he would do in this situation. Therefore, leaning down, he picked up several stones that were scattered under his feet. Subordinates asked what he was going to do really to fight with these stones. The hero did not even listen to him, and immediately threw the stones that were in his hands in his head with a goblin. Because of this, the same detachment that consisted of dozens of goblins was destroyed. Then the master asked what this guy was so surprised, because this was only the beginning. Then he asked what he had in mind by the command. Zik asked him to look back, and when the guy did it, you saw huge orcs behind him. Seeing the guy's discouraged face, the hero noticed that he had a bunch of green, so that he should not worry. Their battle did not last long, and now the evening has come by the fire. The goblins were in a heap in one side with the orcs, and people rested by the fire. Hans slept calmly, but the hero was sitting at him and thought about something. Previously on the way, he asked the guy why Floral stood so fierce for him. It became interesting to him that he was somehow publicly connected with her. The interlocutor hesitated briefly with the answer. Then he picked up the necessary words, began to say that his grandmother was a nanny Madame Florel. Probably, it was precisely because of this that Madame was like him like that from an early age. Zik noticed at once recalled that they had a small servant whom my mother especially lifted up. This was due to the fact that he was the grandson of the nanny who cultivated Lady Floral. Hearing these words, Hans realized that it was he. And the gentleman asked him if he remembered his mother. The interlocutor noted that she remembers such a wonderful person. He continued to say that this woman was good to people under her own beginning. And also, of course, she respected those who were above her, and she was completely kind to everyone. This, of course, was not so, and the hero understood that in fact the Count's family hated him, exclusively because of his mother. When he recalls the atrocities that she did, he feels sorry for everyone, and the Count, and Floral, and even Greg. But in any case, this still does not mean that he must blame himself. Soon the guy's thoughts interrupted the sound, and he heard that it was a carriage. Therefore, he immediately hit his servant with his foot and said that he would immediately wake up. The boy did not understand what was happening, because so far we were not even light, but the master said that someone was heading here. When Hans heard about this, he immediately wary and grabbed the weapon, asking, was it really goblins or orcs? To check the hero, he pushed his own word forward so that he did it. The guy was a little alert and asked if he was thinking that he was merchants. Zik said that the knock of the wheels is not as loud as the cap. If these were merchants, then the harnessed horse would drag a cart behind them, and both sounds mixed up. The interlocutor noticed that this is what kind of travelers they are. Like them, the hero replied that a normal satellite will not roll out such an hour to creative. Hans did not understand, but who then heard it that they were heading for them. It turned out that these were knights in combat uniforms. The main character carefully examined them and realized that it was a paladina. Then rather, you came out a girl that I apologized for improving this. They, like these people, wanted to decompose. Here is a camp for the night. When Zik saw this girl, he was a little surprised. She began to remove the hood from her own head and said that she was a follower of Karuna. And then he introduced herself, said that her name was Ain Lubel. The girl is Holy Karuna. Zik immediately remembered her, because it was she who in the last battle helped the hero who killed him. The guy could not even think that they would not meet like that with her. Suddenly more. Another person came out with the carriage, who immediately said that he was pleased to meet. He held out his hand and said that his name was Vega. He served Lady Lubella to the candidate for Saints. Zik muttered that this was the Tasnia death machine. The old man did not understand what he was talking about, therefore he immediately asked about it, but the hero asked him to simply not pay attention. Then he shook his hand extended to him and realized that he decided after all that he would be kind in this life. So acquaintance with people whom he did not know in a past life is sure that they will not interfere with him. Therefore, he said as he understood, they want to lay out a camp here and let them feel at home. The interlocutor thanked and said that they would be here for only one night. The master wanted to turn to his ward, but saw that he had already gone somewhere. Hans in turn bowed his knee and greeted milady. Zik saw this and thought that the sight was very strange. Soon the paladins have already begun to unfold the camp, but they did not have enough hands, so one of them asked to hold the second end. Ain immediately decided to help. Many were restored by the guy who was nearby. It was a Hans, who wanted to stand out in front of a girl and said that he would help. Therefore, further all the next time, he helped the Paladmus in the camping of the camp. Zik with a smile on his face looked at it and said that he completely survived the mind. Although now everything is so perfectly clear because the beauty of Lubella is as if not from this world. Glenn Zennard, who was the hero of the villain because he gained his detachment from them. As soon as the guy wanted to say something, when a girl came up to him, she smiled sweetly and asked to allow me to sit next to him. Of course, Zik agreed, and the girl crouched, thanking him for that. She also expressed her gratitude for allowing them to put a camp here for the night. Zik noted an inexpressive phrase and, being next to a sweet girl, was a little confused. Soon he interrupted the awkward silence between them and asked what brought them here. The interlocutor noted that he was traveling in search of the history of a variety of people. When she meets those in need of help, she gives them a prayer of blessing. Zik noticed that this is really amazing. But Aini noticed that this is not so, because it was just the duty of each member of the Order of Keruviman. Then she asked, but how, after all, the guy was here? He said that he was trying to understand, but how to live a right life. At that very moment, he was aware of who he was talking to right now. Therefore, he asked if she could explain to him how to still become a good person. What question the saint did not expect, and was a little even at a loss. The hero said, someone told him that it was worth doing more good things. That's why he thought that of all people it was best to consult with her. The girl thought and said that if we talk about it, that is, there are a lot of different ways. Perhaps there is something that he is really good about. The guy replied that he was good in things that require strength. Then the priestess noticed why he would not apply this power to help those in need. Zik immediately thought about it. Then he jumped to his feet and said that in this case he would begin to search for people who need help tomorrow. The next day in the nearest city there was a peaceful and calm atmosphere. Ain arrived there with Wega. The old man noticed that the shopping rows were already being installed. Then he asked the lady to forgive him, because now it was necessary to leave for a short time to fulfill the order. The girl only asked him to be careful. Then they said goodbye, and she said that she would also leave now. But suddenly she was interrupted by a strong scream that was heard from the houses. The saint noticed that here someone shouted and went there. The paladin said that now they would check everything. But the girl herself wanted to check everything that was happening there, so she went first and was surprised when she saw what happened. After all, there the person familiar to her beat another person who was an ordinary resident. The paladin, seeing what happened, Atrocities immediately shouted to stop. But Ainu carefully examined the person who thought about, was Sir Zik really. By evening they were already in some kind of institution, and she told the guy that she said to help those in need. But naturally, this means that he should not help bad people. Zik immediately stated that they seemed to be needed help, but Aina added that this is not all, because henceforth let him help only to those who are weak. And also let not resort to violence against good people. Besides, he must apologize to the person who injured. But he in turn was also with them and immediately stated that everything was in order. Then he introduced himself, saying that his name was the Court, and he thanks for saving him. The saint replied that there was no problem in this and asked what really happened. The interlocutor told her everything that was, and the girl asked if those people wanted him to give them a shop. Sudin said that she was correct. I realized these guys of the Siren Trading Company, they gave the measure to the astronomical amount of money as a bribe. It turns out, so that for these people it is probably just some old store, but this shop is very important for him, because it is filled with bright and warm memories of his grandfather. And only because of this, he immediately told them that he would not give the right to her, but they learned with him like this. At the moment, the guy does not even know what to do with this now, and how to leave himself a shop. Ain immediately touched his hand and tried to reassure, saying that he would not be worried. She, in turn, will now make an appointment with the mayor of Port, and they will discuss everything that happened. But one of the paladins at that moment said that Keruviman could not interfere in politics. The girl added how this is that Lady Karuna's teachings, she could not simply ignore this situation. And in any case, she promises that she will figure it out, so let the man rely on her. After these proud words, the girl immediately left, and the half had to catch up with her. The hero at the same time listened carefully to everything that happened. but did not say anything. The next day, he was in the city with the ward, and he asked what he thought about because he looks tense. Zik said that he was thinking that Lubella said about the help of the weak yesterday. Does he think that she was serious? Because it seems that she is mistaken. And he is also worried because they did not return yesterday. Suddenly, the conversations of the guys were interrupted by the cries of people who reported that an urgent order on the search appeared. The leaflet said that this man allegedly killed the deputy mayor, and this is just horror. Zik looked at the man who allegedly did this, and bright emotions, surprise appeared on his face. He was very surprised because Ina was there. It was reported that the girl killed the deputy mayor and also tried to curse the city of Porny. Hans also saw a search leaflet and was surprised, asking what was happening, and the hero understood very well that something was wrong here. People continued to say that this was a witch from Karuvaman, which means that it is because of the witch in curse and trouble in such a devastation. The sun is already sitting down, so you need to return home as soon as possible until they encountered it. Zik listened carefully and did not understand who it was talking about. But the crowd of people who had just been in place began to hurry to leave their places. Although it was still visible on the street, but they didn't even begin to close the windows. The ward again asked the master what was happening at all. He replied that something was definitely wrong here, and they should also enter. Soon night came on the street, and these two roamed the streets of the town. Hans, as usual, was worried about the sides very much, but the hero was confident in himself. He thought was such an event in his past life too. It turns out that people consider Lubella a killer, but this simply cannot be. Then no one spoiled such a thing, and the girl did not kill anyone. Immediately thoughts that something may have changed in mind due to the fact that he met with the saint. Suddenly, the thoughts of a man was interrupted by Hans, who stated that it seems to him that someone was pursuing them all the time. As a result, these words turned out to be true. The shadows were conducted, some creature came out that growled. But this was not a person at all, but an undead who very much frightened the guy. While he screamed, Zik immediately rushed forward and chopped off the head of this creature. When his head rolled on the ground, the guy asked where the undead in the port came from. The main character said that it is really very strange, and he has a bad foreboding. After some time, he did not meet people who were happy that no one was injured. These people also said they would deal with the bodies, and they worked very well. And now they should return to their home, because in the city, it is very dangerous. It is especially necessary to quickly do this before the curse. The witches will not overtake them. Strangers who just spoke with them immediately left. After that, Hans asked if Zik really thinks that Lady Lubella witch. He replied that he didn't think so. It's simply impossible. In addition, he is sure that the guilty in this incident substituted the girl in the most insidious method. The guy was surprised from such a judgment and asked how he knew that he was framed. Zik immediately hesitated, muttered a few phrases for himself. The interlocutor asked about it and noticed that the master knew something. And in order to justify himself, he immediately noticed that everything was written on her face, that she is a very good person. While he said this, you heard some kind of strange noise that came from the outside. The ward saw his discouraged face and asked if something was wrong. And when the hero began to flee, he did not understand where he suddenly jerked. Soon Zik found a girl and asked what she was doing here in such an absurd form. Hans, in turn, rushed after him and saw the man they found. It was Lady Lubella, but her condition was better. Which after some time, all together they were in a building, and the girl finally changed clothes. Zik said that his subordinate came out to buy food for dinner and will return soon, and the future saint thanked for it. Continuing the conversation, the hero asked where the paladins who were with her. The interlocutor hesitated and immediately lowered her head. The man asked if they had really gone on another task. But when she did not answer, he threw her away, at least to tell about something. Ain immediately began to cry and said that she was to blame for everything, because of her innocent other people suffered. Zik immediately handed the search leaflet with its portrait and asked if these events were connected at least somehow. When the saint saw her, she screamed that she was not a witch, and the interlocutor noticed that he already knew it very well. The girl was surprised and asked, did he really believe her? The hero continued to say that she could not do something so evil. And if so, then he asked to tell him the truth about what really happened to her. She again lowered her head and said that all this happened on the day when they rubbed. As the girl said, she had a conversation with the mayor of this settlement, and surprisingly, this conversation was quite well. The difference from the mayor, who had a disgustingly greedy look at the responsible deputy, said that he would take the case into his own hands. In addition, he even suggested inviting these people to dinner, as they are guests. Apparently, he realized the measures how inhospitable he was and immediately prepared dinner for them. Of course, the girl wanted to refuse at that moment, but she heard her paladins rumble. Therefore, I realized that I needed to agree to this proposal and said that it would be wonderful to have dinner with him. Everyone was very hungry, so soon the dinner began. It was because of the girl that they made such an unexpected visit, so the paladins were not to blame. After the meal, they all went to the mayor together in order to thank him for dinner. But when they arrived in his room, they were horrified by what they saw. The deputy mayor of the city at that moment was already dead, and the mayor himself was in the room. He used some dark power, and when he saw people who arrived in the room, he said that they saw what they were supposed to. Saint's subordinates drew attention to the fact that in one side of the room there is a statue of Bella. Therefore, the girl realized that the old man who controls this city is a puppet of Belied. He immediately smiled, and his gaze was very crazy. He also asked sarcasm. Did he really understand this? The interlocutor was not interested in his statements, and she asked what he was trying to do now. The man noted that she does not see the obvious, because everything is right before her eyes. Right now, he is going to sacrifice all of them to the great Bella. So, using his puppets, who were no longer people, he ordered them to attack. The knights who protected the saint immediately began a fight. Ain also did not stand aside and applied the skill of armor for her warriors. During the battle, she realized that, unfortunately, there are too many of these creatures for her alone to cope. In addition, right now she only does that she confuses under her feet with her paladins. Suddenly, one of them asked if everything was in order with her condition, and it was at that moment that an unclean creature appeared from behind that rushed at the girl. Naturally, in order to protect her, the paladin immediately pushed her away and rushed forward at the monster. And so it is clear what happened to her defenders. After listening to her from Zik, he asked whether he was the whitish, which he was thinking about. The girl answered most likely this is true. After all, this is a cult that wishes destruction as well as chaos. They worship the evil god, who is called Bella. The members of this cult regularly sow death as well as terror. The man wondered, but what he was not trying to achieve in the thorough. The saint noticed that this was only a guess. But it seems to her, they want to spend some kind of ritual here. She saw the inscription that was on the statue with measurement, which spoke the following. In the ancient language, it was written that he brings this city to Bella. The hero said, it means that it is true that they want to sacrifice an entire city, and the interlocutor asked if he knew about it, something else. Zik said that he knew a little ritual because it is to build Bella idols, as well as the endowment of their vital power of the townspeople. The book, which the mayor was holding in his hands, most likely, a catalyst for the manifestation of the statue. The saint noted that it was true after the escape from the mansion she tried to ask for help in the temple of Keruvaman. However, nothing came to her great disappointment, since the city was isolated, and at the same time it should somehow restore this ritual. Soon the sadness, which all this time was on her face, gradually faded away. This happened because Zik said that he would help her, because it would be a good thing. The interlocutor noticed that this is true, but she realized that he would be in danger if he does it. But he replied that there would be nothing like that. He further reported that they would go to the mayor's mansion tomorrow at night. And then he turned to the second person, that he was in this room, and asked why you could not return to the room. He said, of course, with Hans, who was hiding, trying to make excuses. The guy said that he tried to eavesdrop on his fall or something like that. The master was not going to take into account him and stated that he came just in time, because there was one task for him. After that, he went to the guy and in a whisper began to tell him all the details that you did not hear. But the reaction of the ward to this task was simply amazing, because he shouted already. The next day, the plan, which the main character developed, began to gradually implement. The guards who guarded the mayor for me were already neutralized at that time, but Zik, along with the girl in her arms, arrived at the balcony. Upon arrival, the hero asked if everything was in order with the holy. She was a little awkward to be in his arms, but she replied that everything was fine. And then they simply went inside the building, otherwise whether to look for the dark corridors what they needed. Finally, the necessary door was found, and the interlocutor said that it was she. Also, the statue of Bella, who saw the girl, previously located here. The hero noted that the atmosphere here, of course, is like this. Despite all the fears, they still opened the room together and immediately went there. Inside, there was an old man to find some kind of dark power, and for some reason they turned his back to the front door. Zik asked, "Is this bald? And there are measures?" Ain immediately noticed that this is a named man. This is the person who killed his own deputy earlier. The man realized what to do, so he grabbed his weapon and immediately approached that person. He leaned his weapon against the neck of the measure, but he was literally in some strange state and did nothing. She saw what had happened and asked Zika to be careful because no one knows when this person calls his own undead. Suddenly, the man pushed the man who was in front of him and said that Lubella was mistaken because he was not for sure he was standing. The body immediately fell to the ground, and it was clear that it was dead. The saint was very surprised because I did not understand who was behind it then, and what is happening. At the same time, when the old man fell with his body, dark power began to seep. The girl immediately realized that this was a dark, ominous aura, and she was heading somewhere to another place. It turned out that she arrived at the person who, in reality, is the culprit. When Zik saw him, he immediately smiled and said that he had already found the culprit. The one who appeared was surprised and said that he did not think that people would return here. Ain carefully examined him and realized that this was the deputy mayor, whom she considered dead recently. Just about this, the main character asked. Was he no longer a corpse? The The girl replied that it was true that she was sure that he had left them. That's why he does not understand what is happening right now. But suddenly she noticed a dark attribute in his hand. Well, with her holy force, I felt that the book, which he holds in his hand, filled with energy of Bella. The deputy said that in the official she was called the key from the sacrifice ritual, but the interlocutor was not clear how he knew all this. Zik immediately noticed that he was finally understandable that, in fact, the mayor must have involuntarily followed other people's orders until he himself died. It turns out so that he was not a servant of Bella himself, but simply a puppet in the hands of the deputy. It is this person who holds the book at home that is those who controlled it all this time. His own deputy made these acts, and he did not even deny it, just smiling. The saint, of course, was horrified by this situation, and therefore asked what happened to the palace fools who arrived with her. The old man immediately began to laugh and said that she would not be so worried. He just grinded the bodies of each of them into minced meat. Then he lighted and immediately sent him to his own fish. In the meantime, the interlocutor could not recover, and was horrified by the deputy asked what kind of man was next to her. Is he really a person like the secret security service of Karuvaman? Zik replied that this was not so. He was completely unrelated to this organization. The interlocutor was a little surprised, so he asked then why he was here. The hero said that he does not even think that a person who believes in some kind of fish needs to know this at all. Naturally, the follower of the deity was angry from this, because they called him that. The deputy said that he was not tolerated to experience Bella's punishment. Zik, hearing these words, he only smiled and stated that he was really crazy. Did they really think that he would simply take and accept the punishment from some dumb fish? The old man then shouted perfectly, he will make him repent to Bella in a painful agony, and then just finish it off. Having said these rather pathos words, he immediately began to use dark power. After a few moments, undead appeared, which the man ordered to kill Zik. Let the woman be alive, because for her, there will be application. The creatures, having heard his order, immediately rushed to the attack. Naturally, the saint immediately applied the skill of blessing and asked Zik to be careful. The hero also prepared for the attack, so he felt something in his heart. And when the force overwhelmed his body, he immediately jumped up and rushed into the attack. Creatures who tried to attack them in a few moments were destroyed. The deputy was just horror when he saw what was happening and thought it was a question who could not be. After all, this stranger, whom he is trying to kill with such ease, defeated all the undead. Zik, in turn, take into account an arranged energy that overflows his body and thought, it seems that some part of his magic still returned. Then he asked the follower of the dark forces, is it really still monsters whether he would not call the monsters yet? The interlocutor was not to him. It was true that he could dare, how much he would fit, but this would not save him anyway. Preparations for the ritual were already completed right now. Zik noticed, perhaps he thinks so, but in his opinion, this is not so. If you look at this situation on the other side, then recently he simply found and destroyed all the statues that were in the port. The deputy smiled and said, even if he destroyed the statues, it would not change anything, but the hero interrupted him. Having stated that the priestess of the Order of Karuvaman leads a special ritual over statues, then the effectiveness of the ritual may fall. Is it not so? The follower of Bella was again furious, because he understood that there was a share of truth in this. The saint asked Zik, was it really true? He replied that everything was true, and he really destroyed all the statues in the city. And this means only that all that remains to do is to get here and destroy the one that is in this room. Of course, the deputy did not play to allow them to do this, so he again applied force and ordered me to live and attack. But the main character in turn, as usual, easily coped with them and a statue with just one attack. After that, all those present were very surprised that he had dealt with his opponent so quickly. Then the hero embarrassed the girl by taking her in her arms and said that she could get hurt, so he asks not to move. They are going to get out of here right now. The saint hesitated a little and declared, because it has already been blocked. After a few moments, she realized that he was going to do and asked to wait at least a second. But it was too late, because Zik, along with her in her arms, immediately jumped out the window. The deputy was a little confused and said that he was going to run away from him. Of course, if he does it, then they should revise their plan. As a result, the very next day, a portrait of Zika was distributed throughout the city streets. It was also reported that the witch Lubella killed the mayor. The people who only recognized this information were in shock, as well as the horror that this is happening in the city. No one could even believe that the mayor was killed, because it was just some kind of nightmare. In addition, it is interesting that these are for a man whose search leaflets are throughout the city. Most likely this person is a witch's henchman, so he helped to kill the mayor. Zik saw his own search leaflet and said that it went well enough, yet he was a handsome man, how not to draw him. But the girl who looked at the not-so-like face thought it was somewhat strange. Therefore, she said that her face was not quite like, although the deputy mayor saw his face, the man noticed, we can assume that he was just a lazy person. But even so, it is enough to worry, and better to power for the train, because they will need to go soon. The saint immediately asked, but where he took food, to which he replied that he took it very close. Then the girl realized that he stole her and was just horror, although Zik noticed that he simply could not buy her, given their current position. Let him still not be upset very much to see he is not a thief. But the saint is the situation, of course, did not like it. Further from them said that he wrote down all the places in which he took something a kind of positive loan. Anna asked, doesn't this require the seller's consent? The hero added that such a strict submission to the letter of a social contract is completely unrealistic. Well, what will happen if he pays off twins for the goods? Such an interlocutor already liked more, and soon she asked where Hans had gone. It turned out that the master sent him on a mission. The girl noticed that this is really good because she already began to worry in him. And then she asked where they are going right now. It turned out that they needed to find Bella idols hidden around the city. The saint was surprised from this and asked, did he even know how to find them? The hero explained that at first they would go into slums, and he approximately wonders where they could be hidden. Several guys sat in some kind of outback, and suddenly the leaf said that they had not seen each other recently. These people saw Zika, as well as Aina, and only said that she was a witch. One of the guys even said that he knew all this time he was a witch's henchman. That's why he shouted to the guys, so that they would not run away, and everyone moved to the duckling. Naturally, the hero was not going to let them go, that's why he jumped towards them. It so happened that he was ahead of them, and asked why this was not suddenly scared. Did they really decide that he wanted to nail them, or something like that? The guys were frightened due to the fact that they realized that it would be further with them. Soon the saint carefully examined their faces and realized that they were not familiar enough. It turned out that these are exactly the same guys to whom the heroes helped to fill the face of the court merchant. Then Zik turned his attention to the lane and asked one of the guys, was he really spitting on his own friends? There was just the same person who was the main one. He said that these people are criminals, so why people came to? The hero asked him not to worry about it because he is looking for someone, so he is interested in whether he could help. The interlocutor asked what sense to help because their roof is still on the spot, but Zik said that this service, of course, would not be just like that. Further, pointing to a bag of coins that was in his hands, he said that he would generously reward them. Everything will belong to them, even if they answer his questions. The guys' enthusiasm immediately increased, and they were interested in what questions were needed. Zik immediately asked the question whether they know anyone who recently suddenly fell ill or even died by accident. Perhaps there is also a person or group of people who have lost a craving for life. The rest of the gang participants immediately drew attention to their own chapter. For some reason, he turned away from the rest and began to immediately declare that he knew nothing at all. Zik was a little angry and said that he offered money, then he did not understand why he was doing himself so. Then he grabbed him and began to strangle him a little, asking, was he still not knowing anything, but he asked him to let go. The boy, even under pressure from physical strength, did not want to tell anything, and then the saint began to act. She literally fell to his knees in front of him and begged to tell everything he knew. Nobody expected this, and therefore the main one at this gang immediately softened. It turns out that a man understands it difficult to believe in it, but right now the city is in a terrible danger. With such a pace, he can simply turn into a city of death. Undead already wanders in a semicircle in the night, and who knows when something else will happen. Therefore, let him speak honestly with them. The guy immediately began to scream and showed it that it was only because of her that there was an undead. It turns out that if not for this witch, in this case, her brother would now be healthy and not what happened to him. Fine to carefully listen to his words and said that he understood so that the person they are looking for is his brother. The interlocutor realized that she had said too much and therefore simply turned away. But the hero continued to speak, so that in this case he would lead to his home. The guy shouted that he would not do this, because he does not understand what they are going to do with him. Zika, this situation, was angry more and more. That is why he grabbed him again. Then he forcibly forced him to lead to his home, and said Lady Lubella that they were already going. And very soon they actually arrived at the house of the Market of Yellow, that guy. The saint assisted his brother and said that she did everything she could, but he would not be better until they find the cause of the illness. The guy immediately asked, but he created it with him. And the hero asked if his brother crossed with someone recently. The interlocutor replied that he saw him naturally, so that it was that man. I don't understand who Sick was talking about. I immediately asked who he was talking about. The guy was immediately surprised and noticed that he really forgot, because this is exactly that bastard. It is about the very merchant that he beat with him. His name is the Court. It is he who is the very person with whom his brother crossed. The saint once again asked whether he has in view of that man. He replied that everything was true. This is the trading that was saved. If you are not him, he could save his brother at all costs. The hero immediately asked him to calm down and let him tell more about everything that happened. Remembering everything that happened, the guy began that a few days ago, he returned later than usual and his brother was not at home. He is a rather weak kid and they live in slums without any guard, so the guy was worried about Georgie because he thought that something could happen to him and he panicked. After some time, the guy heard some strange noise around the corner. And when you paid attention, you saw your brother, who was unconscious, as well as the person who tried to kill him. Hearing that someone was approaching the stranger, he immediately paid attention to him. And then he realized that the situation does not allow him to make the plan, so he began to run away. But George's brother did not want to let him go, so he caught up and shouted that he would not leave. Because it is not clear how he dares to do this with his brother, suddenly he even managed to disrupt the mask that was on the face of this guy. Cold sweat appeared on his back only when he tore it and saw a familiar face of the trial. After listening to the order, Zik noticed it means that from that day this guy is in this state. The interlocutor noted that he understood everything correctly. Then he did not find the wounds on him. His brother immediately woke up, so he thought that everything was fine. But he became weaker and weaker, saying that he did not have the strength at all, and very soon it fainted at all, like a person without life. Then the hero said, which means that it turned out he asked him for help when they met for the first time because of this. The guy replied that this was true, so he was going to steal the dagger with which he dusted his brother and conclude a deal. In exchange for a dagger, he wanted to know from him how to cure his own brother. Although because of one righteous, it turned out that everything went awry. Ain immediately realized that we were talking about her, so she apologized for not understanding everything. It turns out that she just thought that they were beaten by a weak person. The interlocutor did not understand why she thought so. This is due to the fact that he did not fight back at all, or because the guy is poor. There is another option that he just looks like a bully. Apparently this is enough for her to distinguish the strong from the weak. The hero immediately intervened in the dialogue and said that they would not overshadow the situation. It turns out, so that the girl lived an aristocrat, so she does not have enough experience. Let her still try to understand her. Then Zik said that he, by the way, did not understand why he was not angry with him. The guy did not understand what he actually was talking about, and the hero continued the story that he also betrayed him when she appeared, so he should also be angry with him. The interlocutor said, probably, this happened due to what it was with him for the first time, and the man asked what was at stake. He replied, the fact is that for the first time someone said that he would just help them, and this happened without any conditions. Then they continued the conversation, but the guy was already very embarrassed for some reason. Soon the heroes asked Lubella what she was thinking about. The girl noted that she definitely felt the disgusting energy of Bella in this child instead of vitality. Therefore, she is quite sure that he was a victim, Zik told her, in which case he thinks they should start here. The interlocutor became interested in, did he really come up with a plan of action? He said that this is true. For starters, one should go from here. And they headed for the very tavern where their adventures in this city began. The court, as usual, was engaged in his daily work and dragged the boxes. But suddenly, at a certain moment, he heard some kind of noise that came from under the floor. Naturally, he was immediately alert and himself asked himself that it was still. In order to justify his curiosity and find out what really happened, he began to go down. But when I did not see anything, I noticed that it was strange enough. Perhaps there were just rats. Although even then the main character appeared behind him, who noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. The merchant was very surprised when he saw him and did not understand why he was here and what was happening. Zik, in turn, said that today it should be noted to the very end. Moreover, after that, someone will prevent them from how you were last time. Further, pointing to a man next to him, asked if he saw her. It turns out so that this is the same heavenly defender who covered him in that case. But today it so happened that she returned in the form of an angel from hell. After these words, the man immediately threw a man whom he kept on the floor. Soon, the court began to beg for mercy. He literally did not understand why this person was doing this with him. Zik replied that he also does not know this. It should be found out from the stupid fish that is behind him. In addition, he still continues not to say anything. Apparently, it is necessary to drink it a little more, and continued to do it. But the victim began to beg a little at least to wait. Does he really think that he is a follower of Bella? He immediately shouted that he was definitely not a novice of Beliad. The man noted that he knew this very well. Continuing the beating, he said something definitely not a novice, but a disgusting scum, which is glued to the guys from Beliad in the hope of getting a couple of breadcrumbs from the table. Although Ain did not quite like this situation, she was not going to intervene in this beating. But suddenly she saw that, after which she could not stand calmly and silently. She immediately asked why this Zik exposes his sword right now. He said, now they didn't find the idol of dumbfish, this guy they no longer need. The girl wanted to say something in response, but suddenly the court interrupted her and shouted that he knew everything. The hero immediately asked what he knew about, and in response he heard that this person knows the places in which the rest of the statues are in. Zik immediately grabbed him even more and began to ask where they were. But the person whom he held immediately changed his face and said with a smile on his face that he would not say so simply. The trial became much more confident in himself and said that if this person still touches him with a finger, he would not say these others. The hero did not say anything in response, and the merchant then asked why he was staring at him. Well, did he really get to him and what position he is now directly? Then he called Zika brainless scumbags and said that it was worth dealing with him and those villains from slums much earlier. Hearing this, Ain was in sorrow. She asked, Does it really mean that he really was? The interlocutor did not understand that he was still thinking that he was a naive person. Because of these thoughts, he called her stupid and said, "So people consider her a witch." The saint at that moment did not last at all and simply asked why he was doing this. It turns out, so that he himself said that he did not even honor Bella. He said to the court that everything is obvious because of money. He, in turn, was offered a huge pile just because he endowed the idols with life force. It is not clear who would generally abandon such a generous proposal. This stupid store, and the time that he had to spend in this rotten place only because of his father and grandfather. And it turns out that right now he had a great chance to end all this. After these statements, the language said that they had already spent too much time on it, but the interlocutor said that he would let him go right away. He, in turn, will tell him where the rest of Bella's statues are located when he gets out of here. Suddenly, the hero wondered what to do, because he had already changed his mind. Then he grabbed the blade that was in his hands and informed the court that he would die now. The merchant tried to stop him, saying that he would not reach the necessary statues, but the man interrupted him, said that he would find them without him. In addition, it turns out that he still does not know where they are, and this is true. The interlocutor realized that he was disclosed and began to mumble something slurred. After that, with an innocent look, he turned to Lady Lubella and asked her to at least somehow save him, because he was not one of the weak, and the Order of Keruvimin should protect the weak. And saying all his things just recently, he did not mean what she understood. For a moment, it might seem that the saint would change his mind and say something, but the girl had already made a decision, and therefore immediately told Ziku to kill him. The merchant was in horror when he realized that no one could help him, so the lady tried to convince of this. The main character, in turn, did not wait, so after a few moments the blood spilled onto the holy shoes. Ain immediately raised her eyes to see what had happened and was in shock. It turns out that the man did not kill him and informed him that he would never catch his eye again, but only wounded his hand. Then the hero took the girl, but the sheep remained to sit with a trembling body on the ground. After some time, hoping sat in some abandoned house, Zik came to her room and immediately handed the loaf of bread. And then he looked at her discouraged face, asked if everything was in order with her. The interlocutor replied that it seems to her that she every time makes incorrect judgments, especially if we talk about the court and Timmy. She believed one of the parties, just based on what she heard about them. She believes that the story of the mayor was also invented. Lady Karuna says that they should not have a prejudice. The hero asked if he really feels guilty to him normally, because he could not blame himself. Ain apologized about this and said, apparently this time she should ask him for advice. Zik said that if she wants to take advice from him, then he really has nothing to say. To all this, he does not think that some advice there will comfort her. Therefore, he said that she would deal with this herself no matter what she did. Time heals all the wounds. It turns out so that self-eating will not lead to anything other than its own suffering. After listening to him, the saint said that it seems to her that he was much older than she imagined. The hero showed at her at that moment, and she tried to pretend that there was nothing. Then she asked if she realized correctly that now they will go in search of other idols. The man said, everything is true. She thinks that she knows the places in which they can be. Then the lady apologized for the fact that nevertheless she could not help him. Here, at the same time, he did not understand at all what she was talking about, because she will now have the most important role. A rainy night on the plan that a man created was embodied in reality. The guards of the estate were already neutralized, and the girl asked how he knew that she would be here. The hero informed this due to the fact that these guys were hired for money, as it was with the court. And now it is simply necessary to endow this brush with your holy aura. Naturally, the saint agreed with this and immediately began to transfer her energy to the brush. Soon the ritual finally ended, and the girl immediately reported this. Smiling, Zik immediately thanked her and said that now his turn to act. After the manipulations of the brush that he spent, the statue was smeared. The man said that these were final strokes. Then he asked the girl to use her strength, and she immediately began to do it. And after the end of this action, it reported that everything did so. Do they really can just leave? Zik said that she understood everything correctly, because everything was in order, and the holy aura was already absorbed. Therefore, he offered to simply leave here, and Aina finally looked at the statue. Looking at her, she was a little surprised. Would this paint really stop the ritual? At the same time, the deputy measure was in his office. He sat at the table and carefully examined the search for leaflets of the protagonist and Aina. Burning the girl's leaflet, he began to say a hand on her face to speak to him. At this time, Awega rushed somewhere at all speed in whose hands was Hans. The guy was horror from the situation that she had happened, so he asked to stop because he would be sick now. In general, they did it slowly and immediately abandoned him on the ground, then apologized and said that he had to go further. Hans immediately got up and asked if he would really leave him so suddenly as he could leave him here at all. Then the guy felt the monsters who were in the bushes and realized that he was unsafe here. Therefore, he began to run after the old man and begged Mr. to wait a bit. The hero and the saint walked around the night city and talked. The girl was very thoughtful, reflecting on whether she was right now. From that moment, she has been looking for idols all the time and does everything exactly as Zik says. But even if this is so, then she does not recognize the runes that he draws on statues. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by some strange growl, which came from a person. Ain saw that it was a zombie and said that they first saw him in a long time. The hero asked, "Does he not look a little different than the last time?" If you look closely, then this creature is slower and staggering, even more unusual than before. It turns out that this is really good, because it seems that their efforts did not go wasted. The undead of a wandering around the city due to the ritual has definitely become much less, and this is all just thanks to Miss Lubella. Hearing all these words, the girl began to thank God for the fact that they really succeeded. Zik was also happy about this, because she finally began to be more fun. Then he said that the expression on her face was not confident when she saw the runes. It should be very worried about his scribbles. Ain realized that she was bitten out, so she apologized, but not that she did not believe him. She just never heard of such methods in Karuvaman. But even so, simply cannot believe that it turned out to be really so. A person who created all these runes for a long time. The hero was surprised that she thought so and noticed what she was thinking. The time was coming to put an end to the main and a dub in the mayor's mansion, although the saint was not sure that they would succeed. In response to this, Zik said because over the past couple of days, they dealt with all the idols in the thorough of the ritual power should have fallen significantly. The deputy mayor should also be in the mansion. Most likely this is likely. He was likely to use that place as the center of the ritual. The girl agreed to this, and then they went together to fulfill the plan. And thanks to this, very soon, they were already in the mayor's mansion. The saint said that they came. She clearly feels the ominous energy that is behind these people. The hero at the same time asked her to stand after him, because from that moment, he will go first. And then the man immediately opened the door and was preparing to battle inside. But only he opened her quite a bit, when suddenly an attack happened on them. Fortunately, they managed to dodge, but the girl was very scared. Zik noticed, so it was definitely unexpected. Aina asked if everything was in order with him. Then the hero decided equally his nose and said that everything was in order, such a weak attack for him. What is more important in this situation is that he did not feel the creatures that attacked them. The saint realized that these are shadow demons, and it is not clear where such high-ranking monsters came from here. While she was trying to understand what actually happened and one of these creatures attacked. In the hero's issue, he naturally repelled this attack and said that the revealed murder of this is all that they are capable of. Then he thought they would be good, at least in this. But even nothing happened like that, and he cut this creature. The man did not understand that it was, to hell, for a frontal attack. When he did this, it was behind him that the dark energy appeared, which came from his shadow. The saint, who carefully looked at what was happening, said Ziku about this. And when he turned, he saw a creature that attacked him right behind him. Therefore, he managed to react to this attack and said that his secrecy skills are not so bad, but it is his opponent's, so he easily cut the monster. Soon, Ain could not understand what was really happening here. It is not clear how shadow demons could appear here. The hero answered, most likely, the people of Beliad should be called them. The girl said that this could not be. After all, the ritual was supposed to be significantly weakened. At that very moment, the deputy mayor appeared and said, which means that one option was left. And it turns out that their ritual did not lose its strength at all. The building at that moment immediately began to crumble. It seems that this was just the starting point of the ritual. Aina said that she was clear. But I soon realized what happened and asked what all this means. Is it really what they did not affect anything? The hero said, of course this is not so, but first you should get out of here. Therefore he flooded his own blade with energy and immediately swung. Then he immediately stuck it into the ground, and from here the flow of energy began to appear. At the point of contact of the floor with the blade, a funnel was also formed. Then Zik immediately grabbed the girl, and with her they jumped out of the building. After which it so happened that a huge explosion thundered, which destroyed the building. And when the dust from the explosion scattered a little, from there a statue of Bull appeared, which exuded dark power. A stream of water also appeared on her trail, which began to fly around the district. And already after this very stream the deputy appeared. He immediately asked, unless he was beautiful. The old man did not say that he did not like, but this ritual, but why not they just call him just by name? Then he introduced himself, stated that his name was Alid Grim. Going into the girl's evil face, he did not understand why she made such a face, really does not like this look. The girl noticed that it seemed to her that the ritual would be interrupted. The deputy apologized, and noticed that the drawings that they smeared along the statues did not lead to anything. Hearing this information, Ain was surprised and asked how she generally knew in this. The old man said that he personally helped them because he placed the guard of a semicircle to bring them to idols. Although this is not entirely true, but in order to bring Lubella to their order. It was not easy to do this by force, so he made efforts to come here herself. He made her believe that they successfully prevent their ritual. Therefore, he considered that they would come to destroy the last idol here, because he heard the man said that he would destroy the rest of the statues and return. Here at that moment I did not quite understand what was happening, so she was alert. But Zik said what he means still eavesdropping, but the interlocutor said that they should be grateful. After all, he specifically did not try with his poster about the search so that it would be more convenient for them to move. A few hours later, the inhabitants of this city will become their faithful army. Therefore, he held out his hand to the saint and asked her to go to him. The girl was very angry at him that moment and said that she would never allow their plan to accomplish. Alid was not at all surprised and said that she leaves no choice, so he applied his own dark power. Further, Aina thanked Zika, but he did not understand why. The interlocutor said if not for him, she would have been dead long ago. Therefore, she asks him to run away from here, and she will do everything to stop that man. The hero did not understand, really. She thanks him instead of blaming for giving her false hope. The deputy mayor asked not to pretend, as if he understood something when, in fact, this is not at all so. Zik, he noticed, because he knew about this, that the stupid magic ruins, which he would not do, and the fact that he helped them to bring Miss Lubella here. Naturally, the deputy did not believe him at all, so he asked why he then did as he wanted. The hero smiled and said that he simply needed to pull a little time. In any case, the deputy could not understand what he actually was talking about. Suddenly, a powerful explosion had happened behind Zik, and the hero noticed that he was waiting for one person. Although the interlocutor probably will not understand who he talks about, we are talking about a man who is fighting with undead right now and kills them very easily. He is the machine of death of Tasnia, and his name is Belry Way. Arlie was very surprised and asked what other way could not be here. He definitely had recently left the city. Smiling, Zik reported that he had asked him to return recently. And the deputy screamed, no matter how powerful this villain would be powerless before the power of the ritual. Then this man began to use his own power from the book that he held in his hands. The air of the earth at that moment appeared a water snake that pierced the earth. The main character asked Ain not to panic and just stand behind him, but she just decided not to stand and immediately applied her divine power, passing it to the man. The girl said that she was a candidate for the Saints Karuvaman, so she will also fight. Hearing this, Zik smiled and said that she was still very responsible. And after he stated this, he used his weapon and rushed to the attack. With his own weapons, he pierced the water snake, which tried to attack them. But as a result, the office was not quite successful because the water still penetrated through them. And what happened? Arlia thought that he had already won. Therefore, he stated that this took him quite a lot of effort, but the result is very satisfied, and no one would definitely survive this. But suddenly the main character interrupted him, who went out with the girl and asked him, "Is that all?" When the deputy mayor saw them, he was simply amazed and did not understand how they survived, because he certainly fell under his blows. But Zik replied that it doesn't matter how much the water column is, because if the pressure is reduced, it will become just a waterfall. Then he looked aside and saw a familiar person. It turned out that Burly Way had already arrived at them, who was very angry. The dark wizard realized that things were bad for him and said that he would do everything to sacrifice him. But the murder car was not going to listen to him and immediately hid his own weapons. When he did this, the book that he used, the deputy, fell to the ground, and on it appeared a face of some creature, as if someone had tore the mask from his face. After the knight saw her, he immediately pierced his own weapons. The attack was so rapid and destructive that the book was quickly destroyed. Wake said that it was a sickening artifact bell, and he was simply disgusting from this. With the statue that all this time was in the air, also began what to happen. She lost contact with the power that supported her and immediately collapsed to the ground. It turned out that his cylinder on the ground was not casual because something strange began to happen. Arlie immediately began to laugh and shouted that at last everything worked out because the day of judgment had come. Wake sent a weapon at him and said that he was already enough to mock them. The book is destroyed. The deputy noted, since life force is already preceding the underground ritual, therefore it was not stopped in any way. The ritual will go until the whole city is covered by it, now that underground waters endowed with energy are torn to the surface. But suddenly the sound that was not heard for some reason was interrupted, and the man asked what was happening. He could not understand why nothing happened. Then he joined the heroes, said if he wanted to know the reason. And as a result, it turns out that the magic runes that he painted on statues were real. The interlocutor asked bewilderment what he had in mind, and the hero repeated exactly the same words. Then he smiled and asked what a short taste of hope she was so sweet. After some time, peaceful life in the town continued and played with paints. People, as usual, smiled and walked around the market, buying various things for themselves. But Wig thanked the protagonist for helping them. Then he held out a sheet and said that thanks to his note, he quickly learned that Miss Lubella was in danger. It was good that nothing bad had happened until he returned here. The hero replied that he simply considered how much time he would take his search besides his own good deed. He thought, if we say the truth, then the subordinate had to swell like horses to do all this. Then he said goodbye to the saint, looking for that they were leaving now. The girl noticed that they could still relax in the temple. But Zik said that this is not so, because he already needs to go, because its next destination has long been determined. And when the hero, along with his subordinates, served a girl with his own knight, they came to the temple. She said to the old man that she had heard from Hans that Mr. Zik is the eldest son of the Formostal family. The interlocutor asked if she was talking about the great and defenders and his family. The smiling saint noted that he understood everything correctly, but she was not quite sure whether he was joking or was serious. Wei thought and said that he was clear, which means that they should not mention Mr. Zik in the report. If Belid finds out that he taught them runes, capable of interrupting the ritual, he will declare a hunt for Mr. Zika. Then he informed Miss that he would go to meet with the Holy Dad, and the girl thanked for it. When the old man left her, Ain continued to walk around the temple, and some person followed her all the time. Soon he came out of the shadow and turning to the girl, said she should be Miss Ain Lubella. The interlocutor was a little alert and looked at him in a familiar person, asked who he was. The guy smiled no less sweetly and said that Glenn Zinart was welcoming his name. Ain realized that he was the elite Knights of the Grail, that he had to arrive at the help of the Order. Glenn noticed to be able to support Karuvaman from the outside through him. At the same time, the interlocutor did not know how he knew her really they had met before. And the knight said that people talked about her. He wanted to introduce himself in a more involved environment, but it seemed to him that she did not feel it. Yes, it may seem rudeness on perhaps a girl worries about something, and if she wishes, he can listen to her problems. The saint said that this is not so. She was grateful, but she didn't worry about anything. She thinks that it seems concerned simply because she was tired. The interlocutor understood everything and said that he did not want to detain her when she was tired after the road, so they asked to catch her breath, and it was nice to meet her. After they talked, Ain immediately left him. But Glenn was very thoughtful and soon said that something had changed. Not far from the minor town of Suol, just the same, the main character was now with his subordinates. The monsters who met him on the road possessed one after another. It turned out that the pool of them was killed by Hans, who was already trained quite well. The hero praised him for this, looking for him that he was already doing well enough with huge trolls. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by some noise and a man begged for help. It turned out that it was a boy who protected from the goblin that they raced behind him. Zik immediately decided to help him, and therefore he defeated all creatures with one attack. The unfamiliar guy was at first surprised, and then thanked that he was saved. Hans asked him why he was chased by such a crowd robbed after him. The interlocutor smiled and said that he was just training to become an adventurer. The hero, along with the ward, were surprised for this and asked what else the adventurer. He answered, so far he is a minor but wants to go an expensive adventure and is studying right now. Suddenly, his speech was interrupted by a man who came out of art and turned to him. He was very long ago that you went to him. It turns out that he could not even kill Goblin on his own. Paranex said that he would come and ask Zik what his name was, because he would then pay him off. The first introduced himself. He said that his name was Snock, and the hero also introduced himself. When the new interlocutor and Hans left them, asked what other adventurers coach. The gentleman said that this was not any importance and is already enough to waste time on some nonsense. Now let him try to beat the one who is behind him, and it was a troll. The so-called adventurer's coach, along with his student, went somewhere. The man told the student to use his mana to walk, and he agreed. He replied that he would do it now, but suddenly drank through the stone, which was in his way, and fell. Seeing this, the mentor was even stronger, angry, and asked how many times he would still stumble. He said that this would simply not endure anymore and the training is over today. Snoke asked if she was already over, and the old man shouted to get out of his eyes. But the student did not want to leave him right now and said that he wanted to continue training. Suddenly he heard some strange sound that came from under his feet and saw a mole there. It was not clear the guy where this mole came from here, the collapsed mine, and it could be unsafe. He turned to the mole and said that it was dangerous in this place, so let him go back to his own family. After which he turned the other way and began to leave that place. And the little mole with whom he spoke also began to follow him. Snook was surprised from this and asked what he was dragging behind him, only let him not say that he has nowhere to go. The guy did not like this situation at all, and he did not understand what to do now. In this case, what about the fact that you just go with him? At night, the main character, along with his ward, were in the tavern. Hans said to the master that something was curious to him on the way here. The man asked what was being discussed, and he asked why he chose Suol as their next goal. When they left spoiled, he said that they would go here. Zik noticed that his subordinates did not even remember something, but he did not expect this. The guy with obvious indignation noticed that it was not so far that you would forget what was recently. Then the man added that this is all because of one day, even slowly, but still approaching. The interlocutor did not understand what day we were talking about and asked about it. Then the hero said that he would not understand anyway, even if he tells him everything. But probably, it can be called him in the afternoon when Suol was turned into ruins, a new deity of destruction. He dragged the mole in his arms and said that he should see him to give him a name, so he asked how about Marie or Nosik. Although this is not so, because you need something more sophisticated, and how about new? From now on, he will be so called him. The creature did not react to this name and just looked at him. Snot continued to be in the cave, and some person in a cloak approached him. He handed the bag to him and said that he had done his work well. It turned out to be quite a lot of gold coins that will not give anyone for a simple work. Naturally, the man was very happy when he saw them because his eyes burned directly. Then he smiled and asked, "Does this really mean that their deal was completed?" Since he was convinced that that idiot met the mole. The interlocutor noted that he understood everything correctly. Then the man said that on this you can put an end to the game and the teacher of this kid. And the man in a cloak once again thanked him for his help. Then he smiled and said that he was thinking. Thanks to him, he can immediately turn his plan into life. The merchant in the market praises his good smoke that this breed appeared aiming at 1,000 years. Those to whom he wanted to sell this piece was Hans, who was surprised. But this was not the only person, because he was also addressed by a woman who called him a pretty young man and said that she was perfect, she would suit him. And the old man who asked him to try this hot who was pickled in conditional sauce. Naturally, Hans commanded all this and soon asked the master whether the shirt on it looks good. The hero could not assure what he saw and did not understand how he only held himself in his hands all this time. Suddenly he heard a man's conversation that he was nearby, and he said that he always knew that one day Snock would be hindered. He noticed the interlocutor with, he said that teacher, an adventurer, covered the bench, and he replied that he did not even start talking to this. After all, it was so much shocked by Snock that he now does not even come out of his own house. Zik heard this conversation, remembered the familiar name, and realized that he had met that guy. It was he who said that he wanted to become an adventurer and studied in some strange teacher. The hero thought he did not like him not in vain, which means he was still a liar. Hans, in turn, continued to breed for money, and he begged the master to try something, but the man realized that he was more than a simpleton than that guy even. Late night, Snock was at home and as usual lay without a mood. He was very thoughtful and reflected on why, that he was still betrayed by the teacher. It was then that his mole approached the boy, so he asked what happened. Was he really bored? The creature passed because and immediately began to rub on his hand. The guy said that his animal probably should be well-lived. He could carefully have fun about anything without hesitation. Suddenly we changed it and began to wave his paw, as if to talk about something. Then he jumped onto the guy's face and he asked him, did he really take revenge on him for saying that he did not think? Suddenly the conversations of the pet, as well as the owner, interrupted the knock on the door. Snock immediately got up to see who asked who came. But suddenly he did not see anyone and only did not understand how the door itself could open. And when he tried to close his own door, he did not understand what it was. It just seemed that someone was here, but was he really mistaken, although a man really turned out to be behind? At this time, the main character, along with his subordinates, walked along the streets. Hans looked at the master, asked if he was really delicious, and he just asked him to begin to remove all these clothes. The guy sadly asked why to do this, because the mistress of the shop said that she looked great on her. Zik did not understand what kind of dog nonsense it was. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a person who moved along the roofs of the building. As a result, it turned out that he was not alone, but several people who dragged some guy with him. The wards immediately asked the master that it was, but he noticed, did he really not see it? Then Zik thought about whether it was the guy whom he had then seen. It is not clear why they grabbed a boy who betrayed the adventurers. Probably this abduction in the gang is definitely suspicious. Perhaps they should be caught up with them, because this may turn out to be a good deed. Because of this, he announced to Hans to return to the inn, but he asked what he would do. Zik rushed forward and said that he needed to run away from some kind of interlocutor to stop him, but it was too late. Very soon the hero almost caught up with strangers who abducted the guy and turned to them. Several people looked at him and he offered to talk a little. It turns out so that he has a dealing with the baggage, which he did not drag. In order to drop the tail, one of the people threw a dagger in a cloak. Naturally, the protagonist noticed him and immediately repelled him. And then the same dagger, he returned the attackers in front of him. Thanks to this action, the stranger who dragged the guy was wounded. Therefore, he lost concentration. He immediately collapsed with him to the ground. The remaining members of the squad in the cloaks immediately rushed down, and one of them took the guy again. But naturally, Zik blocked the path to them, who asked who they were at all. Apparently, the main from the detachment ordered the others to kill him right now. Then they were not for a second, without hesitation, picked up their own weapons and rushed into the attack. At the same time, Zik did not want to fight at all. That's why he said that they are bastards. After all, they could not just answer. And then he still had to fight the people who attacked him. At that moment, he asked why they simply could not answer when a person asks them. The skills of owning weapons in the stranger were killed quite good, and they attacked secretly. But Zik exceeded them in these indicators, so he easily dodged. And then he simply counterattacked, inflicting powerful erasing blows. As a result, both attackers were soon neutralized. But the head of their detachment, taking advantage of this situation, tried to escape, leaving his people. Of course, Zik was not going to stop him and was unhappy that they did not want to decide anything in a simple way. This time the chase turned out to be quite long, and soon they ended up in the forest. The man wondered where they were going in a hurry like this. It turned out that these were shachaks that were located around the city. Right at the entrance, the hero had to stop because he saw people in front of him. They were all, as usual, in dark cloaks, and their number was large. The man asked who they were still. Are there really some diggers or someone else? Naturally, people did not answer him in cloaks and immediately rushed to the attack on him. But the hero took very little effort to deal with all of them. When he did this, he looked at them and realized that something was wrong here. After all, even if it is actually assassins, they are too skilled. In addition, he does not understand where they came from here at all. The reason he came to this city is the impending catastrophe on him, and how it coincided that these guys appeared here out of nowhere. They are also involved in all this. In order to find out this Zik, he turned to a person who came into consciousness. He asked him if it was possible that they are somehow connected with the deity of destruction by the name of Novaya. Snock was in the mine and suddenly he woke up from behind his mole's voice. A small creature tried to wake him with all his might, and the guy looked at him. Further not understanding where they found themselves, he asked where they were. Suddenly, a stranger took his pet and shouted at a guy to let him go. Although instead of doing this, a man in a cloak grabbed his neck. Then he said that this situation is quite curious because he thought that this guy was a coward. So does he really behave just because of a special attitude to this mole? He said that all these words the stranger immediately threw the guy to the side. Snock immediately tried to rise and asked that they were generally carrying this. Further, having examined the area a little more closely, he realized that this was a collapsed mine. Realizing this, he immediately went to the rubble and tried to find something there. The stranger immediately noticed that he was not so really looking for something on the other side of the blockage. In addition, as it turned out, a dumb question was written on his face. How does he know? Although there is nothing special in this, despair and sadness are simply reflected in his eyes. It was as if he actually looks at the grave of his own father. The interlocutor immediately asked if he really knew his father. Pointing ahead, the stranger said that this was true. He knew him very well. Let him only take a closer look where the light was pouring from where. It turns out, so that it is a sealing stone. And he held a mine under the castle of the beast. It turns out that his father accidentally touched this sealing stone during excavations. Thus it turned out that it was he who woke the beast of the mine, because of which naturally the mine was littered. The father, who was the culprit of all this in the process, was buried alive. The stranger asked the guy after this story, is he really not upset and not full of anger? The one who stole his father from him and caused his hatred of mining precisely the beast of the mine. The guy was shocked by this, and his hands immediately began to shake, and he also felt anger a little. Then stretching out the mole, the interlocutor stated that he pronounced the sentence to the one who hates so much. The boy was shocked by these words and asked what he was talking about, why the newcomer to do this. A man with a smile on his face added, this guy was not the cause of the earthquake that ditched his father. After all, he is the terrible creature called the beast of the mine. Just think that he will pace around the elephant part of the family of the one whose parents killed. He must be torn inside the laughter. Naturally, he briefly tried to break free, but the man said that the Snook would take revenge on this reptile as soon as possible. As a result, it turned out that anger really began to accumulate. At the same time, the main character continued his movement, thinking that his recent interlocutor is a villain. I would never have thought that he would undermine himself as soon as he asks about Novum, and even to blow him up here extremely ineptly, because Zika's clothes almost burned down. These assassins whom he recently met used the magic of fire and equipped with artifacts. In addition, they are also somehow connected with the newcomer, and this is already a fact. But although it is still completely incomprehensible to him who is still behind them, suddenly from the cave, the main character heard some strange noise and felt the aura. She was extremely familiar and very dangerous, so he immediately grabbed the weapon. From there, a rather familiar guy came out to him, but his appearance was completely strange. Zik thought, would it really be new? In order to make sure of this, the man said that he used to say his name, Snook. But did these assassins not drag him, and what is happening with his aura in general? The interlocutor did not answer, and Zik realized that he did not answer, as if not even in consciousness. In this case, he decided to act a little differently, and asked if he knew. The interlocutor's face immediately began to change, and he literally began to make strange sounds. The hero realized that even for him it was dangerous, so he jumped aside. And continuing to look at the boy, he thought that everything was strange enough because it was not clear whether it was new. Soon he realized that he was definitely not so extremely known in his own rationality, and then he, as if in blind rage. The boy continued to attack Zika, so he should dodge. But soon he moved to his own attack, grabbing the weapon and jumped on the guy. In the process of his own actions, he spoke, if he does not want to see blood, then it is better to take himself into his hands right now. Although the opponent apparently was not going to retreat and simply defended himself with his own strength. At the same time, Zik stubbornly continued his onslaught, and soon the opponent's armor was destroyed. Snook still did not say anything and was very like him. Having landed on the ground, the hero thought that so many forces and more than enough to cut down an ordinary person. But it turns out, so that now this guy is even more than a lion than before. His strength increased several times and the hum of land was heard, which began to crack. Zik perfectly understood that Stone's blows became much stronger than before. The hero began to believe that with sufficient preparation and feeding of this kind, he is carried out as a tyrant of land. And this means that a man should stop him until he became even more several times. When she attacked the opponent, he immediately noticed him and at the same time attacked his own attack. But Zik is just with one attack, destroyed it and headed again ahead. Therefore, already after only a few moments, they turned out to be opposite each other. It was obvious that moment that if nothing would do from his feet, then Zik would amaze him. As a result, a critical moment to defend the guy was a stranger in a cloak. He defended himself with the help of his own weapons and said that life should be cherished. After all, if this person continues to kill others, then he will simply go to hell. He used these rather pathos words. He still managed to discard the hero. The man realized that this man was somehow connected with the whole situation, so he asked if he did a snake like that. Smiling, the interlocutor asked, "Is it not fine?" The hero noticed. It seems that he somehow managed to unite him with the mythical creature of the earth. So is it really true that he united from his feet and with a tyrant of land, and which is called Novaya? The stranger, hearing this, was horror and did not understand how he knew. No one should know that this kid called the mythical creature knew. Therefore, he asked where he got this information. The hero replied that he did not know. His being depends on it, so he could not tell the truth. Suddenly, the interlocutor took advantage of the dark force and said that he understood everything. In this case, he simply leaves him no choice and will have to apply his own strength. As soon as he did this, his body began to transform and grow muscles. The stranger said that he still did not want to reveal this form. Suddenly, Snook began to growl very much and soon rushed to the attack. Thunder immediately stopped him with only one hand, grabbing his face. And then he said, if he considers him a thunderstorm, it is quite a pity. Then, based on his own strength, he would throw him aside and said that at the moment he needed to pay attention to someone else. Seeing what happened, Zik asked if I was sure that to do it like that. It seemed to him that he put quite a lot of efforts in the creation of this person. The stranger said that everything was in order. Now he is furious, and therefore not in consciousness. He just needs to find him after ending with Zik. And now, when they are more, no one is bothering, it's time to have an efficient time in private. After these words, he rushed to the attack and the hero had no choice but to jump. But the huge guy was not going to stop his attack, so he rushed off after him. At some point, retreating back, the hero decided to counterattack, so he waved his weapon. But the attack was unsuccessful by his success, because not a friend managed to defend himself with his own hands. Then he smiled and said that it was ridiculous, and such a miserable attack would definitely not stop him. But at that moment, his hand was pierced through the ball, and an explosion soon happened. So of course, all this person was torn off. Zik asked if he liked a new look, but the enemy did not understand how he did it. The hero was not going to answer, and again rushed to the attack, cutting the opponent again. And then the mental weapon hid and said, no matter how it may not be clear where that kid went. At this time, Hans also did not rest and fled somewhere. The guy could not understand what kind of earthquake was because it seems he heard something. Suddenly he saw that there was a person there, and it was from his feet. He even recognized him. Therefore frightened, he went up to ask if everything was in order with him. And when he tried to wake him, he opened his eyes, which were full of strength. Soon it was what Hans asked why he was doing this to him. Further, the ward of the protagonist tried to escape and did not understand what was wrong with him. It is not clear what kind of training he went there to get such an ability to become such a person. Seeing a huge stone that the opponent Hans was holding, he realized that he would die if he received such a head. And now he did not have time. He even think about it like a cry of a stone threw a stone in his direction. At that moment, the guy perfectly understood that he could not dodge this attack. But he understood, if he doesn't work out, then he will have to cut, and he did it. At the same time, when the attack really turned out, it was very shocked because I thought that he would die. Further, smaller fragments flew towards Hans, but he was delighted because he understood that it was nonsense, and he would easily cope with this. But soon a big shadow fell on him straight, and he, fearing, turned around. Then I saw a huge boulder that began to rise from the ground. At that moment, he thought that all his life he plowed like a horse and now he would just die. But this did not happen, and soon the water appeared, which blocked the stone. Hans was even more surprised, asking himself where there was little water from. And a huge stream, which accumulated ahead, rushed rapidly towards Snook. Hold my way that this attack was dangerous to him, so he tried to defend himself with the earth. But he was unable to keep this photo because the main character appeared from him, who was rapidly attacked. Zik understood that it was this only way to stop the rage of this guy. Therefore, with his own hand, he touched his head and began to beg to return his mind. As a result, something began to happen with Snook's consciousness, and he seemed to come to his senses. The guy himself woke up in some other world and did not understand where he was. Therefore, he immediately grabbed his head and began to ask where he was and why. Suddenly, his thoughts interrupted, some growl, and he immediately turned his attention there. This sound was made by the same mole that was friends with him, but he looked somehow strange, as if he were very angry. The guy immediately tried to approach him, but the creature reacted very viciously. Further, SNK said, it seems that someone nevertheless took possession of his mind, and at the same time he dreams of a mole. It is true that his father died due to his earthquake. But even so, he realized that the death of his father was not the goal of this new pet. I want to do it so that he just got out, because his seal was broken, and the guy's father simply ended up at the wrong time and in the wrong place. So he began to apologize to the creature, saying that he probably was also very offensive. Snock would, in turn, would have pleasure returned in those days when he did not even suspect anything, but does not think that it would work out. Then he held out his hand to his friend, who had already calmed down a little, and he reported that it was precisely because of this that he would like them to begin to think about how they live on. As a result, the mole completely calmed down and, trusting the man, held out his little paw. So they reconciled, and now the dark power could not take possession of a guy. And after this incident, a small amount of time passed. At the scene of the incident were knights who followed the order. And also a lot of onlookers gathered, who also began to discuss what happened. The hero in turn was along with his subordinate. He asked whether he did everything as he said. Hans said that this is so. He said that he knew nothing, and also that he simply climbed the mountain because he heard a loud noise. But do they really not know that these people are involved in this incident? The master said that he figured out the bodies of the guys who were to blame, so they would never recognize them. What is more important is that they can't even imagine that Shatter, like this guy, participated in this. It turns out that since he formed a joint contract with a mole, then he will no longer fall into rage. And apparently his mana is simply perfect for new. The hero asked what he was going to do now. Will they really not live together? The boy said that he was thinking about this, that he was to blame for his father's death. However, he could not simply forget about, therefore, pretend that everything is in order. Zik noticed that he really wants to say that he is not going to just forgive Mole. In this case, then why not hesitate something? The guy asked if he had something in return. The interlocutor added he wanted to become an adventurer, and this is true that he took lessons from some kind of crook. Then he held out his hand and asked how to do good deeds together. After some time, the training of the new wards of Zika continued. Hans was already very exhausted, but in his expression, his face could be said that he was ready to continue to fight. Therefore, they stand still. They were not going to, and soon rushed to the attack again. But the boy continued to use the strength of the new and defended with the help of the earth. Although these earthen walls were already not enough to Hans, because he coped with them easily. When the students were a little confused, the hero immediately asked what they were doing. It turns out so that now none of them is at all concentrated. That's why he stated that they would fight another hour. From this order, the wards were disappointed because they were exhausted and no longer wanted to fight. Soon night had already come, and all three sat near the fire, starting their feast. The master did not like how the guys eat, so he did not hide it on his face. And then he asked if they could be so tasty, which he was responded positively to. Suddenly Snock noticed, if we speak between the lines, then he is interested in where they were going. The gentleman noted that they were going to the city of Osperin, but both interlocutors did not understand what it was. Although the main character perfectly remembered before his return, he served 4 demons, and just one was from the very settlement to which they are now heading. The man was interested in what he is now, because he was no longer even tolerated to find out. Suddenly he began to urgently laugh angrily, and thereby frightened the new students. After a short amount of time, the path from the row continued in the required direction. And because of the bushes, Zik saw the walls of a large estate that's signaling the near settlement. At the same time, Snock smelled and asked what it smells like. The guy was nearby, he noticed, of course, not sure, but this is definitely not food. The gentleman told them that this is not food, it was the smell of burning flesh, which greatly surprised the guys. At that moment, he immediately thought about it. It was on both or a simple fire happened. Soon they have behind them. Several knights appeared. They asked strangers who went to give their names. The guys immediately hesitated, but Zik reported the travelers, while not understanding what the knights were doing here. But he continued to conduct a story that they arrived here in order to find a place for an overnight stay. Is it really wrong? After that, the knights began to communicate that they looked like travelers, but all the roads leading to this last blocked, and they turned out to cross the mountains to get here. They cannot be sure that these people did not run away from him, so that they need to take them to the camp, because they can also be infected. The hero was surprised from these words. But one of the wanderers turned to his detachment, looking for them to go with them. The detachment of the protagonist had no choice but to agree, and soon they arrived at the camp. One of the knights told the young master that they found a suspicious group. The chief informed that they were brought to him, and the guys were immediately pushed inside. The gentleman asked what the problem was, and the ward said that they found them in the forest saying that travelers. Therefore, he does not think that these people are the inhabitants of the settlement. At the same time, the main character went inside and saw these main knights. He just introduced himself, saying that his name was Joachim Draculus. This team of the team is his unit aimed at this settlement, and Zik was delighted when he saw him, because he understood that this person was very familiar to him. After all, this is one of the 4 guys who traveled with him in the world. It seems that only yesterday they went hand in hand through fire and water, and also noted victories. Therefore, the hero approached him and greeted him, saying that his name was Zik. And then pointing to subordinates, he said that the people who are behind him are Hans and Snock. The commander noticed that he understood everything, and apologizing for asking, this is at his first acquaintance, but where did he come from? The hero replied that he had only arrived from Seoul. He trained his subordinates to the mountains, and therefore did not know that the roads were blocked. Draculus thought and noticed, that means that it was good. Well then, he will check this. Suddenly the subordinate told the young master that they could be fugitives from the settlement. He asked him to be calmer, and whoever they were, he is not going to let them leave this place. Hans was immediately surprised, asking what he was talking about. Zik thought it was amazing, and at that time was as charismatic as before. The commander said, since they are here, they will have to make a company for a while. Because this place is not entirely simple, only he wanted to continue to say, as the hero said that an infectious disease wanders around the district. Draculus was surprised to hear these words from the stranger, and asked if he knew, and Zik noted that many things can already be guessed. The commander noted that this correctly contagious disease has long spread throughout this settlement, and they were sent here to prevent its further distribution. Since the hero's detachments also made contact with them, they can also be infected, so the commander cannot let them go outside the settlement. The hero noted that he understands this perfectly, and Hans was glad that even a young master understands a serious infected disease, and he thought the stater would swear. Then Zik asked in this case, perhaps he would be able to help them in something. And as soon as he offered help, how the ward ran into their buildings. He, in turn, was very frightened, saying that a patient appeared with new symptoms. Therefore, the commander immediately went to where this patient was. And when I saw the man, it was just discouraged. His body was all bloodied, and this disease looks very strange. The commander ordered to document the symptoms of this person and explore the protocol. Of course, the ward agreed to this. The hero understood this kind of experimental reaction and was expected from who was once his ward. But suddenly he saw what had happened to the state commander. Therefore, he asked if everything was in order with him, because he looks very pale. Dracula smiled and replied that he had a little scared with blood. Zik was even more surprised and, apologizing, asked if he was really afraid of blood. The interlocutor said that he understood everything correctly because he has hemophobia. The hero immediately thought that this was simply impossible because the past life was the opposite. Before he returned to this world, this man was known as a vampire. He had the ability to own blood and only let not tell him that he is now afraid of her. Therefore, it is not clear how the former subordinate dares him to lie at all so brazenly. Although he soon realized that everything was wrong, because it seems Dracula and the truth was some point in time. The man was embarrassed at that moment, and speaking of whether it was true, very stupid. Zik asked if he really didn't like it in himself, the interlocutor answered. But how else? Because his hemophobia only brought him problems. The hero thought that this person was not going to go into details, in which case it seems that it looks like a Dracula that he knows. Even before his return, the only thing that this person said was where he comes from. Therefore, he asked him not to worry, because he is sure that someday he could overcome it all. Once he will get used to it so much that he could even take the baths in the blood just like a hobby. The commander did not really understand what he was talking about, but thanked it anyway. After the Zik with the detachment failed to leave the settlement, he did not help Joachim and his soldiers. At the same time, they tried to get rid of the disease that was in the settlement. But as a result, everything was in vain, because all the people in this city died. Therefore, the knights had no choice but to go to the ground. Soon they committed the plan, and the city began to visit the fiery agony. Hans noticed he would only think that not a single person has survived. Dracula was also shocked that they did not come to this. Seeing his discouraged face, the hero told him it should be a lot of himself right now. The commander noted that this is true, of course. He regrets that people had died, as well as the fact that the settlement was burning. To all this, he regrets the lost comrades, as well as the efforts spent. Hearing this speech by the hero, realized that this is completely different from Joachim, whom he knows. The man continued to speak without the help of Zik and his detachment. They would not even cope with this. That's why he is very grateful to them for his help. Zik was a little confused and said, of course, he helped, because he travels around the world in order to do good deeds. Like these guys, but next to him, because he collected them only for this. Then the commander smiled and said that they were really very noble. It also turned out that the knights reported on the situation in the castle and should soon receive an order to return. Whether this will not complicate them, then he would like to invite everyone. The hero smiled immediately and said that he would not refuse him. And suddenly one of the knights arrived, who said to the master that an urgent report from the castle appeared. Draculus immediately accepted him and began to carefully familiarize himself with what was written inside. Suddenly on his face, his report appeared an emotion of surprise, as if something embarrassed him. Naturally, Zik saw this, and he became interested in what was written there, because he looks very intense. Suddenly, the main knight said that you were all prepared for the departure. The interlocutor asked about whether they were returning to Osperin. The man replied that this was not so at all, and thereby discouraged his wards. And then he stated that they are now sent to another settlement, which was affected by the disease. Zik thought that it was curious because he was again sent to another settlement suffering from illness, despite the fact that he is a member of the noble family. Usually they don't do it with them, and apparently the whole essence is only one, because they want the Dracula to go, grab the disease, and die. In some noble castle, it was not at all calm. The aristocrat was very angry, saying that the ward said that the disease was serious enough to destroy the whole settlement. In this case, it is not clear to him what the hell this villain is still breathing. The old man immediately apologized to him and said there must be luck on his side. This will not convince Lila to convince the interlocutor, because he said other soldiers and the doctors died. Then he at all cannot understand how this guy was able to survive. This aristocrat was literally in despair and at the same time very angry, so he threw different things. Further, he still calmed down a little and creaking his teeth ordered to come up with another plan. And this time a plan that can really kill the Dracula in any way. The bodies affected by the disease continued to burn with bright fire. Looking at what is happening, Khan said that by forces it is already over. As a result of the infection of the new settlement, it was also completely devastated. The hero perfectly realized that now there is no order to return to the castle again. And while he was thinking about this, he heard some strange sounds, and therefore he was immediately wary, clutching his weapon. The guys were surprised from such his reaction, so they asked what happened. The young master stepped back and ordered to appear to those who are hiding. Then, several strangers jumped out that were in raincoats. He was not going to talk about them, so they grabbed the daggers that were hidden under their mantles and threw them towards the hero. But with such a pluous attack, he had to figure it out at a time, so he did it. Although both students were surprised that they were attacked like this. Seeing the black hoods of these people, the hero realized that they looked like those that were last time. The hero turned to his guys and informed them both to take one person each. With this, he frightened them very much, after which he immediately rushed on the attack. In the process, I thought that only his head would be ill if he continues to think about it. And in this case, he will simply grab and pull out the information from the first stranger. But when he got to this person alone, and that was horrified because he used an explosion, Zik, of course, managed to dodge and realized that this is the same person that he had the man in Seoul. So these people also use exactly the same struggle methods as before. In this case, it is completely incomprehensible to him why these guys appeared here. You should think very well everything that happened and why they could be here. Their goal in Seoul was to make a demon new, so we can assume that their goal here is also similar. And this means that they most likely need Joachim Dracula, the one who once become his close partner. But is it really his restoration of a Demolo by such a person is somehow connected with these guys? If nevertheless such people can be created, then it is sad, by the way, in about this time, demon-like people began to manifest themselves around the world. It became so often that the people began to call this period the era of demo-like. So, if it was these people who created all the demons, such people are strange. Although most likely this is not so. They could not create all at once. Zik is sure that there were those who naturally became like him. Suddenly, awareness came to him, but if his formation by the demonic lord was also part of something planned. Therefore, the hero was very surprised, and at the same time people approached him. He continued to think, since he began about it, the fact that the moment he left the Count's residence was such a devilry, as if according to someone's plan, and all sorts of incidents pushing him to the formation of a demonic person. Then he simply wrote off this for bad luck, and the fact that the whole world was absorbed by chaos. Suddenly, the new enemies again took advantage of the magic released the fireball. Zik repelled this attack and thought if all this part of some plan, perhaps this villain used Zika Moranic District Lord of Power as a puppet. In this case, he already becomes damn curious from all this situation. Therefore, he rushed in the attack and said that, if so, in this case he would not forgive anyone. Soon the situation ended, and the man's detachment was all ready. The subordinates, in turn, were sleeping peacefully, as if nothing had long happened. But the heroes did not sleep and thought that I would like to catch at least one for interrogation. But all the villains with whom he fought killed themselves, and these bastards are strongly tuned. Most likely it is true that their goal is really to make, from Joachim of a demonic person. But in this case, they must be. Consider the guy an obstacle, because he suddenly united with him and helps everyone. Zik immediately thought that Draculus could really become a demon like a similar person, and this bothering him a little. It seems that it is better for him to remain an ordinary person in this life. But then he was strange then. Suddenly, the culprit of thought interrupted his thoughts and asking Mr. Zika if he was still sleeping. And then he asked to allow him to join him, to which the man naturally agreed. In the following time, the men sat near the fire, and the hero wondered why he became a demon, like man. In order for hemophobia to begin to use the ability with the name of blood possession, must be some kind of fairly good reason. To figure out this, he decided to talk to the commander and said that he did not look very much. He hesitated a little and said that he had just thought about his father. 6 months have passed already after he lost consciousness and never woke up. Dracula's thought about how he would do and what would do differently. Now everything has become in its place because the hero realized, which is why the first son holds all power in his hands. And the interlocutor himself began to talk about this, that in the end, he is older than the rest. Naturally, he took over the brothers of the management of the whole family. Again, their conversation was interrupted by one of the subordinates who hastily turned to the young master. He said that recently an order was accepted to return to the castle. Apparently, it turns out that the disease spread to Osparurin. The commander was very surprised and asked what he was saying. Very little time passed and the detachment of Dracula, along with the main character, arrived in the castle. There they were already waiting for a new head of the family who did not want to see them at all. But the younger brother immediately bowed and greeted him, and stating that he had returned. The gentleman clasped his teeth, greeted them, but still did not want to. The hero was surprised when he saw him and thought how two brothers could be so different from each other. The only thing that relatives of these two is an unhealthy complex. Also, an old man who stood near the head of the family fell into the eye of a man, he thought. Was this man next to him their butler? The head of the family said that he was sure. His brother heard about what was happening. The interlocutor replied that this was so. The epidemic reached Ospalurin. The gentleman replied that this was exactly so. Well, he was careless and allowed her to get here. Although the chapter is so merciful and will give him a chance to correct his own position. Therefore, he is generally a younger brother. Let him depart and stop the spread of the disease in Osparin. And also one should not return by the time until it completely eradicates it. It is impossible that the new chapter also picked up some kind of infection. It was disgusting only from one thought about it, and they are useless bastards. After listening to the instructions, the brother said that he would understand everything and do it. Soon they arrived at the infected city, and the man asked to report the situation. The subordinate informed the village of Licom limited the quarantine zone with which the infected people live. And they established enhanced security measures there. Only about 60 people died there. Doctors, in turn, after the study do not report that this is most likely games. The hero thought that this was a common infectious disease. But he understood that something was wrong here, he thought. It would be the same infection, which was dispersed throughout all settlements, but not all are different. Therefore now there is a clear and feeling that this is behind this, someone is standing. Suddenly the hero thought for a few seconds, did he really begin to act? The same person who forced the whole world to freeze in fear of illnesses, a demon, like person named Fest. But the spread of such a frequent meeting of the disease to it is that it does not look like it is too different from what has shocked other cities. Therefore, it is interesting that he really has some other plan now. In this case, this should mean only one thing, that he is somewhere here, and then Zik has no other choice. He will have to lure him into the light. Draculas continued to speak fatal outcomes less than in other cities. That's why they still have chances. Soon he asked, how about the medicine? The ward answered. Several doctors tried to develop it, but unfortunately not one of them coped with his work. Apparently, no matter what doctor they brought, the creation of the medicine too difficult at the moment. Suddenly the hero turned to the young master and asked to wait because he can cook it, and he talks about the cure for the game. Soon the commander-in-chief arrived at the sick along with the wards. He asked Zik whether everything was ready with his medicine. He already held the bottle in his hand and said that everything was ready. It turns out, so that before his regression, when the infection of Fest with a fierce wave was covered by the whole world, then scientists and researchers developed a joint efforts of the medicine from their game. He in turn studied the methods of its preparation, because Joachim was then interested in contagious diseases. But who would have thought that it would come in handy right now? Zik approached the patient and began to give him the drug in small quantities. Those present in the hope immediately wondered whether it would work or not. The man, who was given the medicine, began to ask him to give him water. The hero noticed that he had worked, and he would record the formula of this mixture. The knight, like the rest, were surprised, because more recently this person was practically unconscious. Dracula asked Zika if he was sure that he would just give a formula. It is a cure for an extremely common disease, and it can be incredibly rich if it monopolizes the formula. The hero replied that he was not interested in money at all. Besides, he tries to carry good deeds to this world. After these words, the commander immediately turned to him and came closer. Then he immediately hugged him very tightly and expressed great gratitude, sincerely saying about it. The meeting with Zik turned out to be the best that was ever with him in life. The hero at that moment was a little embarrassed and said that he could let him go. Soon affairs with the disease began to improve much because the drug really acted. At the same time, Zik continued to receive doctors so that they properly prepare a mixture. He understood that now he has created a cure for Gamium, the time and Fest to seem. Only a man thought about it when suddenly I believe they asked who Zik was here. It was the same old Pallas who served the eldest son of the Dracula's family. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked why he was looking for him. The interlocutor asked if he was true, which surprised the man with such a simple appeal. The old man immediately asked where he took out the cure for this disease. Zik, he remembered him perfectly, because this is the old man who stood next to the brother of Joachim. He immediately jumped towards him as soon as he heard about the mixture. Suddenly it occurred to the idea that this person can be a fest. It is necessary to make sure of this right now. Therefore, soon for a more personal conversation, they went into the closed room and strengthened at the table. The old man began the first to talk. He said that he was quite sure that he asked him about how he learned about the methods of combating the disease. The hero replied that he was quite sure that he told him that he had read about them in the book. The interlocutor did not suit this answer because he said that he was completely not brought up and let him stop this behavior. Then he got angry and hit the table with his hand, saying that they could assume that this is true. Although in this case it is interesting what kind of book it was. Zik noticed that he did not know. He read it for so long that he could not remember at all. The interlocutor said, so the methods of treating other diseases should also be recorded in that book. But the man said that he read only about games there. The so-called butler from these words calmed down a little and began to reflect. And then he turned his attention to the side because someone entered them. It was a Dracule who immediately got angry and asked Shalom that he was now allowing himself. Sir Zik saved Osperin and he does not realize how obscene behaves. The butler immediately asked for forgiveness for this. Then he simply left the room in which they were. The hero was surprised that he left, did not even answer. Dracula did not like this situation either, and he exhaled with chagrin. Then he asked for forgiveness for the fact that the old man crossed the line. The hero said, "It doesn't matter, I remember. He saw him then in the castle. Therefore he is a little interesting to him who he really is. I remember that it was this man who stood next to his older brother." The commander stated his name is Rast by Shalom, and he is the butler of their family. In his early activity, he was the captain of the knights, but he had to resign after injury. It was since then that the butler has to work, and he had to work. Then the hero asked why he was so rushed to him. Draculus, probably, announced that he was excited that the medicine developed by him, the status of the younger master over his brother in the struggle for inheritance. And Shalom supports his older brother in the formation of the heir. Zik said that now everything is clear to him. And I thought that one cannot exclude the possibility that this person is a fest, given his current reaction. The heroes could not accurately make sure of this because of the intervention of Joachim. Suddenly the interlocutor said that he heard him lack specialists to prepare a sufficient amount of mixture. It turned out that someone volunteered to help them, so he arrived to present it to them. Then he asked Miss Bargo, who came to help enter. A very elegant girl entered their tent and said that she was pleased to meet them. She is just the owner of the Bargo company. Then she introduced herself, calling her name and smiled sweetly. The hero, in turn, also introduced himself, at the same time thought what a beauty she was, but why she was dressed like a widow is incomprehensible. Dracula continued to say Miss Bargo, the owner of the company. She is extremely interested in infectious diseases and constantly sponsor their research. To all this, he is quite educated in this area, and I am sure that it will help very much. The girl said that she brought her herbs and other materials in case that they also lack them either. Then she asked whether she could study the formula of the drug. The hero said that since she is so well formed on this topic is sure that he would need to learn from her, and not vice versa. Therefore, he asked to go after him, and soon the work began. Then they began to talk about the fact that the games are spreading through the source of water, so they need to be blocked, accessible for them, and prepare more mixtures. Zika's subordinates looked at them and were surprised how nice they are. Han said that any other might have thought that they are found too close to each other. The interlocutor said that it was. Work on the medicine lasted until the very late evening and did not stop further. The girl held plants in her hands and asked Zik if he knew about this plant. And the hero replied that she was useful in case of a cold. Then Miss realized that she knew a lot about it. It seems that she still has to study and study, but Zik said that she already knows quite a lot. Bargo initially reported her interest in her family, and here she is. The hero became interested in whether the members of her family also study diseases. The girl replied that this was not for that, and suddenly, hesitating, she turned to Mr. Ziku. She said that she would like to introduce him to her family, so whether he would accompany her. In the estate of the Dracula family, the butler just returned. He approached the former head of the family, who was in a coma, and poured some potion into it. The man immediately began to cough very much, but the old man turned to his venerable, and he said that all this is happening only because of his karma. The hero and his new friend arrived in the cemetery. Along the way, he thought that she wanted to introduce him to her family, but now it turns out that they are in the cemetery, and he does not fully understand what is happening. But the interlocutor, pointing to the monument, said that this is his family. She is right here, and all of them died from an infectious disease. That is why she began to study various kinds of infection, because she does not want someone else, like her, to lose her loved ones. Zik, in turn, also asked the question why she wears mourning clothes. The Bargo replied that it was covered, that she would relieve mourning only when all contagious diseases would be eradicated exclusively. That is why she wanted to show him her husband and son. At least no one else will die from game. At the same time, the girl spoke too much and asked if they would go back. It is necessary to go and finally put an end to this calculator of the disease. The hero, of course, agreed to this, but remained thoughtfully, looking at her. After all, they will be able to put an end to diseases only if it is not a fest and such suspicions have appeared. After some time, the subordinates arrived at the master and looked at him. Such behavior did not please the hero, so he asked what they want. Whether they want to tell him something, then let them say, because he is already busy. Hans asked this question and asked if he did not lead the Shashans with Miss Bargo. There are already rumors between the soldiers that they are now a couple, but rumors have a tendency to lead to a biased attitude. Zik of the laid back looked at them and said, but what if he was for a man if he was not attracted to a beautiful lady? Then he thought, then they are a couple, and this is what they look like for everyone else. And he just wants to find out more about her, and therefore is holding nearby. The girl clearly showed up as soon as he developed a cure for game, and she also knows a lot about various diseases. There is still a chance that she is a fest. In general, he finds her more suspicious than the same Shaloma. But she does not particularly behave like a demon-like person, so she would have to observe her in more detail. If he only knew that he would be so, he would ask Glenn about everything before dying. Only he knew who Fest was before his regression, because it was he who killed this bastard, although probably he would not say. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the captain. Zik asked that such an urgent occurred, and in response he was dumbfounded by the fact that the people of the Count took Miss Bargo. Then he asked in surprise, and why, the interlocutor noted. They said that they wanted her to look at the state of the master, but he was still going to go, deal with it on his own. Zik realized that they took Miss Keystone for the treatment of sick people. This means that the Fest can be in the Count of the Count, and most likely that the truth is a span. In order to find out, he told the commander that he would go with him. But he immediately categorically refused and asked to stay here. If he also leaves, then there will be absolutely no one left who can properly care for patients. Besides, these are their family squabbles. Therefore, if they took Miss Bargo with unkind intentions, then he is obliged to return it safe and preservation of no matter what. The man said in this case he will wait for him here. If something happens, then let the messenger immediately send here. Then they pressed each other's hands, and the interlocutor thanked for this. Shalom, being in the castle, read some important piece of paper. Then the knight came and told him that the young Mr. Biom wants to see him, and when the old man did not answer him, but only smiled carelessly, he turned to him again. This time, he answered and said that he did not think that today to introduce himself to make up the young master company. A few days later, the main character of the ward said that only this building was left. The inhabitants of the settlement should be there. Conan noticed that it looks terrible. Earlier, Bad News told the master, it seems that the infection with the symptoms similar to Games reached the village nearby. The knight said that he wanted a man to figure out what happened as he has the necessary medical preparation, and Sir Joachim greatly apologizes. He listened to this story. The hero agreed to do everything. But the young gentleman really reached the castle, or this is not so. The interlocutor smiled, answering that he had reached. He was really fine. So he asks to go to settlements, rather. And already now Zik thought how many days have passed since the moment Joachim left. There was a feeling that they would not do something with him if he did not agree. And finally, the man opened the door that led to the place where people should be. But the fact that his detachment saw there simply struck them very much. Everywhere there were corpses of people, through which the living were not visible at all. But suddenly at the end of the room was a man who asked who these were. He also said that they can't go here because there is a lot of infected. To this hero replied that they came from Osperen to work and watch the disease. Then the interlocutor became more calm and noticed, if they are doctors, then he asked for forgiveness. Of course, he does not think that it is worth talking about it here, so let them go to the next room. When they chased him forward, Zik said that he had already caught the essence of what was happening. After these words, he immediately exposed his weapon and applied Manu. And then he directed the blade to the stranger that he was in front of him. The subordinates were horror from this, asking what the young master was doing. But suddenly the person who met them was very angry, because he realized that he was opened. Then he repulsed the weapon of the protagonist and prepared for his own attack. He jumped up and from his friendliness, which was recently nothing left. At the same time, Zik, as usual, was very cold, blooded, and easily killed a person in front of him. SNK was horrified by the situation, what happened, and asked what was happening here. The gentleman, the same time, pulled out his own blade and asked if he still did not understand. And then he stuck his weapons into the wall and an explosion occurred there. He did this, of course, not just like that, because he felt another person, and therefore he told him that he would stop this farce and just go up to him. After all, it is not so naive that the paste is such a dull trap that is prepared for it. Then he ordered his own guys to fight side by side and not diverge, and they were all ready in all weapons. Shalom said that Zik is quite smart for a simple, arrogant mals. Therefore, after he said these words, he ordered his subordinates to kill them. When this happened, a fierce battle began, in which the detachment of the protagonist won. Zik realized that the locals were true here, but they suspect that they were forced to gather. So they are also definitely infected, given their appearance and movement. And this means that this old man will hide behind ordinary people who do not even know how to fight. Just an old villain and behaves exactly as Fest would behave. Therefore, the gust of battle, the hero turned to his subordinates, who immediately looked at him. The gentleman said that you were the guys who were not like the assassins. They left alive. Snook did not understand this order a little and thought how barely alive. But Hans fought with might and main. Grabbing the next resident, asked the young master, "Is it normal?" But he replied that he simply cut him out, and his son thought that the interlocutor was walking in the footsteps of Zika. At the same time, the hero understood that it was definitely impossible to kill civilians, but there was no time to deal with them in a good way with them. And this means that now this old man should already understand that he is a lid, so let him reveal his cards. In fact, the so-called butler saw that his people were falling one after another. That's why he was very angry and immediately called a certain creature named Krobe. When he did this, a large monster appeared, which was something like an orc. The guys from the detachment of the protagonist were surprised, asking that it was still. At the same time, the master began to evaluate a new threat that appeared recently. He understood that he had never seen Fest, but he remembers this monster. He was one of his subordinates, just him. This finally confirms that this old man is at least somehow connected with Fest if they are not. But how difficult it would be to fight this creature. The Snook, wary, shouted that he was approaching. And then the battle between the main character and this huge monster began. Fighting with him, the guy realized that the situation was not quite good, because it was as if hitting on a rock, fighting, and he is very infuriated to fight with such creatures. But the old man, seeing that Zeke could not cope with this opponent so easily, asking how he was the power of Krobe. The hero, of course, did not react to this and only continued his furious battle. The orc continued his onslaught and destroyed the earth with his strong blows. Despite the whole power that he possessed, he was not particularly rotten, so the hero could successfully move behind his back. Although even the attacks from the back did not suggest anything good, because the opponent's skin is wildly strong. Also, in the process of the battle, the hero watched his subordinates with one eye, who also fought quite hard. Therefore, it became clear that the situation is rubbish, and apparently he will have to get up right now. He had more mana than then in the mines. There is still not enough for this, that you will kill this creature. In this case, you need to use something else, and it will make up for a lack of mana using resonance. Therefore, having considered all the further battles, he used the expansion of feelings. Then rushing to the attack, I realized that I had to wait for the right moment, and after a few seconds he came, as the monster lost his vigilance. Even the strong skin, which was possessed by Krobe, was penetrated by a weapon. He struck his rival. The hero continued to release energy and skill called the Raging Hurricane. The attack was so powerful that even Shalom was shocked and asked who he was at all. In the room at that moment, a hurricane really began, which demolished everything in its path, both people and the structure. The butler realized that he was giving birth to danger, so he had to run away, which he did. But Krobe stood in place and felt how he was torn literally from the inside. Very soon, the energy that has accumulated his body reached a peak point so that he exploded. Blood, as well as parts of the flesh, which scattered around the sides, scorched all the walls, as well as the old man. And the one who used Mr. Zix simply destroyed the floor of the building and made a huge funnel, although the heroes realized that this attack was not as strong as before. Then he went to the shawl and asked if he was correctly believed that he was he. It is he who is standing for those who spread all this infection around the district. The man perfectly saw the weapons that his assassins use, the same as the guys used who wanted to drag Snook and Sewell. This means that he works with the guys in black cloaks, but why? The interlocutor said that he was not obliged to explain anything. All for the restoration of justice. The hero asked what justice he was talking about. He noticed that he would be able to destroy the Dracula family if he had a little more time, but Zik, in turn, chose his plans. Thus, he should have killed him first at the moment when they first met. Then he took out a bottle and said that this was nothing if he simply delayed it here. The bottle was immediately broken, and the man continued to say that his plans for the legacy of the Draculas would turn into life. When the liquid spread from the inside, some strange smell began to be heard, and the guys immediately covered their nose. Zik said that this is just an ordinary smoke checker, so he should not be scared, and Hans asked if they were going in pursuit. The young master immediately said that he understood everything correctly. He will not soon break into the castle. Somewhere at the same time, Joachim was in prison and was chained with chains. He understood that he had made a mistake when he arrived here himself and reflected on Zik. And he thought that the former subordinate, most likely, is now also not sweet. Suddenly, thoughts were interrupted by a man who was lying nearby and something glowed. It was small near the ear, which was very red, and it was suspicious. Joachim thought that Guillaume dared to lock him in prison, as he could get control of the family castle. It was not clear. What a miserable sight. The man promised that he would return Miss Bargot, and meanwhile he was here, hopes that at least everything was fine with her. Suddenly he heard that someone turned to him and said that his things were going very badly. The commander asked how he dared to get into the place in which extra working sinners were accurate. The stranger stated this amazingly in his eyes. Life was still warming up, but Dracula asked closer to business. The man pulled out some luminous ball from his clothes and said that here, in order to help him, the little thing in his hands is called a bloody vessel. Joachim only needs to be placed in his body, and then he will be able to gain great power. Also, his brother can immediately overthrow, and who wants his own death, of course, like everyone else, which follows him. The speech looked, of course, amazing, but the commander sharply said that he did not want it. And he continued to say that he had no idea who it is, and is not so far as to absorb something proposed to the stranger without a question. He immediately got angry and thought, according to the plan, angry at Bium, he was supposed to take a bloody vessel without one doubt. Everything most likely because of this. A villain who came up with a cure for game, which means that the commander's hatred to Bioma weakened. Further, the stranger realized that he should act differently and said that he would tell the whole truth now. This is involved in this who is able to manage different diseases at his desire, unless it seemed strange to him that various kinds of infections suddenly arose from nowhere. All these diseases are the merit of that very person. He, as well as his brother, simply conspired. And this was done exclusively for the reprisal against Joachim. Bium Dracula sent the closest settlements of the disease to just died his younger brother, of course, inflammation. He did not spread the weakest of them. After all, they themselves live here, so they put him here. They have no other choice because he still cannot die. Therefore, they did not get acquainted. Asked what, after that, he said, he thinks that he still does not want to accept his gift. The man said, is he not on the side of his brother? The interlocutor noted that he really helped him because he was temporarily needed. If I had, it would become a count of not only Osprey, but even the whole world to turn into hell on earth in a matter of time. So, in this case, he will really give up the chance to save the whole world because of some nerves there. Let him take what he offers him, and this will help very much. If he wants to protect what is expensive for him, let him absorb a bloody vessel and will fall into place. Joachim was almost overdated, but suddenly the main character appeared, who asked if it really sounds great, and also asked if he also had the opportunity to buy this thing from him. The stranger understood who it was, so he was angry, but the Dracula was surprised that Zik had arrived here. The hero told him, curious, this is a little thing in his hands, therefore, let him tell about her. A man in a cloak said that he could not understand. Zik smiled, saying that they should treat with a great understanding of those who have already been attacked so many times. But the strangers did not convince this, and he continued to repeat that he had no need to know about it. Then the master was outraged and saying that doing business with a guy like him was not fun at all. His colleague, with whom he had talked before, was not so boring. The interlocutor asked what he was saying, and he continued to keep the story that he had a theory after meeting with one of his comrades, then in Seoul. They are an organization that creates demon-like people. He suspects that he was just about to do this from Joachim and would have made it fed this bloody vessel. The stranger really was very angry when he heard it and realized that this plan had completely failed. He simply has no other choice but to hold out until reinforcements for him arrive here. And the hero understood that this person was definitely not going to speak. To get from him, something would be definitely not easy. Suddenly, some strange speech came to this room. A man in a hood was delighted that reinforcements arrived. Joachim also began to worry about this, because he thought that this was a reinforcement of Biom. But both of them were wrong, because Hans arrived here with the rest of the knights. And the guy told the young master that they had already successfully repelled this place. The hero asked the angry stranger that it seemed with his face that he was going to pull time, but did he not want this? What is it still a brief presence of hope, whether it was at least pleased? The interlocutor realized that the situation was bad for him, so he shouted if it was cursed and rushed off. But the young gentleman ordered Snock to act, and he immediately took advantage of his strength. After which the ceiling, which was in prison, began to crumble. And where the person was, there was a blow of stones. The knight who obeyed Joachim began to worry very much because there was his young master. But as a result, a stone hand emerged from the rubble in which Dracula was located. The hero immediately after that praised his subordinate for the fact that he worked well. One of the knights asked the young mister whether he was all right, and he replied that it did not seem so wounded. Zik said, then to go upstairs. He replied that he said correctly, he should deal with his brother for everything that was deed. The hero was a little surprised from this condemnation and asked if he was seriously thinking that he was to blame. After some time, they were already upstairs and went to their brother. Zik thought how he interacted with subordinates previously extremely unlike Dracula, whom he knew in a past life. Joachim long ago inherited the rule if there would be not a painful physique. After very little time, finally they arrived in the necessary room. The heir to the county saw Shalom, who stood near the lifeless body, and his brother. The butler smiled and said apparently that idiot could not cope, since they are here. He also sees that Zik managed to survive and once again save their beloved young master. At the same time, Joachim spoke with the old man and asked if he was really the one who was behind everything that was happening. This means that it was he who distributed all these diseases. He immediately stated that he really understood this only now. With an arrogant smile at that moment, he said that it was he. But this is not all, because to all this, he was still the one who brought his father to such a state. And he did all this only to lead their family to justice. The interlocutor shared when he heard his crazy speech and asked what other justice, and also asked what happened to Miss Bargo and where she, in fact, was. Suddenly, the hero stopped him, and the man asked why he was doing this. Zik noted that this person is just a puppet, but the true culprit is Fest. At the same time, a girl who was Miss Bargo entered the room. She said that Sir Shalom was really right because Zik was still alive. Dracula immediately asked him, but can the one whom they had just called it be a real criminal? The hero noted that this is true, so this Madame Bargo, because it is she who was the person who distributed all this epidemic. Also, the old man, in addition to everything, was an assistant to this girl. Joachim immediately got angry and said that he needed to know the measure. Did the old man really decide to pay for his father's kindness? It is not clear what the hell he does it at all. Suddenly, the butler was very angry and exposed his weapon, shouted to his shouting. And then he asked if he knew at least this guy, what the so-called dad did him to get the status of a landowner. This situation occurred about 10 years ago. Precisely then, the epidemic hit the city of Osperen. Then the Count, in order to stop it upside down, turned over in search of all kinds of methods. To some extent, this even had its fruits indeed, but everything is not so simple. Because a little time passed, as all his methods turned into debts, and it was then that his father was under financial pressure because of them. When this happened, he secretly again distributed the epidemic where he owed. Joachim was very surprised and began to deny that his father did this. Shalom said those huge amounts that people borrowed out of confidence in his father disappeared in the chaos of that very illness. And even his friend, as the only previously owner of the Bargo company, fell victim to a terrible epidemic. It was because of this that the old people decided to make a trial of everything his birth, together with Miss Wife of his own friend. Only the butler was going to attack how the main character interrupted him and said that it was just ridiculous. And if he still tries to take revenge, then let him do as it should. But is there really the point of killing other residents who have not committed crimes? He only recently said that his court should only be above the Dracula's family. The old man immediately said that they were all fools praising the Count, knowing anything, and this is already enough for a crime. Zik did not want to listen to him, so he interrupted and said, because he could judge, the old man is also similar to the Count. Shaloma was even more angry with these words, so he immediately got into the combat rack. Noticing what was happening, the hero asked the commander to stay behind him. The butler attacking said that they, who talk a lot in general, can know in this situation. Zik immediately prepared to fight, so he expected an attack. But as a result, he did not have to do this, because soon his face was bloodied. And the old man from the back killed Miss Bargo by betraying him at the same time. Then she stated, it seems somewhere a very big mistake occurred. After all, speaking of the truth, she did not want revenge in any case. She just wanted a large number of people to pick up the disease on this, and there is all her reason. But the hero asked if there is a reason not to fit what it is then. The girl threw the old man to the side and said that now everything would tell. It turns out that she found a significant reason just at the moment when her whole family fell ill. In addition, this happened very unexpectedly. Her husband and child, who were in perfect order the day before, fell out with high temperature. So they also began to clench blood. Perhaps because of how much it was infected, even the doctor did not dare to get closer to them. She could also get sick, but she overcame her fear and nursed her husband and child, so she loved them so much. Already hundreds and thousands of times she saw such suffering, looked at their faces, which became paler and lifeless, and in such a might came to her one thought. She was very crazy because the girl admired how angry those who die from illness are beautiful, and I am really grateful that Count Dracul introduced her to this kind of beauty. In the process of this story, one of the knights shouted that he could no longer listen. And then he informed the master, let him only order, and he will immediately attack her. Such a girl as she needs to be detained, because this is a crazy one, for whom the death of their brothers was some kind of entertainment there. Miss smiled immediately, and then asked to get a goal whether they had it. They hoped that they did not think that she was dragged here just for no particular reason to this. To understand what she was talking about, Joachim asked what kind of game she conceived this time. The Bargo answered inflammation, because as far as you know, the patients picked up the games. The commander said, even if he did not tell him that she also has hostages. The girl was a little surprised, but said that he, apparently, of those people who quickly think, and it pleases. The heir to the county then asked who these people, whom she took hostage. The insane face of the interlocutor immediately returned, and she said that we were talking about all the inhabitants, Osperurin. Joachim did not understand whether she says such a large number of people can get sick. The girl noticed whether they forgot that infectious diseases are her specialty. The young gentleman understood that the situation was really bad and did not know what to even say. But Miss continued, saying that the conversation should already be started. But she, in turn, distorted the main characters and said that he was enough to talk. Now they have finished. Bargo noticed that she was sorry, because she did not expect that he would behave so childishly. Well, or the fact is that he cannot believe in all her words that he had heard earlier. Zik said that this autumn already trusted the previous owner of Bargo. She asked if he really tells all Osparuran's people to sacrifice. The hero added, even if he chose from two options, and even if he decides to sacrifice the settlement in any case, he will die. Suddenly Hans turned to him and said, "Did he not say to live peacefully? It is not clear how he could say that then." The master said that he understood everything correctly. He needs to live peacefully, but he would kill this woman anyway. The ward added, "Does he not understand that then all the inhabitants of the strengthening she spoke about will also die?" To which Zik answered as an inevitable victim, and this shocked the guy. Let Hans carefully listen. Perhaps his words seem cruel to him, because he dreams of being a real hero, straight from a fairy tale. But people still have to make a choice once, and there are such moments as now, when terrible choice is right before his eyes. If he is sold to the heroes, you need to be able to make decisions. Even if you need to come to terms with pain, whether they should let this woman escape from here and then forever loud in some remote mountain, or agree with it and start an epidemic, spreading it everywhere. In this case, it turns out that those people they sacrifice for them something worse than the inhabitants of Osparuran. The subordinate carefully listened to the bitter truth and did not say anything, thinking about it. Zik added, "And if we say, by the way, the coupon, however, said to live in a good way, but did not say that it was necessary to live in such a way that when compared to choose a good option." After what she heard, the Bargo asked if they ended in the end. The hero smiled and immediately said that he had been talking about this for a long time. Suddenly Joachim stopped him. He said that they could not just sacrifice all the inhabitants. The man replied that he would not worry, because the residents of the city are safe. The interlocutor noted that he was glad, as he thought Zik could not really say this. But the hero disturbed him, saying that all his words are pure truth. However, choosing between Miss Bargo and the inhabitants of Osparuran, you need to really think about which of them to refuse. The commander did not understand what was at stake, so he asked. Zik added this because its conditions would not initially work. At the moment, the treatment of all residents of the settlement that she spoke about has already completed. Then he asked the girl how a little hope was so sweet for her such a development, probably. Naturally, the interlocutor did not believe his words in the family and said that he is lying, because she could not understand how this is possible. The man said if she got sick that she created redness behind her ears. And this is just the symptoms of Galdurum, it seems. It is he. At first he saw this, and understood the inhabitants of the village neighboring with the settlement, which she took control. And heading for the county itself, I was already sure of my theory. The man found out this at the moment when he ran and accidentally collided with a man. He fell, and the hero of course tried to apologize, looking at him. Just at that moment he saw this man a red point on the back of his head. Without thinking twice, he realized that the inhabitants of Osparuran also had such traces behind the ears. It was because of this that he finished their treatment before he came here. Miss immediately noticed, even if he knew everything, then he would have nothing to come out with treatment. The insides of the desert ginseng, which are included in the cure for Galdurum, an insanely rare component. Therefore, it is impossible to get it so that it is enough for drugs to absolutely all residents of the settlement. The hero at ease. What other insides of ginseng is not clear at all what it was, because he just took Holcomb. The interlocutor did not understand what he was talking about, and the man said that it was a purple grass that is growing on all roads. If they say in completely simple words, then this is a simple weed, so its demand and proposal as an ingredient in the general did not be a problem. In addition, the creation of the medicine, it was easier, the girl shouted, enough to laugh. Does it really want to say that the disease that she created can be treated with some grass there? Zik asked. But wasn't this the peak of his capabilities? And he thought because Holcomb had previously showed a wonderful effect during the Bubbage Plague. Bargo was very angry because of this and said that this is good. For example, he still created a medicine. But how then he was able to spread it in absolutely the entire settlement in a day? Because this is impossible, moreover, so secretly that no one noticed this. The interlocutor was a little surprised because of this question and said, did she not tell him how to do it herself? If the medicine is in the form of a liquid, then it will taste. It will not be felt at all. The girl remembered that they were talking about this when they tried to create medicines and shouted that this could not be. Zik smiled, trying to justify her guesses, and said that he had added a drug for the medicine. She gave him information on how the epidemic spreads, and he used it to create a medicine. And right before leaving the county itself, he checked that those who drank mixture had red spots that were on the neck. To date, probably all the sick had passed his treatment. And of course, all the inhabitants of the settlement to the only one recovered without exception. It is precisely because of these reasons that he now has enough to kill her. Miss was very evil for him, and said that he went far enough, the hero noted. Usually people say that hostile to him. Then the girl froze from her cartridge pocket with mixture, and said that she has no choice now. She, in turn, did not want to use it at all, but there was no choice, so she put it in her hand. The liquid immediately began to spread over the body of the Bargo, turning it into something strange. The girl added that in truth, she did not want to show herself such a freak. When transforming was finally completed, all those present realized that she was a witch. Joachim realized that the situation was becoming stressful, so he ordered his subordinates to knit her right away, and they rushed to her. The witch, using her strength, was able to stretch her limb, so she attacked it. But to great happiness for the knight, he could easily chop it off with his blade. Although after a few moments he felt that something strange would happen to him, as if he was losing consciousness. Therefore, he immediately fell to the ground and grabbed his own head. The girl smiled and said that there is a special offer for them. Very soon they will begin to cough with blood, and they will begin to appear red spots. Zik realized that this was bad if he immediately bursts to plague blood, so he shouted so that Joachim immediately evacuated ordinary soldiers. But with his own subordinates, he also said to leave and engage in people of county. The commander was angry because of his own brother and father, so he ordered, now to evacuate ordinary soldiers, and to the knights to do the witch, but in no case do not touch the blood. And also before leaving, he asked Sir Zik to take care of himself. Bargo realized what was happening and said, which means she would fight against a man. Therefore, I immediately attacked him, and the hero thought that she was already tired. Magicians would be just right to such opponents. He had to constantly dodge, so the girl also laughed, saying that Zik sees a good guard, despite her character. Therefore, she needed to strengthen her attacks, and she immediately did it. The hero was very angry at that moment, thinking how much you can still fight. Of course, he easily destroyed the limbs that were heading in his direction. And at those moments he perfectly understood, if he was touching plague blood, he would pick up an unknown disease to him. And with a careless cut, she exactly sprinkles everywhere, although how much they cut her wounds regenerate. It will not be easy and quite exhausting, and also worse. If such are those parts that the industry should be reinstated immediately. That's why he changed his strength to the fiery and rushed towards the girl. After this swift attack, one of its limbs immediately fell to the ground. The hero smiled and asked how she was such news, probably burning a little like a small wound. Zik continued to observe her body, thinking about whether it regenerates it or not. Since the rival had still limbs, she of course continued to attack him, thinking about the fact that he still decided that she would die right here, right now. The Barga tried to run away further, jumped out of the window, and the hero asked where she was. Swind of her, he immediately thought about that. Perhaps it was better to destroy her from the outside of the building, because in both he was definitely successful. Although probably it is not possible in any way to go beyond the borders of the county, it cannot believe that he is so wanding back and forth in order to reduce the damage to residents. I would have seen this. The demon. Zik Moore would have closed his tongue. The girl saw that she was being persecuted and asked him not to chase and lag behind her. The hero was not going to stop and said that she was going to when she lowers her hospitable tones, because if it is honest, he sounded disgusting. After some time, the witch ran to some slope and, out of breath, stopped there. Zik, of course, was behind and said that they would finish this friendly game in catching up here. Therefore, he grabbed his weapon and prepared to attack. But the rival turned in his direction and asked to wait for how about the transaction. Although she did not have time, she even say this, as her body was already pierced by some kind of force. It was definitely not a blade, but the magic that pierced her body. The hero was immediately very surprised when he saw that someone attacked her rival. Therefore, he did not understand what kind of light. Then he ran to the witch to look at her condition and realized that she had an instant death. Then he turned to the side and saw a silhouette in a dense forest more often. Soon he was behind the magic that was now. The stranger turned in his direction, and it turned out that it was a girl, but the hero did not understand who it was. It was because of this that he turned to a stranger and asked who she was. He was wondering if she was mock Count Dracula. The girl did not say anything and took off her hood. Zik carefully looked at her and realized that she was really a beauty. Suddenly, a new interlocutor dumbfounded him that she called Zim a Fortment, and immediately asked if she realized correctly that he was. The hero was surprised, so he asked if she knew him. And also thought about that. Maybe they had once seen when they belonged to one family, but he could not forget such a beautiful face. Suddenly the girl said that she was mistaken because he was not a Zik Fortment. The man immediately felt that the atmosphere changed sharply and therefore grabbed the weapon and then asked, didn't she recognize him? But what he heard after a few seconds was even more dumbfounded by the girl called him Zik Moore. Therefore he immediately rushed at her on the attack, but suddenly protective magic appeared. It turns out that it was a magic barrier who immediately pushed him away. Zik realized that she knew his name, about whom he was called in the days of the Lord of the Demons, of which in this world does not yet exist. In this case, it is interesting who she needs to try to talk to her. For this he asked where she knows what his name is. The interlocutor wanted did not answer anything, and then he realized that apparently she would not speak so easily, and if so, then something else was needed. Therefore, he said, if she really does not want to answer, then perhaps he goes on a date with him. This of course is suddenly enough, but she really pulled out his interest. From this, a stranger only got more angry and immediately began to use her own magic. She shouted that this vile proposal of a meeting and attacked the protagonist. Zik, seeing this rapid attack, thought that this could not be. Although he dodged the magic that attacked him, it is not clear why she was so fast. The opponent continued to attack, but he did not understand how she uses the reduction to create spells and their actions. And earlier her magic barrier appeared in seconds. It turns out that she may not even pronounce the spell, but to start using magic. And while he was thinking about it, lost concentration, part of magic, nevertheless injured him. Therefore he felt pain. He concentrated more strongly because he realized that he was inattentive. Looking at her opponent, it became clear that this woman is a senior magician. But while at such a young age, she manages to use the highest magic. The power that this sorceress used further covered a huge square, and the barrier protected it. Having accumulated it in a sufficiently large quantity, she immediately released her attack, directing her to Zika. The hero, of course, reflected her and immediately rushed into a counterattack. Very soon, he reduced the distance to a minimum, trying to attack it. The sorceress saw that an attack was being prepared for her, so she used another spell. It was a large stone block that came the way a man and compensated for a blow. Zik was angry due to the use of magic, because he understood that this woman was also skillfully fighting. At the same time, the girl stops her attacks with, was not going to, and, with the help of a stone block, still removed the hero. And then she changed her magic to pyromania, using another attack. As a result of this attack, the hero just in front of him saw a firestone. The ball flew in his direction. What this, of course, was infuriated again, and he tried to reflect him with his weapon. The blade was nourished with its own magic, so when a collision with a fireball exploded, Zik realized that it would not be possible to stop this attack so simply. Since he had more weapons, he applied his own mana to his right hand. And then he hit quite strongly, using new equipment, and shouted so that she tried to block this. The girl saw that the technique began to approach rapidly from several directions. As a result, even a shield that blocked all the blows could not cope, and her body was injured in several places. The hero please was not such a good attack, but really worked. Looking at the girl's evil face, he realized that she was even angry after that. She was not going to stop the battle, and tried to apply another attack. Zik thought that in addition to everything she knew the name Zikamora, so she was also revived in her second life. If it is really so that she was reborn, then this explains everything very well, but for the revived, she seems to move somehow strangely. And it seems that this girl cannot endure pain for some reason. Initially, a new person who has such battle skills as she has nothing. It cannot be said that pain is something unusual for her body. The hero realized that she could not describe this in one word, but it seems her experience was gained artificially. The thoughts of Zika broke the Dracula, who arrived at him. The commander asked if everything was in order with him, because he had a wound. The hero said that nothing terrible happened. They, in turn, could hurt with a fight, so let them remain in the distance. Suddenly, one of the knights turned his attention in the other direction and informed the master about this. It became clear that a charred body was a former witch, so Zik was interested in whether he killed her. He immediately said that this was not his hand and pointed to the girl standing in front of him. The commander noticed that he really says that that woman turned Miss Bargo into this. Zik replied that this was true, and they happened in just one blow. This stranger is definitely a mage of the highest rank. One of the knights said that he did not know exactly what had happened here, but this was attacked by Sir Zik I. So they need to perceive this girl as an enemy. The hero replied that this is true. Then he thought a little. He said that he thought, and it was the first to attack. He heard such shocking words that he did not consciously do this thought, except for the fact that she knows Zikamora, because he had no reason to fight her. To all this, it turns out that she even helped to get rid of the plague. Thinking the hero said that it was precisely his mistake was for sure, so he apologizes. But even so, she didn't say who really is. After that, the stranger only asked if these people are his subordinates, to which he said that this was not so. It turns out that they are his colleagues. The girl was surprised and asked about it. Zik said that this is true, and then he said firstly, he is grateful that she had killed this woman thanks to her action. The village was no longer injured. Residents will be grateful to her, and they almost died. Suddenly the interlocutor interrupted him and said that she could not believe it. He really says right now that he has any things before the suffering of people. The main character at that moment realized that she could say a lot of superfluous. Her words, he was struck, and he thought whether she really knew him before the rebirth. It is precisely that Zikamora, who was the merciless lord of demons. Suddenly the knight shouted to the girl how she dares in such a tone to talk with Zik, the hero of Osparurin. The stranger was surprised to hear such words and asked what other hero. Zik also said that he was not. But the knight continued to say that Sir has shown so much virtue for their county, so it is unclear how she dares to say dirty words to such a person. Then the girl asked the question whether he was a Zik, and it is interesting what his last name was. The man answered, "What in fact is the difference? Because he was just a Zik. He does not know that he knows and in what quantity, but he does not need to impose his thoughts to him. The man understood that he is not a fortorse and not a pestilence, so like that. The hero immediately drew attention to the girl, and she said something that this was completely different. Zik realized that he could not understand her at all, but you can't waste time more. And he said, if she does not say who she really is, then it will now be regarded as a person who illegally penetrated into the territory of the county. Before he had time, he even spoke it. The stranger took advantage of the talisman who hung on her neck. After that, the bright magic light began to radiate from her, spreading around the district. People did not understand what it was at all. Through the light that penetrated in space, the hero tried to consider that it was an artifact. The stranger, in turn, remained in place, continuing to use his strength. And when the light began to spread even more than this, it simply disappeared. This was the first to see Hans, who said that she had disappeared. Zik went to the place where she was and realized that the creation of artifacts in itself, even with a low rank of magic, is no longer weak. But it cannot be that she also had an artifact of ultra-high magic with her, allowing him to move through space. So he became interested in the truth, who she was. After some time, people gathered near the temple by Joachim said that the father and brother would not be able to get into paradise. The knight that was nearby added that this is the price of atonement. He is sure that they would be ready for this. Further, the heir to the county said that he expresses his gratitude to both of them, and thanks for being present at the funeral. Zik said that he did not thank him for this. At the same time, Joachim noticed that it was necessary to organize the chase and find out who exactly was that magician. It is a pity that they did not do it. The hero said that everything was in order. She still used the artifact, so it is not possible to detect her trace. At that moment, he thought that she knew him for sure in a past life, so now she needed to slowly unravel this. Further, the commander stated that they had heard the three of them were already going further. Zik noticed that this is so. They only made a slavery to a fight along the way, and now it was necessary to follow. The interlocutor said that this is true, but he does not think to fully visit slavery because he guarantees the best appeal. The man thanked him for this, but refused. And even if he was not with the county of the Dracula, nothing terrible will happen, and all because he is now a new count. Joachim noted, this is not so even this time. If not for Zik, then Osperin would have suffered a big trouble. During the battle, he nevertheless somehow opposed his fear of blood. But in the end, when everything was already over, he fell immediately without strength. The head of the county of Dracula, but turned out to be geomophobe, and it looked so sorry. The hero took out from his pocket the little thing that hit him and asked if he wanted to try this. The count asked in surprise, wasn't this the very thing that was then in prison? Zik noted that he understood everything correctly. He took him out of the wreckage, while he lives like a Graf of the Dracal family. In the future, the day will come when hemophobia becomes an obstacle. To prevent this from happening, he will need such a little thing. Bloody vessels will endow it with blood possession. The interlocutor said that this name sounds like something not very good, but the man said that this is the ability to manipulate the blood surrounding him. It will be possible to do this, since he will only wish. But because of excessive greed, you can become obsessed with her. Joachim understood if the blood of other people began to crave, this would cause loud chaos. But Zik said that it was not worth worrying about it at all. Then the count asked if there was really some way to prevent this. In response, he heard, if his mind was captured, then he will come and kill him with his own hands. After a short period of time, night has already come in the county. The newly made count was at his workplace and was engaged in business when someone knocked on his door and he invited him to go out. It was a subordinate knight that he told the master that he brought another documents at which he needed to look. He also added that he looked somehow tired, Joachim said. Earlier at that time he was in bed, and who knew that he would begin to miss his weakness from his illness. The interlocutor noted that the bloody vessel really had a strong effect on it. He became much healthier than before, and gratifying to see it. And also interesting how his thirst for blood is doing. The man said, sometimes there is a desire to eat, but after a while it disappears on its own. Apparently, there is really no need to subjugate the blood of other people. Then the master demonstrated how he owns her, and the knight said that it looks very cool. The man added about his thoughts, because it will be useful to be able to protect himself independently, so he trains from time to time. The subordinate noticed, speaking of this, how Sir Zik found out. It turns out that he did not open to the very end who he was, and just left. The young master then asked if there is a need for this in general, because he is the savior, precisely the person who protects their county. And their county of the Dracula of this status is quite enough for this. Then the man told Broda that there is something else that needs to be investigated. The person in the black that helped in the spread of the plague and the swing of the attacking Sir Zik in this is involved in this, so that it is necessary to find out about them. At this night, the main character, together with his detachment, were at the path and sat near the fire. Snock, along with their pet, slept peacefully, seeing dreams. But the main character sat by the fire, thinking about who the very girl was. She knew that before his rebirth, his name was Zik Moore. Being the Lord of Demons, he didn't meet a person with such an appearance. In skills, it is somewhat similar to the demonic Lord of Magic. In the second half of the Era of Minds, he, together with Zik, was one of the demonic lord and the embodiment of horror itself. He, in turn, was fluent in all kinds of magic even a couple of times they intersected. But that man was a man, and even an old man. And now specifically, and no one comes to his mind at all, before he would have forgotten this before. If this girl returned like him, then she is related to the key distorting fate. In this case, who knows? Maybe this girl was those who transplanted him into a man. All that he reflects about is just assumptions and nothing concrete. But even so, this whole situation seems very strange to her face, and emotions give themselves. In addition, it is completely incomprehensible why she looked at him with such a look when she disappeared. The thoughts were interrupted by Hans, who turned to the master. He stated that he would like to talk about the words that he said the last time, that the priority was to deal with Miss Bargo and not save Osperin. Zik said that everything happened as he thought. He probably did not like it, although he simply cannot but understand him to prevent numerous victims. You cannot ignore the one that is right in front of his eyes. Then he asked to ask a question and asked if he wanted to become a hero or god. Even he could not achieve such a super gene, absolutely everything that he wanted. And in the future there will not be a person who can. It is difficult to accept immediately, but you can't be at a loss at the time of the decision. Because this is the worst that could happen. Hans asked the question whether Zik thinks that he could become a hero. He thought for only a few moments, and then he said, if he wants, then let it do. While he remains subordinate to him, he will help then he can. In the process of conversation, the subordinate asked, unless there is no way when making a decision, more people will be able to save. Zik replied that he is, but there is nothing special about it. You just need to become stronger. In other words, in order to achieve his goals, he just needs to train more hard. Time flew quickly enough, and now the sun began to appear from the horizon. And with them the monsters arrived, which were merciless wolves. Right before these creatures there was a SNK, which was preparing to repel the attack. The monsters later after a few moments and immediately rushed in his direction, trying to tear this man. But their attempts were in vain because the guy took advantage of his stone force and killed them. But this, of course, was not all the monsters who were selected stealthily. Their attack was also not destined to happen because Hans trained here too. Then the main character approached the guys and asked if they had finished training, and also checked the Volkov, who were in a deplorable state, and said that they definitely died. Then one of the guys asked, but why there are so many monsters? The second added that this is true right behind them, because there is already a village. Zik thought it over and realized that it was really a bit too much monster, but that here in the district this is also not clear. And when everyone began to think about it, the old man turned to them. He looked like a hunter and said that they look strong. Therefore, he asked if they are really strong, would they be able to help him? The man informed them of the orc, who was walking on this mountain, and asked to deal with him. And then after all, no one knows, maybe the trouble will happen to those inhabitants who climb here. Zik, along with their detachment, agreed to do this and finally found his traces. Snuck asked, the innovation carefully see, because it seems, however, it was an orc. And Hans added, it is likely that they can move the whole group. After that, the head stated that in this case, the first thing you need to look for other traces, increase the district. But the interlocutor did not understand whether they could find something only with this small clue. The hero said that he was not very much with the search for the trail. Then the guys did not understand how he thinks to look for them. Zik said that they will be very simple to look for them. Walk, look, listen, and feel. Therefore, he ordered the guys to simply follow him, but his subordinates did not quite like it. The hero himself thought, of course, he could not compare with professionals, but he knows the basic principles of work on such clues. His sensation range is very wide, and Hans with Snock walk very quickly. In this case, in just a few days, they will definitely be able to find at the orc. Walking along the thicket, suddenly he saw some boy and thought that it was still such a undead. The guys noticed that this is a small child, but what he is doing in the mountains, his skin is to the bone and as if about to fall without strength. The boy was really exhausted and wanted to eat very much. Suddenly, right in front of him, he saw a loaf of bread that was handed to him. He raised his eyes to see who did this and saw the protagonist. He said that it was really very tasty and asked if he wanted to try. After that, they remained in the tavern of the village and cleaned the mountains. And a few days later, they even found the orcs in their habitat. Of course, the elimination of these creatures was also not problematic, and they quickly coped. When the old man was handed over, he asked if I needed money. The hero replied that they did not need money because it was not so difficult. That is why, in gratitude, the head of the village treated them with a hearty dinner, called them a wand for a help. Also, with them, the boy who came across him along the way. The hero just went outside and put his hand on his shoulder, frightened. The boy shouted that he was scared and did not understand why he was scary every time he scares him so. And the heroes in turn took the food again and immediately handed him to him. After all, he thought that he constantly only helps him to do good deeds. The guy hesitated and said that he did not come in order to beg. The man noticed that it was impossible to reject gifts from malicious. And the interlocutor added that his mother spoke from the stranger and not accept anything, but Zik added that this said about bad adults. The young man said, then if so, then the uncle is a good adult. Zik smiled and stated that this is not so. He is a bad adult who is trying to live in a good way. After some time, they sat together near the building and talked among themselves. The man, worrying about the boy, asked him to eat more because his stomach could get sick. Soon, the guy finished food. Then the hero asked if he would be home today too. He noted that this was so mom and dad worked hard. Then the master said that he was kind enough. But what his parents do is interesting. After all, it turns out that the boy constantly gets food from him. He replied that he misunderstood. Everything was wrong. It turns out that throughout the village they say that Uncle, a kind person, also caught the orcs. Soon these said that he would come to their tavern, and there is no need to look at him, as if at some criminal in the lane. The boy said whether there is such a place like him, then swearing immediately begins. But the master said that he had already talked to them, so he might not have worried at all. The young man immediately asked why he did so well all other people, because they hate him. The protagonist thought that this situation, as then with Timmy. After all, the guy also said that the first someone said that he would help him without any conditions, and Zika really shocked these words. Therefore, after short thoughts, he said that in comparison with them, he was really kinder, but the boy added, did he not call himself a bad adult who tried to live in a good way? The man unobtrusively refused, then he will be a bad adult who lives kinder than the same kind people. The guy immediately began to laugh, hearing these words, and asked how it could be at all. Zik immediately stroked his head and said that this is true in this world, such a strange person like him. The boy noticed that I would like to have a lot of people like an uncle in the world. If it is so, then the world will really become very cool. Soon they began to say goodbye, because the boy needed to go home, as it was too late. Therefore he said goodbye to Zik, and he wished him to reach well. Very soon he was going to say something else, but when he turned around, the interlocutor was no longer there, so he realized that he quickly left. The boy quickly returned home, because he thought that mom and dad would be happy. Although I realized, if you take something from his uncle so often, then you can't do it, because tomorrow he will definitely ask his name, and do this in order to someday for sure, but to pay him. Suddenly the guy saw several people and realized that he had not seen one of them before. This is probably a tourist, but then what he was doing with his uncle from the village. The man, in turn, apparently agreed on something, and one of them transferred the money to another. The boy who saw everything that happened thought that the atmosphere was really strange. Therefore, I realized that it was necessary to leave as soon as possible, but suddenly the person who was flatter turned in his direction and, removing the hood, said that they had a beetle here. The boy realized that he was not to do and immediately prepared for the worst. At this time, the main character was together, an overnight stay, but for some reason he did not sleep like the rest of his subordinates. And he thought about the fact that next time, perhaps, he should give the boy not only bread, but something else. By the way, they do not even know each other with these small names, and they communicate so well. It is possible that they really made friends so well. Although it will be possible to ask him about this tomorrow. At this time, the tearful boy tried to run away, keeping his own life. After some time, the heroes, along with the detachment, continued to fight. Hans asked if this was enough. And I noticed SNK in the places that they looked before, cleaned again, and only these were from the monsters. Zik realized that now there are no signs of approaching any new monsters. To all this, there is a clear feeling that their number has decreased greatly. Perhaps it was these creatures that were replaced by the mountain due to changes in the power of monsters in the district. At least for a while, this village will no longer suffer from monsters or animals descending from the mountains. Therefore, with a smile on his face, he stated that they had done well and now he should go slowly. And when they arrived in the village, the locals, as usual, thanked them for their help. The head of the village said that, thanks to them, only they are alive, but how to repay for their kindness. Hans said that this was not so in order, and there was nothing special, so there was nothing to thank for. But for some reason, SNK began to worry about the boy, because today he did not see him. He, in turn, was always here when he did not go down the mountain. The hero thought that he would also like to see him again before leaving. One of the local residents and asked if she had a child that he would heal after the palisade. If you think about it, then he has not seen him for a couple of days, and usually he comes to help with all sorts of things at this time. Then Hans said that the village is not only here, he decided to go somewhere else, but Snook was still worried that they did not see him. Mr. Turn turned in the other direction and said that it was already necessary to go. The subordinate asked if so, then where they go this time. The hero replied that they have not yet gone anywhere, but simply try to go to the small home. And very soon they arrived at the destroyed buildings where the boy was supposed to live. Partner, it turned out that it was here. But did people really live here? Because the area was very destroyed. Using the MANHUA monitoring of Zik, I did not feel at all a single trace of people. Therefore, he began to worry and did not understand what could happen to that boy. After a short period of time, he felt something sharply. Then he did not explain anything to his guys, immediately rushed forward. A man arrived at one of the buildings with a closed door. He felt that someone was dying right here. That's why he did not stand on ceremony and immediately knocked out the door with his foot. The first man came to his eyes, as well as a woman who were already dead. But there was another living person, and this was the same boy who moaned plaintively. Some kind of tattoo was visible on all this on his body. They were very much scared for the state of this guy, so he asked him to wake up. Also, after a short examination, he found out that he was still breathing, and if you use the potion now, he should survive. But it turns out that there is a label that radiates demonic energy right in front of him. Finally, the young man opened his eyes and asked, "Was it really an uncle?" The hero said that it was true, and he asked how he ended up here. The man replied that the boy did not appear in the city, so this time he himself came to him. The boy was very happy about this, and Zik asked what happened. No one did it. The kid noted that he did not know this for the first time, saw him in their village, and he says to a foreign man, and he first went out at night. "Dad, that stranger killed the first, but his mother, the boy followed him. He said that if he did not scream, then mom and dad will survive." Although he was very painful at that moment, he somehow tried not to scream in order to leave them alive. The hero realized that that man means tortured him and said that he would leave his parents alive if he did not scream, and in the end he still killed his parents. The most sad thing in this story is to realize that all this was just for the sake of fun. The boy with tears continued to say that mom and dad, as well as people from neighboring houses, were his whole family. All of them died, and he has no one else left, which means that this is his fault. The man immediately grabbed him on the head and asked not to worry very much, because this is not his fault. Then he asked to say if he saw the face of the very man that he did all this. The guy said that he had no hair and a strange tattoo on half his face. Suddenly he felt that the label began to radiate dark light. It was clear that she was killing the boy, therefore the hero took advantage of his strength. In his palm, he accumulated a large amount of mana and immediately put his hand to the place where the label was. And after a few moments, she completely disappeared with the body of the boy. After that, Zik said that he tried well, and then the man will figure it out. The guy wanted to thank his uncle for this, but lost too much strength and soon lost consciousness and died. The hero in turn understood this, and then only put the bread that brought with him to the boy's hand. Then he drew attention to the output door, because he felt that someone entered. It turned out that these were his subordinates, who were horrified by what happened. After the master saw them, he reported that they were preparing to go on a road, and they will go to the one who can help avenge this child. At night, the main character, along with his subordinates, were near the abandoned houses. Just there, they said goodbye to the boy's parents and the boy himself by burning bodies. Snook wished them to go to the best place, but Hans did not expect that he would even arrange a funeral for a boy whom he saw a couple of times. And now he is also going to take revenge for him so it doesn't look like him. The guy does not think that he does all this because of a sense of justice or something like that. The thing is good, of course, but Sir Zik is not such a person to begin to act on such a matter. However, this is the fact that the death of this boy made his favor the useless, and from above that the person he had cared about died such a brutal death. It turns out that these two things definitely touched the pride of the master. When the dawn of the body began, only the bones remained completely and remained. The main character, in turn, took a large jar and began to collect them. But when it ends with this, he told his subordinates that they were going on the road. The saint was just in the temple and left the room. What if she saw a familiar person, and it was Sir Wei, so she greeted him? Then the old man asked Lady Lubella whether her prayer passed well. The girl replied that everything was in order, but asked what was happening. The knight smiled and said that a good friend visited them, although the interlocutor did not understand who was talking about. Zik, along with subordinates at that time, sat in the gazebo and drank tea. The guys thought that this place is even more grandiose than in the Church of the Order of Keruvaman, so the relationship of the Sir is really extensive. Soon, finally, the old comrades met and greeted each other. Wake smiling said that he was glad, because a man in complete health, as he sees. The hero said that this was true, but he realized that this smile of the death car, and he could not get used to it. At the same time, Lubella also greeted Hans because he also had not seen him for a long time. It was also interesting on it who it was next to him. The guy replied that it was his friend, his name is Snook, and we would wear a mole next to him. Then Zik announced so far earlier and expected, they heard news about Miss Lubella. They say that she did not have a very short time for her second name, who could only be given to the Holy Mistress. The girl was very embarrassed from this. And her faithful defender said, to be honest, before making the final decision it remained to make only one insignificant thing. It remains to establish a justification. The hero noticed that this was true only to get consent from the Holy Madame Karuna. And what they think about a big and impressive business instead of any little things, the interlocutors immediately looked at him interested. And Zik asked, but what about the destruction of the Belid unit in the northern part of the country? Soon the man told the story of what happened to the boy. The saint was horrified by this story. Like Vei, who was very angry and asked if the murder of a boy, whom he knew well, was the work of the people of Belid people. Zik said that they understood everything, right? And then asked if they knew what kind of sign it was. The old man said that this was one heresy of several, which Belids did. Dark magic used so that a person has not died ahead of time. A person's life is painted with a person's energy from Belid. It is a magic that retains life for a predetermined period of time, even if it is mortally wounded. In ordinary cases, it is used so that a person survived during torture or, as he heard, for playing with people. Then he asked if there is really no information about who exactly killed the child. Zik said that we are talking about a bald man and half of his face was covered with a tattoo. Suddenly the saint said that his name was Kolin Truslov. The hero asked in surprise if she really knew him. Lubella reported that he was one of the cardinals, who are in the direct subordination of the Holy Father of the clan Belid. He is famous as the one who creates all kinds of terrifying things of this world. Wade was surprised that he took it just like that and appeared in the village. Zik said that this really happened. It seems that he could pass by and just stop to buy the provisions. Also had fun along the way, decided, as you can see. The only victims of the poor living on the outskirts, so there were no unrest inside the village. It is also strange for you that a lot of monsters live about the mountains around the village, and even the orcs arranged a refuge there. Wade, after hearing, he said that he was not feeling so simple. Although this is excellent, if they go against people from Belit, then he, along with Karuvaman, is ready to flee to any battlefield. At the same time, a big disadvantage is that, unfortunately, they do not have very much information about their database. The hero replied that he knows the location of the northern unit Belid. To all this, he knew the location of another one. The old man shouted that this was the benefits of Lady Lubella sick, as expected. When the saint, she asked how they find out how reliable this data is. Not so simple to get information of one organization. Zik said that by chance he recognized them and thought that it was before his return. The girl was glad that he knew a lot, even about the runes drawn during the incident on Ponti. The man, in turn, perfectly understood that these were the very runes that she had drawn to his rebirth. At that moment, the old man said, "Perhaps the first thing they will go to the northern branch, because you need to check the location. Judging by the fact that there is their first place of destination, then after the priority, it will be dealt with from the Trivis." Then he asked Zik whether he realized that his main goal was revenge. And he, in turn, said that because of this, the villain, he did not even have time to hear the name of the boy. Very soon, the detachment that was formed reached the desert. Weg, who saw this area, said that the world is really full of miracles. And he, in turn, did not even think that instead of such a Ziku, then it seemed that even such a world as him did not meet this. The interlocutor noted that he was sure that the world had seen enough, but now, looking at such a landscape, he understands that he was arrogant. Just think that he thought to measure the world, which was created by the goddess, with his own standards. The hero asked if those who really serve the goddess have such feelings. The rest said that he would feel the same as he if he believes in the holy Karun. Then he asked what he was thinking about it, because Karuvaman's doors are always open to him. Zik thanked, but was forced to refuse. They further continued their path, and you noticed that here, the northern unit of Belid, may not be that he doubts it, but there are still concerns. Because he heard, due to the fact that Bela, in whom the Belia god believes, where they build their temples, must be water. But together, where they are now, there is no her. The hero replied that he perfectly understands at first glance everything looks like that. However, it was because of such prejudice that people still could not find these guys. Having thought about it, the old man said that it still makes sense. Continuing his way, Zik rushed forward and said that he needed to go a little more. Soon he left the horses. The men continued their way on foot. And after a little time, they found the cave, and Zik said that the entrance is here. Of course, she was not going to stop with departure, and their path was further inside. Inside, they saw countless water. Wei was shocked, because I did not know what a wilderness could be, an underground lake of such scale. That is why he still could not find a guy from this organization. Suddenly, in the distance of this cave, something began to glow red. The uninvited guests at this place noticed him and immediately hid, because they understood that it was impossible to give themselves out. It turned out that there was a round in some shrine ahead. The old man realized that Belid's sign was directly above her, and though they erected the temple in such a place, Zik asked when he saw it whether he could trust him now. The interlocutor immediately grabbed his hand and said that to prepare the best detachments of Karuviman. After a short period of time, the men returned to the temple and were at the same table. The hero was greeted by the Holy Father of Karuviman, stating that he was very happy about his acquaintance. From this situation, Zik was a little embarrassed and thought that you could just go crazy. In the days of the great bishop, he did not know that he was so close to the creator of the zombie with whom he was fighting. Remaining behind, he cured his subordinates and even supported the attack, and the knights really did not stop. Without jokes, then a man really almost died in that battle. I did not expect that it would somehow be at a meeting with the Holy Father of Karuvaman for what is more difficult than meeting the emperor of the country. The Holy Father said, as a representative of his faith, he expresses gratitude to him for telling them about the shelter of the Beliads. Then Zik noted that he just extended his hand to help because he wanted to do something. The interlocutor said that he heard he wants to take revenge, but is thinking about participating in the battle. And the hero said that he was going to do this only until he attacks the temple. He plans to penetrate him. And then they asked him, is he really going to do this to deal with the person who killed the boy? The Basin immediately smiled and said that he was planning to suffocate him properly. The Holy Father was a little surprised and said that it was a little frightening. A person was about to stand with an old age, and his heart could not withstand. Further, the hero apologized for succumbing to feeling, but the interlocutor noted that Colin understands Troslov so disgusting that he was reducing his teeth, but he was very strong at the same time. There are even guesses that he is endowed with the power of the same level as the high-ranking fighters of Karuvaman detachments. In this case, he is interested in whether everything will be in order. Zik said that he would definitely not interfere with them. The Holy Father exhaled with relief and said that he means he did not come up with how he might notice, so this is good. This operation will take place in a completely secret, and it is impossible for the pests to learn about their plans, and also escaped. Wig added in this way, for the security to them three would be better to stay here in the temple until the departure, and the main one noticed that he would be immensely grateful to them if they arrive like that. Then Zik asked the Holy Father if he could listen to his request. When he gave his consent, he said that he would like to receive the title of Honorary Knight. Those present were a little surprised from this because they did not expect this. Then the old man asked if he could find out why he needed it. The hero said that there is no particular reason for it, just if he gets the same rights as elite knights will be able to fight on an equal footing. And it was then that Troslov will be angry even more when he finds out. When the meeting ended, the Holy Father said that this Zik is even more unique than you can imagine. Wei said that his character, perhaps he has a strange clearance, but he does his job as it should. And Lubella added that if he becomes an honorary knight Karuvaman, then it will definitely not be ashamed of him. The Holy Father said that this is good, and in this case he would immediately give him the title of Elite Knight. And suddenly he realized that among the knights of the elite there is one active and strong person in skills, like Sir Zik. Therefore he asked if he could send him to the mission with them. Vague asked, but who is it? The interlocutor was a little at the same time, and then said that his name is Glenn Zenard. Lubella asked if he was talking about this person. The interlocutor asked if something was really wrong. Remembering a meeting with him, the girl said that everything was in order, but every time he ate sees, continues to ask if she has any experiences, although she always says that they are not. Wig smiled and said, it seems to him that Lord Zenard was showing interest in the mistress, she said, as so that who serves Karuna is not going to start a relationship or get married. The knight added, in any case, he thinks that he could not participate in this war. He went as support somewhere else, so it is difficult to contact him. Then Lubella noticed if she was uncomfortable whether he should spread a few words with Lord Zenard. She said that she was not needed. Everything is in order. But the interlocutor was interested in whether there was something that was still bothering her. The saint noticed that she did not think that all because he was showing interest in her. She does not know what was the matter, but it seems something else here. The defender did not understand what she was talking about. And then, after thinking, the lady said that she had the feeling that he was checking her. After a short period of time, Karuvaman's detachment was formed and hit the road. At the head of them was Wig, along with the main character, as well as a saint. The main place arrived at the necessary place that the entrance is in front of them. Lubella noticed that now they could start, and the interlocutor noticed that she understood everything correctly to get down to business. Already now they will arrange a trial of these damn bellyads. The hero went down from his horse and said that in this case he would go first. The old man said then, which means he did not change his mind that he would get through the first temple. Zik noted that this is so, because they were already agreed in everything a long time ago. You should not worry so much, even if he is caught, he has almost no information. Then Lubella said that this was not what she had in mind. The hero noted that he knows this very well. Beliad will not catch him, and nothing like that will certainly happen. Then he turned to his subordinates and said that he had a request. They are trained to protect themselves, so they should not die. Then he smiled and said that if they die, then such a fate. And without saying a word after that, he jumped into the entrance to the cave. The saint did not really like this situation in speech, so she asked if everything would be fine. Wig answered, at the moment it would be best to trust Sir Ziku. And then he stated that they should already come in inside. A panic occurred in the Belid temple itself and an emergency was announced. And all this happened due to the fact that the sentries saw Karuvaman on the other side of the lake. It was announced to defend themselves while the knights crossed the river, after which it would immediately go out to attack. It is necessary to quickly stop these heretics so that they do not get 2 shrines. One of the guards that was at the door was literally asleep, and when he heard a commotion, he opened his eyes and asked what happened. But at that moment the hand of the protagonist already touched him, so just in one movement he killed this follower of Belid. When he did this, then he thought that nothing had changed here. He in turn was worried that the layout would change in comparison with the one that was before his rebirth, and fortunately, it remained the same. The hero was alone, so he managed to swim unnoticed, but the guys from Karuvaman will probably cope on their own. You should not think about superfluous, and it is better to focus on what should be done now. Right in front of him there was to be a prayer room. Since this is a temple, then it will be here, and something most important will be. To check this, the man immediately went inside and began to watch what was there. He was surprised when he saw a strange thing in front of the room, and wondered if it was really created in a similar place. If it is here, then this Troslov clearly comes running here first. For them, it will be a great priority than to stop Karuvaman. Therefore, he realized that in this case he would wait for his own victim. The battle between the temples continued quite rapidly, and there were even explosions. From the scene, it was reported that Karuvaman was already crossing the lake. Troslova was at the scene. Only asked how many of them in the detachment, the subordinate replied that he was not particularly sure, but he thinks that there were more than 1,000. He thought, if there is such an amount that he was told, then the followers of Belid is also something like this. But there is a problem when he looks at them, so he said that they are either all knights or a high-rank face. The subordinate apparently answered, so Troslov at that moment was angry, not understanding how they generally found out about this place. I did not think that this is not the power that this unit could cope with and cause reinforcements too late. Therefore, he informed the brothers Trin to lead the troops and prevent the people of Karuvaman to cross the lake, to which they immediately agreed. The newly made commander shouted so that everyone would run to hold the enemies so that they would not cross the lake. And Troslova himself thought about the fact that for a start he needed to figure out something with something and sped off in an unknown direction. Along the way, he thought that you need to be calmer as he would deal with this, and it would be possible to ask Belid for the blessing she victory. But when it arrived that it was nowhere that was a very important thing, it was shocked. After all, many followers of his temple were killed, and right in front of the shrine was the main character. But this was not the saddest for him, because he saw that there was no that relic for which he came. Therefore, he got angry and asked who he was still like that of the dogs of Karuvaman. It was interesting whether he did it. Zik replied that he misunderstood he was a person who has a bad foreboding at his expense. The opponent immediately got angry and said that he was killing like him. Suddenly, the hero pacified his ardor a little, asking if he was true to the Kolong of the Trivas Cardinal clan Belid. A bloodthirsty expression on the face of the protagonist at that moment said a lot. The man once again asked if he was the person who killed the boy, but the interlocutor did not understand who was talking about. And when he remembered, he asked, did he really fall here at his whim, and he also carries nonsense? Do he really remember every little thing that he did recently? At that moment, a detachment of elite warriors arrived at him, so he ordered the brothers to deal with this guy. Zik said that he was very sorry, because he would first want to hear the reason. The opponent did not understand what was at stake, so he said that he explained. The hero asked, did he not kill people in the slums and also tortured the child at the same time? Remembering the fact that Troslov happened immediately in a smile, he noticed, which means he speaks of the very boy, it is true that he killed him. The man came to the village to buy provisions and to teach them accidentally crossed. It was then that he immediately decided that he would kill everyone. And the murder of the family of Small and his neighbors was nothing more than a bonus. But if you look for the reason, then the whole thing is in it all died precisely because of that boy. The fact that they died of his hand is the hands of the one who carries the honor of Bela and controls this Mai should be an honor for them. After listening to him, Zik asked, did he really only dumped all the blame on the small one? Troslova said he finally wanted to teach him what is called responsibility. There were quite powerful explosions, and then he said that there was no more time to postpone. It is not clear how Karuvaman's people found out about this place. The main character immediately said that he called them here. He did this only in order to end this person that stands ahead of him. The Kaloon was surprised and shouted that it was ridiculous. Interesting what he would do to end him. The hero said that he really took care of the boy whom he killed with his own hands. The interlocutor said that all this noise could not be this. He really arranged him only because of the kid. Zik said that he himself said that only because of the boy he killed the guide, not the rest of the people in the settlement. They, in turn, would not meet if he, like a mouse, sat quietly in a dark place. And today, this collapse in the form of a temple with the head of the fish will completely disappear. Troslova was very angry because of this, and the hero continued to say that he himself was to blame for everything, and the temple would disappear because of him. After these words, the opponent immediately took advantage of the power of Beliad, and the water poured forward. The main character in turn was ready for this, because he understood with whom he had to fight. At that moment, he thought that the force was really huge from one blow and could even die. In general, he easily returned from this attack, jumped up and clutching the animal's head. The Colin was surprised, not understanding how he managed to crank up. Zik smiled and said that he might understand if this person was those who taught the boy what responsibility is. Well, is it really a fish Bashka Bel taught all of them that it was not necessary to bear responsibility at all? He frankly mocked their deity. The cardinal was even more angry with these words and for change the power again. He directed her to the wall, where the protagonist was at that very easily dodged. Troslova did not understand what his subordinates were doing. Would it really not be fighting? After that, of course, they entered the battle and threw their daggers towards Zik, which hung on the wall again. Then the man took out his weapons and reflected everything that flew in his direction. The opponents were surprised that he simply coped with this. Further, the hero took out the thing that the cardinal arrived and said, "You should not be so hot. It is not clear what will happen if you accidentally hurt this." The Colin was horrified when he saw a relic in his hands and asked how he dares to know something about it. Zik said, "Because this is an artifact that controls the monsters. Everyone called him the vengeful spirit of the pyramid, probably." The interlocutor was again shocked, asking how he knew this. And the hero, looking at things in his hand, began to remember. The vengeful spirit of the pyramid is an artifact that allows manipulating any monsters. This spirit itself is ominous, and in order to activate it, negative emotions emanating from an innocent soul. Before the revival of the hero, Belids used the brutal method of obtaining these emotions to complete the artifact, just like those torture that the small one experienced. So it may be that he tortured the boy just in order for this artifact to become full-fledged. The frequent appearance of monsters to the village also occur because of this spirit. After all, the monsters instinctively followed him, so Zik community knows a lot of things, but it is interesting that he now feels a little that will go wrong, and he will definitely develop that they were so strong. Inside the word, the vengeful spirit of the pyramid stated so easily, which cannot be said about his weak body. Therefore, he is going to kill him in the most brutal way that only is in the world. And after these pathos words, he naturally applied his water force. But Zik, as usual, did not hesitate and just dodged this attack. Then the opponent asked him how much he was still going to run away and not to fight. The hero understood that he could somehow deal with all the others, but it would not be possible to defeat the Troslov in his current state. Therefore, he declared the difference in their power is too obvious, so insisting in a duel one-on-one is somehow stupid, so he is thinking at first to escape. And the opponent smiled and asked where he was going to run away from the rat. The man who was on the wall at the same time began to hit the wall with his fist. At the same time, the cardinal did not understand that he was doing this and called him just a fool. But suddenly, together where Zik was, a hole appeared, which was ventilation, and the opponent was surprised that there was even such. Further, the hero said that the mouse would now try to run into its norm. And finally, he only mocked the interlocutor, making his face. After that, he headed for an underground prison in the northern unit Belid. There were keys in his hands, so it was obvious that he would try to free the room. In conclusion, people sat with bright, burning red eyes that they wanted to take revenge. The hero of his turn just asked about it before releasing them. The battle near the temple, in turn, continued more violently. The people of the Belid temple told each other that they should be restored with all their might. It is necessary not to let them advance to the temple even more and get rid of everyone. At that moment, power began to appear from the water that was located. And this power was completely difficult, and the sinister, which was attacked by Wega. And the priests at that moment immediately asked the Holy Crown to protect their faithful servant. It was because of this that the attack from the water failed, because before the old man a cross appeared that he defended him. Then one of the knights informed him that all the soldiers sent to Beliads were subject to attack. The commander-in-chief immediately got angry because of this and prepared for the attack. He headed for the strongest attack towards the dome that he defended the enemy temple. But after it there was an explosion and nothing further happened. Wag, of course, was very surprised and thought, was it really useless? Slightly stronger than he thought, and does not believe that he reflects even his strongest blow. Then he was informed that they had just destroyed the wall from the Belid detachments near the lake. This is their chance. It is necessary to install prepared equipment for crossing to end this until the enemies surpassed again. Therefore, the soldiers of Karuvaman in a hurry began to build crossings, and after a little time, everything was ready, which was reported to everyone else. The commander-in-chief ordered the brave soldiers to move forward, and they did so. Belids immediately shouted that Karl Lemons crossed the river. They needed to stop them again. To suppress the crossing across the river, several obsessed arrived. They used his elements, stating that the rest crossed the bridge that installed fanatics and fought with them. And the members of Karuvaman realized that the power of the shield seemed to become even higher. Lubella also fought violently, asking the Holy Karun to give strength and blessing for a faithful servant. Weg, in turn, arrived at the rest of his subordinates to the front line. Then he attacked those enemy soldiers who had just arrived, and most of them were only destroyed by one blow. Then the old man came close to the barrier and felt the vile energy of Bella. He realized whether there would be attracted all her energy to himself, then other knights would not be distracted by her. She still does not affect him in any way. Even if he just stands here, it will more than help their detachment. At the same time, he understood that now they are not at all in a favorable position. However, if the shield falls, and they will be able to damage the main military camp, then the advantage will immediately go over to their side. And I really want to hope that the prisoner will still be able to break the shield. At this time, many knights of Belida moved near the main shrine. Troslova was beside himself from rage and ordered them to pass everything properly. That man had the vengeful spirit of the pyramid. That is why you should immediately find him and immediately select the shrine. One of the subordinates said that they were looking for in all places, but it was not visible anywhere. The main thing realized that this was bad. He is a roof, but it is not clear how he found out about the secret tunnel, which even they did not suspect. At the same time, the interlocutor thought that he was constantly moving, avoiding them here, so they could not find him. The cardinal from this got even more angry and immediately kicked him. And then he said that this man was carrying the vengeful spirit of the pyramids with him. The ward in front of him immediately apologized for this and said that they would check again. So before getting another blow, he managed to hide. The Colleen perfectly understood that he needed time in order to think. That person with exactly said that Karuvaman brought here to take revenge on him. If this is true, then it turns out that he should help them in the battle. In addition, judging by his reaction to the vengeful spirit, the pyramids do not think that from the very beginning he came precisely for the shrine. Then it is not clear what he did in the temple. He thought very little about it. He realized that he needed to protect the shield rather. In one of the rooms there was a statue of Delirium, and before her prayed her how many members of the church. It turns out that it was they who, with the help of the power of their deity, supported the shield protecting from the entrance to the church. And the main character just searched for this room in order to destroy these people and destroy the shield. When he went inside, the knights appeared right in front of them, and the hero did not understand why they were here. Already that moment he was behind the Trivon, who revealed his plan. The cardinal has accumulated dark energy into his hands and said that this rat is ended. After that, of course, he attacked and Zik missed this blow because it was delivered from the back. The man understood that he had to fight now in order to destroy the barrier. At the same time, the enemy ordered his subordinates to grab him, and they immediately rushed. He understood that this man's wounds were deadly, so he would not run far. He also told his subordinates that the shrine is with him, so if I catch it, then let them first take it away from him. Next, the door to the room, in which the defenders of the barrier were closed. They, in turn, continued to pray in order to support the barrier. And very soon the front door swung open again, and someone entered there with barefoot. When Zik was in prison, the prisoner said that he would give them a chance. To them, those who were supposed to become sacrifices to this damn bell will be given a chance to take revenge. And it was these people who made their way into the room with the defenders of the barrier and attacked them. At the same time, Troslova continued to pursue Zika and was glad that he had finally found him. Because of the wound received, the hero could not move normally, so he soon could catch him. The cardinal asked, is it really all that he could do? He fled and stubborn like a rat. But right now he can declare that his life is over. When he said this, fragments began to pour from the ceiling, so the cardinal did not understand what it was. Zik smiled at the same time because he realized that his plan is going as it should. The battle at the entrance to the enemy temple lasted for a long time. Hans fought on the side of Karuvaman was quite skilled in this battle. As in training, he looked for the weaknesses of the rivals and attacked it there. So though not fast, he killed his enemies, but quite skillfully he killed. Continuing to do this, over and over again, the guy thought that his body was moving almost on its own. Although if you think about it, you are absolutely not surprising, because Sir Zik's training is insanely effective in his understanding. At the same time, enemy troops did not stop and tried to stop Karuvaman. Hans was not the only one who blocked the path to them, and now an earthen wall appeared in front of the group. The knights did not understand how the soil could move with themselves, so they looked in surprise. And this, as usual, took advantage of the SNK, which fought no less violently. He thought about if you destroy the path, they could take everything under their own control. Although then there is a high risk of the collapse of the cave, and he will definitely get from the master. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by something strange, so he drew attention to the temple. It turned out that it was a barrier who blocked the path, and he was destroyed. The Knights of Beliad, who fought at the front line, lost concentration and did not understand that with a shield. Weg also saw what had happened and realized that Mr. Zik did everything. Their fighting spirit immediately increased because of this, so the man shouted that everything needed to be destroyed so that the shield would not be restored. That is why he ordered that now all his subordinates to destroy their lair. The priests asked Saint Karun to take the measures of sacred punishment against their enemies. Then they began to attack the building in front of themselves with the help of a sacred force. Troslova was a little surprised. He understood that this was not like the last time the temple was shaking on its own, but what could it be? And the main character saw his discouraged face, and therefore said that nothing special could happen, not to worry about this. The shield that protects this building recently fell, so all the attacks are already going directly. From these words, the interlocutor was even more surprised, only said that this could not be. The hero replied that he correctly understood. He lured them to him. The guys needed time to remove this shield. Troslova asked, "Is there really someone who made his way here?" Zik said that this was not so, only when he burst here, but there were people who were already on his side. And he says about the people who are below, because they were concluded. The cardinal just caught them as a sacrifice. The interlocutor immediately stated that he did not believe their brothers, who were on the protection of the shield, died at the hands of these victims or what. Zik rushed aside and then declared if he does not believe him, let him catch up and find out. Troslova again applied his strength and declared where he dares to run away. But his attack this time failed, because the hero dodged her easily. At the same time, I thought that this power is still breathtaking. When the enemy head realized that fights could not be avoided, he ordered his subordinates to catch up with him immediately. And he himself attacked the man, calling him a rat because he wanted to see how much more he would be able to dodge. Zik successfully disappeared, and then the cardinal said that he went into the ritual room, so even if only the knights of the higher ras and follows him. In turn, the rest must guard the entrance so that that person cannot run away. Making instructions, he immediately went into the prayer room, hoping to find the enemy there. But when I saw what was inside, it was very amazed. After all, those people who prayed to protect the shield were destroyed. The hero smiled and asked how the great cardinal liked it. The interlocutor did not answer this, because he was only interested in where those people who arranged this site. Zik said, if we talk about them, then they have already gone through the secret entrance, which he prompted them. The Kalos could not understand what he was at all then, and the hero asked if he still does not understand why this is happening. Perhaps let him simply try to ask the one who is watching everything here. And he spoke to the fish, pointing to the statue of Bella next to him. The interlocutor shouted how he dares to turn to his great deity in this way, and the main character continued his phrase openly mocking his deity. Then he simply disappeared in an unknown direction, left behind him or a trace. Troslova was simply shocked because of this, and did not understand what he was doing at all. Suddenly, a voice was heard that you began to speak the statue of Bella, and it was the cardinal that killed the boy of one of the villages. And therefore one young man came to take revenge as a result of such a terrible tragedy. Then Zik looked out from behind the statue and asked if he had heard all this, because it tells Bella. The man could not understand, did it really happen, because he said, at this time, the Karuvaman knights were ordered to search the entire temple and eliminate all Belids. The hero was interested in the interlocutors, whether he thinks that he would cope if the temple is about to come in Burly Way, which is still called the Butcher Belidov. And if he attacks him right now, he will fly away with a fish head. Troslova used his strength and shouted that he was definitely too tough for him. Then he immediately attacked, even despite the statue of his deity. The main character, of course, could easily dodge, but the statue was really destroyed. The knights, who worshipped her, were a little in a perplexity that they did such with their deity. The cardinal immediately told the brothers that he would take a crime committed towards Bella, and now they should only think about how to see this kid. Of course, they immediately agreed to this, and Zik thought that now everything would begin. This is a fight over time, so you need to hold out until a detachment of Karuvaman arrives. The man prepared for defense, and due to the actions of the enemy, several daggers flew on him. It was not difficult for him to reflect a simple attack, and he handled it easily. And even some daggers released by the enemy knights were sent to the game. Cardinal noted that his subordinates began to gradually destroy, so the villain was angry because of this. And then he took advantage of his own dark power, urging the water, with the help of which, of course, he attacked and the hero had to dodge immediately. And then right in front of him he saw a wall that nailed his path. Troslova was delighted and told the brothers that this is their best chance. Therefore, right now it is necessary to finish with this insolent faster. So let them tear this person to pieces and take the spirit of the pyramids that he is hidden from him. As soon as he said about this, into the room began to penetrate the divine energy. Mr. Zika immediately asked to bend so as not to accidentally hurt him, and he did it. Then the attack of the divine power of Karuvaman reached Belid members. The saint arrived at the main character with Sir Wei. The enemy cardinal immediately saw uninvited guests and realized who this person is. And Zik said that everything was in order with him, and the old man asked for forgiveness for the fact that they were a little late. At the same time, Lubella saw the shrine in the hands of her friend and asked what it was. The hero replied that it was precisely the sanctuary Belly who gave it under the name, the vengeful spirit of the pyramid. If you finish it, then you can take control of absolutely all the monsters. The girl did not understand why he then carries him with him right now. He answered, of course you need to do this, and then asked if this is a good idea. The enemy cardinal was horror, and when he saw that they did not want to do with him and asked to stop faster. The knights who obeyed him immediately rushed on the attack, but the defending one had ready to reflect their explosion. Although this was not required, because after a few moments another person appeared behind the backs of the enemies. It was just Mr. Waig, who today defeated them today. Troslova of the Word was horrified by the power that he had just seen, and his attention was soon attracted by the main character, who pointed to his own mouth. Then he said the phrase that all this happened because of him, and broke the shrine that he held in her hands. The cardinal realized that already irreparable had happened, but could not do anything about it. The dark energy, which was in the vengeful spirit of the pyramid, immediately began to go outside. In desperation, the columns immediately fell to the ground, because I realized that all the efforts of their organization were in vain. Then Wade got up to him and chopped off the limb with one blow that he was a damn heretic. The other subordinates of this man was also over. Then the old man went to the enemy cardinal and immediately began to pass the sentence in the name of Mrs. Karuna. The enemy realized that his life is now danger and we need to do something about it. And as soon as Barely tried to attack, there was a powerful explosion. Lubella immediately ran up to him and asked if everything was in order with him. He replied that everything was fine with him. But unfortunately, Troslova slipped at such a decisive moment he opened the passage. The girl noted nothing. If they combine efforts and check the territory of the temple, then perhaps they will find it. But suddenly she looked the other way and was a little surprised. After all, I could not understand where Sir Zik, who was here, had been going here. The Dark Cardinal was already on the street and was wounded. He thought that he was really lucky, and it seems that no one knew about this secret course. He, in turn, simply cannot believe that the northern unit will disappear like that. Yes, and losing the vengeful spirit of the pyramid is very bad, and to blame that dog. Because of this, the man was very angry and thought that he should definitely kill him. Although the murder for him will be too simple, and it is necessary not to death, but torture is much worse. Suddenly, the thought of this man was interrupted by the protagonist who said that he was late. And he, in turn, already missed Mr. Cardinal to his death. The interlocutor could not understand how he tracked him. In addition, no one knew about this place and it is not clear how he ended up here. Zik smiled and did not understand what he was so surprised. Then he jumped towards his enemy and waited to kill a further fight with him. And he said that he also knew about some secret course of the temple, about which even he was not in the know. The interlocutor got angry again, heard these words and applied his strength, rushed to the attack. He could no longer fight us with one hand as much as before, so the hero blocked her. Then he immediately counterattacked and delivered a strong enough blow to the stomach. The opponent immediately fell to the ground, and even from this blow he was even sick. Ziku at that moment was very vile, so he barely restrained his impulses. Troslova said, even if he dies, he would do it with pride as a believer in the god of Belitz. And to all this, he will pursue him even in the afterlife. Then the hero informed him that he was not going to kill. He had the goal of causing him pain, and if he is killed, he will no longer feel, and this is already mercy, some kind. Instead, they will play better in the game. Until all the sandstones fall in these sand clocks, you need to get to the exit from the canyon without falling into the traps that he placed here. If you cope, he will let him go. And this is a fairly simple game. The interlocutor asked if he was really trying to deceive him. Zik do not even pay attention to this question, said that now they are starting. Although the cardinal did not quite believe in it, he still began to flee to save his own life. Soon he came running to the first trap, the level of complexity of which was quite light. Troslov saw her and realized that the recent interlocutor is an idiot after all, is very simple. But according to the results, he nevertheless stepped on one of the traps and caused himself a sufficiently severe pain. Already with the first trap, he could not cope, and this was the first failure. But he did not stop and began to move on, thinking that this time he certainly would not come across. Although soon there was the next trap, the level of complexity, which is high enough, can be avoided if you just look at the feet. But for the Colleen it was another failure, because the trap also caused him severe pain. As usual, the enemy was angry because of this, covering the main character with different words. Zik in turn watched everything that was happening from the mountain and only laughed. Soon, experimental and thought about how much time there was still on the sand clock. Already this time he was sure that he would not fall into the trap because he was very attentive. But as a result, water spilled on him, and then he did not understand that it was still. It was the last trap, the level of complexity, which is high, and this is a Zika trap. After a significant amount of time, the cardinal nevertheless reached the exit and was glad. And then frantically began to look at the hourglass, thinking whether he had enough time. But when he looked at the protagonist with a clock in his hands, he saw that the sand was still on top. Therefore he was very happy and shouted that he had won. Zik immediately threw the clock and said that he really won. And then he grabbed his weapon and immediately pierced the opponent, who was ahead. Supposing that you should already finish with these games. The cardinal immediately fell to the ground and was angry due to the fact that he deceived him. The hero smiled at the same time and said who would believe him, because he is so well lying. After that, he mercilessly kicked a dying man to fall to the ground. Then he touched his knight icon and asked whether they should clean the soul of the poor man who goes to heaven a little. He will give him the last journey of the blessing of Karuna, which they hate so much. Troslov was horror from what they were going to do with him and begged to remove this sign. The hero said that he hopes to atone for his guilt for the murder of a boy, his family, and residents of the village. Therefore, let his path up to Madame Karuna be lit and let the child not be afraid. The sacred light of the mistress will cover him, opening the path and lead him to her. All the experiences and concern that enveloped him will now disappear, and his faithful ministry will follow the light and rise with him. After a few commands, Troslov woke up in some other place. He looked around, thinking about, did he really die? And then he got into the right place. At the same time, he noticed the dark energy, which looked like Bella. Therefore, he was very delighted that his great god is here to take him back. He knew that his choice would not be a mistake, but suddenly it turned out that it was not Bella. And there was some very strange monster who immediately got to him. Then he said the same phrase as the main character, that all this happened because of him. And when it happened, the Dark Cardinal finally died. The main character was glad of this and paid attention to the side. There was an urn in which the bones of the boy were placed that he died. Zik asked him if he saw that it happened like this was like a sophisticated revenge. Then he raised his head with his remains and noticed that now they would go to some good place. The very next day, a huge explosion occurred in the church of Beliad. The main character, along with the Keruvimans, was smashed by the building of the Northern Belid unit. Wag, who saw the body of Troslov, wanted to hang his head to everyone on display in front of the Temple of Karuna. The new hero was his own plans for not giving Belids to conduct a funeral rite of the Marine Abyss with this body, and then the old man retreated. And after a successful raid, everyone finally tired of returning home. Hans turned to the leader, from asking whether they should have accompanied Keruvimin for a long time. The man asked what to do with this on the way, and where to spend the night, as well as eat. But I thought about destroying the northern unit only to even lend Keruvimin's power, and this hurts his pride. Was it really necessary to go in search of that? Suddenly, the thoughts of Zik were interrupted by a person who met him in the way. It was not from the knights that Sir Wei greeted. The old man looked at him and greeted him, was delighted that it was Twain. The interlocutor said that by order of the Holy Father, he had to help Sir Vague lead their allied troops, but he seems to be very late. Then they told him that the northern units have already been destroyed and help is not yet required. Suddenly, the protagonist examined the detachment of a new arrived man and saw a friend there. He immediately remembered his death in a previous life and how he was killed. And right in front of him was Glenn Zenard, who was sitting on a horse. Soon the camp was defeated, and the celebration of the victory over the Beliads was in full swing. People rejoiced that in one fell swoop they defeated these heretics. Only good things have been happening with their Keruvimanamat recently, that Twain had good mood today. In addition, they also have 2 knights who can be trusted to eat, then what could be even better? Ziku, the company in turn, did not quite like it, so he asked the tongue would not succeed in 2 of them, so to chat hard. However, he did not think that they would meet here with this person who killed him. Glenn just greeted the man, named his name, and said that he was glad to get acquainted. Although the hero was not enthusiastic, he introduced himself as well, and then he said, although they met for the first time, but whether he could ask him something. The interlocutor smiled and said, of course he can do it, let him ask as much as he likes. Zik exactly repeated the phrase from Glenn's previous life, who hoped that in the next life he would become those who do good. And he asked that the person who was in front of him was thinking about these words. The interlocutor replied that he did not quite understand what was being discussed and what is meant here. Therefore, he asked the question whether he could find out why he asked such a question. The main character did not answer anything, and an awkward pause hung between them, because everyone froze in anticipation. Then Zik simply smiled and said that there is nothing special about this, is a quote from the novel about the hero. And he just wanted to say that, as Friedon Zennard, he saw me in the hero. Commander Twain noticed that this is true, whoever looked at Glenn saw a real hero in him. And the guy said that they were praising him among the knights, because there are many who exceeded him. After all, Sir Zik is also here, but Glenn himself was nervous at that moment. Lubella said that Sir Zennard had reached a lot in Keruvimin and can be compared with Zik, but she also believes that Zika can be called a wonderful hero. Although outwardly, he doesn't look like a hero, of course. He asked if she had really forgotten about her experiences about what she judged about people in appearance. Already forgot, he would call him, but the girl said that he was firmly in her head. Glenn sat in silence for a long time and apologized for interrupting there too. It suddenly seemed to him that the mistress, who was about to become a saint, goes too far in her words, whether he should be more careful in this regard. Nevertheless, she will appear as the face of Keruvimin. Lubella understood her mistake and asked her to forgive. At the same time, Twain said that we should not talk about it and let him not worry. How much was not the saint to make fun of friends in the battle forbidden? Wig added that this is true, although it was so much felt that the mistress has changed recently. The reputation of those who surround her, thanks to this, became even better, but the guy said that he did not quite correctly understand. That's his mistake. The saint noted that there was nothing terrible in this if she was left alone. She could not have changed. And all thanks to Sir Ziku that he sent her decisive moment. Then he was in Ponti. The hero replied that he himself had a chance to change, and he did not expect that this would also help her. Suddenly, Zennard asked him the question of if he wanted to tell him what kind of chance he was very interested in. The hero said how he was there in the novel, who told him to live kinder. Because of his words, he first did something good. The interlocutor noticed that it was interesting and asked who it was then. Zeker said that he was a man that his whole body was permeated with a sense of justice. Personally, he hated it all because he was specifically unlucky. But even so, I wanted to tell him something when you met him. The point that he will still try to live on his advice, no matter how difficult it is. And unexpectedly now this life does not seem so bad. Then he asked the interlocutor that he would say if he received his intelligible answer. After a short period of time, the meal has already ended, and Zik lay on the bed, feeling that he was very tired. At the same time, he has a head. He simply could not go out to the gloss and his stories. At first, he did not even think that he was reborn. And when I asked a question, I just decided to see, understanding this meaning of this phrase or not. I thought that if his return to its cause was the key that distorts fate, then there is the opportunity that Glenn Srand was also reborn. But is it really that the key distorting fate is not related to degeneration? Or there is a high probability that he simply pretends that he has not returned? But now it has nothing to do with him even. Glenn was reborn or not, he is not going to get out of this any further way. The main character thought that he simply wanted to know him, who lives, following his advice, believes that everything is very excellent, and thinks that it is quite good to live so well. So in this life, his connection with this person ends right here. The man he was thinking about was all this time in his tent and also thought about Zik. The guy did not understand who he was, actually. After all, he looks and behaves completely opposite to the Ziku that he remembers. But he is now sure this is definitely not Zik Mor, the Lord of the Demons and the Zik Sob successor to the Margraf. Could it be that this is true, that very brave Zik? Although most likely, after thinking, I realized that it was not him. It cannot be so that he would not feel the atmosphere of justice that comes from the brave. Then he realized that only one thing remains, and only the chameleon came to mind. But it is not clear why this idiot has not changed at all now. And if nevertheless he suddenly wants to create everything that only turns into his head, it will be necessary to act. Although no, this is dangerous, because Glenn is one who lived 100 or 2,000 years more than others can find out everything himself. Even if the appearance of Zika changes in circumstance, its omnipotent power of destruction remains with him. Zik will become strong, and it is at such a moment that he will even become a threat to him. So immediately a thought flew into my head. Perhaps it is better to kill him now. But this is also wrong, because the first thing you need to find out why he became a chameleon. And it is also necessary to find out if even an innocent child could somehow become a chameleon. It was said that there was also something that made Zika change. In general, it is not clear what the hell could do this with you, just some kind of madness. Zenard thought that this was difficult, because in this degeneration, he has a lot of chameleons. Therefore, he will come up with a serious plan and send for Zim, probably surveillance. Next, measures should be taken regarding the suppression of the forces of the Beliads. Only the guy tried to fall asleep when suddenly Zik's words surfaced in his head, and he could not understand why he then asked him this question. Soon the heroes informed Miss Lubella that they set off. She asked only to be careful and said goodbye. And then she added that he came like the wind and how the wind also left. She is sure that it would be better for the road and at least a little rest. It is interesting whether they would meet again once again, the master asked his subordinates. They took all and did not forget anything. And then they proudly stated that everything was in order and all things were collected. At the same time, Hans was quite interested in where they went this time. Zik thought about it and decided that I had to first go in search of this, the sword and symbols of the Lord of the Demons, Zik Mora. So we are talking about a magic sword called the Thronium. Therefore, the gentleman told the guys that they were going to the tourist city of Bioluvan. On the streets of this city of Milan, a peaceful atmosphere and street musicians played everywhere. The smell of food, which was preparing right at the stake, also spread. And it was in this place that the girl with whom the protagonist had met recently and was at enmity. When she tried to buy her food, she felt that someone had touched her hood. This man immediately stole it from her head, and from there the face of a girl appeared one. After which he immediately greeted her, and she immediately looked at him. It turned out that this was the main character who smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. His girlfriend would see, did not expect at all, so she was even embarrassed and fell silent for a few moments. The hero told his subordinates a small but famous tourist city, known thanks to his many attractions. They are given only one day. Right from this moment their free time begins. Before that, often tomorrow they can have fun, as much as they want. The guys enjoy immediately ran in an unknown direction, saying that they are already free. And the master thought for him to eat, and just at that moment he noticed a familiar silhouette which was near one of the shops. That's why they met with that girl, and when the food was ready, he shared her. The interlocutor was surprised, so she asked what else was happening. And he, not realizing that she wants it, just continued to eat. The girl was not so calm, and asked if he forgot what happened between her and him. The man smiled and then said, "Probably we are talking about flaming love." When she tried to leave, he immediately stopped her, saying that he was joking. The stranger really stopped and asked to say what he still needed. Zik said that he had already had a long time, he said, offers to go on a date. The girl said, did he really want her to believe in his words? The goal is clearly not of that, and then he added that he still has questions for her in her pair. But in response, he heard that she had no desire to tell him anything. Zik understood everything, and again offered to go on a date. He would try to find out everything while spending time with her. The interlocutor could not understand in any way. Did he really think that she would still agree? He replied that he had no idea, but he seems to him know what she is thinking now. Then he immediately handed the food, which she held herself in her hands in her direction. And with a smile on her face, he said that she now wants to eat all these barbecue in his hands. After a little time, they still remained together and sat down near the fountain. Zik watched as the companion really lay on his food. Apparently, it was very hungry. If there was something else instead of barbecue, he would have spent all the money on it. I did not think about it for a short time, what her name was still. Although he soon thought that it was probably early to ask about the name, because she would probably not answer. At the same time, to his surprise, the girl said that her name was Lila. The walk of the two young people continued further because the city was a festive atmosphere. They, in turn, tried different food and drinks that they offered in this city. Zik did not leave his new companion for a second and drove it to different places. It even came to the point that they entered the boutique in which Lila pretended. Different outfits were put on her, but not everyone, of course. She was glad. Soon they were sitting in the same institution. Playing asked her not to be angry so much. When he told her to choose clothes, it was necessary to choose. This is still a date, so let him know which boring robe is not quite suitable. Lila asked, is it really why he and people with dolls are amused? The man said that this was not so that she did not put on her everything to the face. He wanted her to try many different things so that let her blame her beautiful appearance. Then the waiter dragged the order, and the hero handed the glass to the girl, saying that she drank. She was a little surprised of this, and the man said that she was refreshing. Lila did not resist, and therefore she turned the glass and began to drink. Zik then smiled immediately and asked, did she really drink? And then he asked if she liked the taste, because he added poison there. The girl said that this is quite witty beer with a drop of poison very much refreshes. A few moments, they continued to sit, looking at each other. And then Ziku became interesting, and he asked who she was at all. Lila asked. And then who was it all she was interested in, whether he was the same Zik. The hero noticed that she did not remember that he would change his name. The interlocutor said, so he still changed his last name. The man did not understand. Was it really about the sea, as she said then? She was a little embarrassed and then uttered the word brave. Then she reported that if he was going to change his last name, she thinks that Tony Moore, and the Brave sounds good. The protagonist was a little surprised that he could be called Zik Brave. Suddenly his conversation was interrupted by familiar cries who came about some heroes. It was perfectly audible that Hans said that they only talked together and did not understand why everything happened. The gentleman immediately approached his subordinates and asked that they were not doing this here. He did not understand that this was still such a region of some great heroes. Several guys before going to bed, and Hans shouted that they immediately attacked them. SNK reported that these people heard their conversation and were looking for fights. They, in turn, did not want to make noise, so they tried not to pay attention, and they all continue. The protagonist said that they were not particularly good to cope with this. Suddenly, one of the raging guys noticed the girl. He turned his attention to her, and then asked what kind of beauty it was. Then he approached her very impudently and pushed. Zika asked if she wanted to have fun with her. Conan asked him, is that the same girl really thinks you need to stop him? But the gentleman simply informed him that he was standing still in this one. This guy went to Lyle and put his hand on his shoulder. Then he said that they could do this, so they would be very fun. But after a few seconds, the girl turned her face in his direction and her gaze talked a lot. At the same time, she also pushed his hand, which he so impudently put on her body. The impudent guy asked why she pushed him away. Although this is good, all easily accessible to the girl is not always fun. Of course, I wish these words even more angry, and it applied its own strength. Also, after a short period of time, the stranger was already lying on the ground. Here I thought that these guys were idiots because, as it should, they were fried. The comrades of the one who lay on the ground rushed to the attack and said how she dares, whether he knows who they were. Lila then prepared to attack the second time with the help of his strength. But suddenly I saw that someone appeared in front of her and was surprised. This was the main character who, with this touch of his own hand, stopped the one who attacked. And then the hand, which was free, immediately dealt very strong blows to his jaw. The rest of the comrades of these guys were very angry and shouted so that he did not even think to return alive. Then they grabbed the weapons that were held in their hands and rushed on the attack on him. But of course, it was their mistake, because after a couple of minutes he did not lie beaten on the ground and apologized. The hero, along with his detachment, continued to go. Lyle walked along with them, so he asked her to what extent she fried them. He was interested in, she did it a little to a good frying or medium. The interlocutor did not like this conversation, but she asked why he did not kill them. The hero asked whether it was nice to ask a person who he himself said to live kindly. Was a girl to resort to reckless violence in a virtuous life? Zik said to establish a guy that he was looking for fights not quite recklessly. After that, Lila reported, in which case she approximately understands his perception. Continuing a walk, she stopped and carefully looked at the beautiful starry sky. Then the man asked if he finished with business, and if so, then she would go. He, in turn, did not want her to leave, so he touched her hand and asked to wait. The guys who walked with them regarded this as a fact of love and were a little surprised. It was evident that Zik was really worried, and he said that he was busy tomorrow, so he could not meet. But 10 days later, he offered to meet where it happened for the first time. He really does not want to part like that. Then he asked, did she not want to learn something from him either? Because all the time, it turns out that she was watching him. To surprise, Lila agreed to this, but asked not to break her promise. Then she turned and immediately went in an unknown direction. Zik thought that the situation is good. They were close enough in a short time, but it's still interesting who she really is. The first and most suspicious is that she is a magician of the highest rank, but she does not have money, does not know something, and feels as if not at ease. But depending on how she orders food and relate to clothes, he does not think that she knows nothing at all. In a word, there is knowledge, but there is no experience. It depends on the fact that she called him a Moor. He is almost sure that it was from the future. Then Hans came up to him that he asked if he had special plans tomorrow. If not, then they walked once on tourist attractions. The gentleman said that he did not have such plans and said that he would go the same with them. He knows one wonderful attraction for tourists. The next day, their detachment was just transferred to her, and it was called the Ancient Ruins of Bioluvan. SNK was surprised why and for whom all this was done. Moreover, it seems to be built for a very long time. Zik, in turn, continued to look for Tornium and did not understand where he was, because in the past he simply pierced everything and went forward, so he was not sure now. First of all, they will reach the place that he nevertheless remembers. But in the course of the sign did not leave, so Hans asked if they let them go to this place. And suddenly some strange noise was heard and dust fell from the ceiling. The gentleman asked what he touched, because this sound is strange. Then SNK reported that he had heard something ahead. It turned out that the door that was in front of them was blocked at that moment. This is amazing, so something is possible behind the wall. The hero thought about the fact that there was definitely a secret move, which led to the location of Tornium. But he cannot remember whether it was then the same door that blocked their way. As soon as the man touched her, she began to react somehow strangely, and soon even opened right in front of him. The subordinate did not understand whether this door reacted only to Zika, because it was strange. The guy continued to talk about when they did not open her in the case that it surprised them again. Zik thought why she reacted only to him, because it was not so before. And there is also a strange energy that comes from the inside and around is something that restrains it. Therefore, it has already become very much interesting what could be there. In fact, the energy that he feels familiar with, one is definitely not a Tornium. Suddenly, Hans was discouraged. He asked the master to look forward. Ahead was a holy sword that belonged to Glenzenard of a brave fighter of the sun. It is called Estelade, but it is not clear why it is here. Is there a sword symbolizing the demonic lord of the power of Zika Mora's power? Tornium's magic sword? That sword symbolizing the brave fighter of the sun Glenzenard was the holy sword of Estelade. After what he saw, the hero realized that even here this sword was definitely stuck. It turns out that Glenn struck him like that, while it is still unclear why the sword in the common here. The holy sword of Estelade, unlike the sword of dark magic, Tornium recognizes its master. Therefore, if a person is not worthy, he will not even be able to raise him. Hans asked whether the gentleman knew that he replied that it was a holy sword. The guys were surprised, asking if someone pulled him out, he would become a hero, and that was true. Snuck immediately asked if he could try to get him. Zik said, let him do as he wanted, but he is connected with the newcomer, so maybe he would not work, although the standard of this ball to choose the owner is not so cunning. Therefore, he nevertheless gave consent to try once, and the guy began to do it. Well, no matter how hard he tried, unfortunately for him, nothing succeeded. Therefore, a little disappointed, he walked away and said, as he thought, nothing came of him. But in order to support his mole, he began to rub on his cheek. Snock said that he didn't need this right a holy sword, or something else was enough for him alone. Further, Hans asked the question, what if Sir Zik also tries once? He replied that he would not do this, realizing that this sword did not get along with him. Then he asked the interlocutor if he wanted to accept the call. The guy replied that he did not want to think, he wouldn't succeed either. While they were talking about this, steps were heard from the corridor that came closer and closer. Therefore, those present realized that someone was approaching them and immediately wary. The sound, in turn, came and touched the corridor, who was on the sidelines. Zik thought about who it could really be in search of a holy sword. As soon as I heard them, realized that these sounds of steps were quite trained by fighters. Then there is a huge probability that it is Glenzenard Prophet for his weapons. But as a result, it turned out that it was a girl, that they were very surprised. To all this, it was not someone familiar, namely Lila. She brought a straight room where the guys were, and soon they met. Seeing her hero, he immediately asked that she had forgotten here. The question was interrupted by people who chased the girl and said that the rat was in a trap, so you need to catch it. Zik realized that they were pursuing her, so he immediately hid his weapons and asked Lyle to bend. After that, the force he used immediately flew towards uninvited guests. And of course, it was so powerful that the explosion soon thundered. The main character approached the girl and, extending his hand, asked if new friends were really. She reported that this was not friends. They pursued her, and the man asked why it was. Lila did not answer this, only sadly looked down. Zik realized that she did not want to discuss this, so she said that she was simply popular. At the same time, there were a lot of strangers in the raincoats, so he said that they had gathered a lot. At the same time, he directed his weapon at them. He asked if they were those guys who catch people alone and engage in various perversions. After all, the form is not really similar to these gizmos. Further, one of the people told the rest that they were changing the plan. They need to leave this guy lively, as well as the core. But he simply ordered the rest to be killed, and the subordinates rushed to the attack. Hans had to restrain the attacks of two opponents at once. But soon Snob came to his aid, who killed these people. The hero understood together they hold well. She will soon feel the difference in abilities, because he can say that the guys with whom they fight in many skills are excellent. There is not enough space, so it is also difficult to use more large-scale Lila magic. But in small attacks, the girl still fought off her opponents. In particular, Zika embarrassed this level already of the subordinate devil. Now his skills are even higher than his own. Also, without a magical dark sword, it is not entirely logical to go against him now. And on this day, from a grouping of opponents, he attacked him from the back, striking him. Further, he said that the skills of a man are rather weak for the level that he is chatting. At the same time, he took advantage of magical power, and a powerful explosion thundered immediately. And the body of the protagonist from this destructive attack immediately flew to the side and hit the wall. A member of the enemy detachment told the captain that Estelid was nearby, but he said that this was not important at all. There is no way for him to pull the holy sword on his own. It is because of this that they will stop and deal with everyone here. Hans, as well as Snoke, he ordered to immediately kill so that they did not interfere. In addition, pointing to Lilia and calling her a core, he said to grab her alive. And everything that still remains, including the chameleon, must also be taken. Suddenly, the captain felt a strange energy that came from the corner. In a panic, he immediately paid attention there and thought that this simply could not be. After all, the energy, which everyone could feel perfectly, and handed over the holy sword. And then the enemy group saw a bright light in front of him, which came in their direction. And after a short period of time, they immediately fell to the ground. The subordinates of the protagonist were in horror, because they realized that Sir Zik did it. Like Lila, they were very surprised due to the fact that they saw the holy sword in his hands, and he pulled him out. Then Zik thought that it was just terrible, because he certainly did not expect this. Before everything happened, he simply heard the words of the enemy captain that he could not pull out the weapon. And he just so captured to give him right on the back of his head that he tried to pull him out. For all this, I didn't think for a second that he would really not even dream of that he could use it. Lila was really surprised, so she asked him why he pulled him out. The hero asked him, did she really ask why? If he hadn't got it, they would all die. She replied that this was not meant. She does not understand how he did this at all, because initially, it was not what was supposed to be. The man continued to speak. He knows, this is the holy sword of Estelaid, a sword that a person cannot get if he is not worthy. The interlocutor realized that he knew everything and for a second even thought about it. And then she was indignant. Asked, was he really worthy of him? Zik was surprised that she did not think so. Then he put him back and Lila asked why he was doing this. He said that he was not going to use it because he did not suit him. The girl did not understand. Did he really say that he knew how he manifests himself in battle? The man said that this is not so important because he is going to take another sword for himself. Then she asked the question whether he thinks to take Tornium with him. Zik said that she really understood everything and was happy that his subordinates survived. And then he said, if they finished, then it is time for them to go, because their goal here is completely different. Lila, in turn, immediately jumped up to him and immediately stopped him. And then I dragged to the holy sword that continued to be in its place. Then she reported that he would get him. The interlocutor did not want him to take Tornium, so let him take him better. The protagonist said that he does not want to do this because this weapon already has a master, and he will take Tornium. Lila shouted. He said that she would live kindly, so I needed to take Estelade with him and not Tornium. Zik did not understand that she was really worried that he would become the Lord of Demons if this weapon would wear. Therefore, he stated that there is not even such a law that orders him to take with him the holy sword. Of course, Tornium is called the Sword of Dark Magic. But even despite this, because it is not that he literally sends people straight to the July Abyss. At the same time, the girl continued to hold his hand and said that it was impossible. Therefore, she literally asked him to take another weapon, and not the one he wanted. The man could not believe what was happening, and after a few moments felt pain. At the same time, he could not understand that there was something else that for a sharp pain in his finger. The holy weapon that was next to him also began to emit their light. He enveloped everything around the game to understand that this was still happening again. The subordinates were on the other side of this vortex that, having shrouded two people inside, so they began to worry about the master. Zik asked the interlocutor, did she really do that? As a result, she herself was surprised from what was happening because she stated that this was not magic. In this case, it seems that this sword is trying to force them to another place. Zik realized that this was bad, apparently dragged on, so they don't even have the way back. Then he informed his subordinates that while he was standing here, and if he did not come, then let him not return and wait for him in the hotel. In truth, Hans wanted to agree to this, but stated that the door that separates them could only open Sir Zik. The gentleman said, "There is a path along which Lila was walking," while the girl said that this road was also blocked after the tunnel, so they could not go out. The man reported that in this case he was bewildered, and the girl took advantage of her magic. And in the whirlwind that enveloped both of them, a gap appeared through which the ring flew out. Hans, of course, noticed him, and immediately tried to pick him up. Lila reported whether they will take this thing with them, then the passage will definitely open. Very soon the girl's body and Zika began to gradually disappear. The subordinates finally only asked him to be careful there. The gentleman smiled and said that there was nothing to worry about, and let it be better to worry about themselves. After a short period of time, they immediately disappeared, leaving only a weapon behind them. Snock asked if everything would be in order with the master. The interlocutor answered, otherwise it could not, because everything will be fine with him. And then the guy asked what they would do for while they were waiting for Zika. Hans himself did not understand why they would start, and then he turned his attention to people who lay in a circle. Expressing the ingenious idea that they can be robbed to rob these guys, it seems that they have a lot of money. Soon, the looted money had already been folded into a large pile, and in addition to them, there were several flasks. The guys talked among themselves that Sir Ziku would like such a scope. This is definitely because they did not find a lot of gold coins and potions. There is still something to the side, so you can pick up, but they do not know how to do it. Perhaps it is worth putting in a magic box. Suddenly, Hans thought about the Holy Mosque of Estelle and that probably he could not raise him. Although perhaps it is worth trying at least once to do it. Next, he decided to try, and Snoke asked if he really wants to do it. The interlocutor was a little embarrassed and replied that he would only touch. Then he took up the necessary grip and using strength tried to get it. And after a few moments, the clatter of the legs was heard, which came to this room. And these were just those people in the hoods that the master recently struck. Hans shouted the interlocutor to prepare, but he did not understand what. The comrade said that they would now run away, and therefore they began to do this, and their enemies attacked their weapons. Having surrounded the guys, people in cloaks began to discuss that they didn't kill the captain, although it seems that this is not at all so. To begin with, they will not kill them since they have something to ask from them. Snook asked what to do. Apparently, he did not think that their associates did not kill this. Hans said that the choice of action is now obvious, and they need to fight. Therefore, grabbing his weapon, he immediately rushed on the attack and asked himself to cover. He was so fast that the enemies did not even notice how he approached them and missed the attack. But soon she was still blocked, and the guy realized that she was not so simple. The SNK, along with their pet, also did not stand aside and began their attacks. The guy thought, if he succeeds in knitting at least one on his feet, it will already be good. But the man to whom he directed stone energy blocked it. At the same time, the obsessed was surprised due to the fact that he was able to reflect such a sword. The space is closed, so I can hardly use my power fully. Hans understood this. If this continues, then they will soon be killed. While he lost concentration and thought that the opponent immediately struck him to do. Then he kicked the surprised guy, and he immediately flew to the side. The enemy troops immediately decided to kill him, so why they again rushed to the attack. Snook was frightened because of his comrade, and Hans realized that it was hard for him to fight with them, but still somehow managed to get his weapon and block the attack of the enemy. The opponent said that he knew that they did not kill their captain because so weak. The guy at that moment already realized that it was too great to continue the difference in force among them. At the same time, Esteli's sword caught my eye, and the guy thought what would happen if he pulled him out. I wonder if he can become as strong as then happened to Sir Zik. In order to check this, he immediately pushed his opponent, who made an onslaught on him. Then he grabbed the weapon of his head. A thought flashed to them, whether he could save Snook and himself. The enemies saw that he was trying to get weapons and shouted so that he tried, although of course, the level of such a guy as that weapon would never accept. Hans understood that they were telling the truth. He did not even think that he would be able to get him. Suddenly, the words of the hero, who reported him to Vice to the very end, surfaced in his head. Still, he even knew how to surrender to give up, be that as it may. Let him rise at all costs before he dies, even with such hope. Even if she is barely warm, he needs to fight to the very end. Hans realized that it was really necessary to try and tried with all his might to pull out the holy sword. It might seem that he does not succumb to him at all, but after a few moments he pulled him out. To say that the enemies were surprised from this is to say nothing, because they did not understand whether Estelle chose him. The guy himself felt a strange feeling that the power of the holy weapon literally pumps his body. People in cloaks immediately began to speak. You should not let him get used to the sword, so that you need to kill as soon as possible. Snook, of course, was glad that the comrade succeeded and asked him to wave. Hans, holding the holy weapon, was already in the combat rack and was ready to attack. Naturally, the rivals were not long in coming and soon already flew in his direction. The guy is only hoping for the weapon to let him wave very well. A little earlier, the holy energy that Stellite used transferred Zika and Lyle to some place. The hero immediately asked what is so similar to the place where they were before or not. The interlocutor, before answering, tried to use her magic. But soon she reported that the teleportation also does not work here. The man noticed in this case only to walk around. Soon they really hit the road because nothing else came to mind. On the way, Zik asked what she was doing inside the ruins, as well as those who persecuted her, what they were doing at all. The interlocutor only lowered her head because nothing was enough to answer. The man understood this and said that she was silent again, but enough to do it. No matter who he was in her eyes, he still saved her life. Only after these words, she said that she also did not know the exact reasons. The hero was surprised that these were her memories. The girl said that this is true, her memory is exactly the case, but still everything is not easy. Suddenly, Zik felt a severe pain again, which went straight into his hand. Lila asked what had happened to him, and he replied that his hand hurts a lot. The interlocutor did not understand how this could be wounds, because nowhere then it is unclear what and where it hurts. Zik said that we are talking about fingers, and he does not understand why this is so, because they would be in fire. Then the girl said, if everything is in order outside, then maybe the problem is inside, maybe something was stuck there. Having carefully studied his limbs, she reported, it seems that there really is something there. But the fact that they saw both was very surprised, because it turns out that it was a key that distorts fate. Hans at the same time continued his furious battle against the crowd of strangers. He in turn even managed to wave the weapon, which he recently picked up. The enemies tried to escape from this, because they understood all the danger, but they failed, and soon the explosion thundered. The guy, seeing the power of his weapon, was incredibly surprised. He felt that you could defeat anyone who would not come to battle with him. The enemies that were ahead were writhed in pain, and he understood at least it is very easy for them to resist. Although you should not think about it, and you need to at least calm down. From Sir Zik, he heard such a phrase literally hundreds of times during the battle. The excitement is fatal. Therefore, it is necessary to maintain self-control, and he tried to do it. One of the enemies finally died in his senses, and realized that the situation looked lousy for them. He did not even expect that he would have to use this on such a guy. But then he took out a bottle of unknown liquid, which was hidden in his sleeve. And he began to drink the contents inside, so that dark energy seeped around the body. Snock saw what happened, and it was dangerous, so he asked Hans to be careful. The comrade saw a transformed enemy and shouted that he looked like the monster he saw in Aspirin. It soon became clear that this monster wished Hans to death, because he rushed to the attack. The guy thought at the same time, if he had held this weapon correctly, then this would not have happened. After which he once again waved and directed this attack towards the monster. He tried to stop this swift and cutting blow, hiding with one hand. But in the end, the destructive power of the blow was just an overwhelming impact to her. Hans thought that he was fighting more well, because the sphere of light is stable. But despite the rapid and destructive power, the monster, which was in front of him in the candle, was alive. The subordinate Zika understood that it was, in principle, naturally, and he was not as good as his master. He prompted everyone here with just one swing of the sword. Although compared to those guys now, this monster is much stronger. And even so, Sir Zik is above the heaven itself, as he can compare himself with such a person. At the same time, the enemy creature interrupted his thoughts and rushed to the attack. So the guy had to defend himself with the help of the holy weapon, which he held in his hand. In the process of this action, thoughts appeared in his head now. Those skills that Sir Zik taught him at the very time when he failed because of his abilities. The monster, similar to the lesson, lowered the trunk something strange in the opponent's movements. His own feelings really did not let him down, because Hans repelled his blow. The enemy was very angry after that and shouted that he was simply impudent. But the guy was completely concentrated on the battle and thought that he needed to move forward. Therefore, using the forces that he got in training from the master, he nevertheless cut off the head of the monster. The rest of the people from the enemy organization, seeing this, were shocked. At the same time, they did not have to worry for a long time, because Hans soon also took care of them. In the process of the battle, the guy's howl was only the words of the protagonist that the enemy's weaknesses should first be studied. To all this, it is necessary to beat on the spot when there is such an opportunity. It was these rules that the guy was guided by when he killed everyone who was in front of him. At this pace, the enemies soon ended and were already lying on the floor. Naturally, Hans was very happy and shouted that he could still win. At the same time, SNK praised him and said that he was still worthy of the holy sword. But such a joyful moment interrupted one of the surviving enemies stated that he really thinks that he won. Despite the fleeting hope, they will die anyway. And they will do this along with the nightmares that will be found in this city. Everything will be destroyed. With these words, of course, he stunned the guys, and they did not even know what to answer him. In some other place, the girl asked the hero if his fingers were still hurt. He replied that he was all right, drank potions, and everything became good. At that moment, the girl did not lose, looked at the key that he held in his hand. Zik asked that she knew about it, and she, hesitating, said that something was worried about something. But now even he does not know what is at stake, the hero noticed, so she knew it before. Judging by the expression on the face of the interlocutor, he realized that she was definitely not joking. While they were walking, the key that he held in his hand entered them all this time. The hero realized that he indicates the direction and says, "Go there." Therefore, Layli said that he thinks that the two of them would have to go a long way to walk. After all, he had a lot of questions for her. It is because of this that it will be glad to find out even something very insignificant, so let him say everything that knows. Lila even agreed to this and said, if this is what she can answer, she will tell. Zik said that in this case they should move forward, after which they continued their way, and the interlocutor asked if he decided to know what he wanted to know. He answered positively, and then the girl said, let him ask, but she will answer exactly only 3 questions. Zik did not understand why this is so, because there was a lot of which I would like to ask about. Lila said indignantly, if she doesn't want to, let her not just ask. The man asked if she would admit that she could not answer something. Because apparently she has some problems with memory. The interlocutor after that hesitated a little. Having stated that this is true, but it should not be worried that he cannot answer, he will not count. The hero said that he would believe her, and then the first question will be what her real name is. This really surprised the girl, because she recently said that her name is Lila. The man asked that this was not a pseudonym when he asked her name. He thought that she had a while invented him. For all this, or her name is the core, right as she was called by those guys. Lila was indignant, saying that this was not her name. And she said that her really was the name, as she had introduced herself earlier. The hero still did not believe in the end, and thought how he had it to interpret it. It feels like that they called her a core had some other meaning. Maybe she wants to abandon the real name, and if not, then maybe she did not initially had him. Once he felt for something important, perhaps the second question will hurt her a little stronger. So he asked where she knew everything that she was talking about so far. Lila clearly answered that she found out about this dreams. She, in turn, speaks of the future of 2 people whom she clearly saw. One of them holds a sacred sword fighter of the sun, protecting the world. And one more is waving a dark magical sword to cancel, which also related to the same world, a demonic lord of power. She, in turn, felt what they saw and felt as if in a dream. Zik asked, and how this dream always ends. She always answered differently. Once the very lord wins, and at some moments a fighter of the sun. Naturally, there is also an end where they both die, and once he is not surprised, because a completely different future opens before them. But still their future ends with the conflict of the fighter of the sun and the demonic lord of power. The man asked the question of whether there was more specific information about such a future. She stated that she did not know the details, because her memory is not complete. Zik asked, but why was it not complete, which she heard his 3 questions have long ended. At the same time, he asked to wait for this one question still remained, just no question was. Lila could not understand where he had such an obsession with questions, unless he was in the same situation as she. He also saw his future and received information about him. Is it not why he is so trying not to become the Lord of Demons, Zik more? These words were the main character surprised, and he thought, did she really think about it all this time? Also, like him, he thought that Lila was reborn apparently. He thought that he also saw his future in a dream. If she says that she saw the future in a dream, then judging by her story, this is very similar to their story with Glenn Zennard. Maybe if she saw many options for the future, it means that in the future there is great potential in the future. Because she said that there was that the demon Vladika defeated the fighter. What is the case that before the rebirth among all these countless versions of the future, the hero among all of them reached the future where he died? This, of course, did not like it and was very angry enough. Therefore, he told the girl that there was another question. She stated that she would say the answer and asked if he had chosen. The man leaned closer to her and said that he chose this question would concern her. And then he did not forcibly ask what her favorite color was. Lila was even more surprised, asking him about the question. Zik continued to say that he was interested in her favorite color, and this cannot remember. Although it was ridiculous, she nevertheless replied that she liked the white, the hero thought, and said, so she was called Lila. The petals of the lilia flower were white. He then said that he was already completed on this issue, and the girl did not understand. Did the truth really want to finish it? He stated that this is true, but soon said that this is not a question, but just curiosity. If we talk about her words, she said that she saw many options for the future. Lila said that this is so, although she did not remember everything that was in detail. The man said then apparently now she thinks that he would become a lord, a demon, in Zik more. These words were a little discouraged by the interlocutor, but she nevertheless stated that she did not think so. But at the same time, he cannot confirm his thoughts. Perhaps he goes only along one road from those future that she saw with him, or goes along the absolutely new path, and she cannot know this. But even so, among all the future I saw that there was no one in which he would hold Estelade. Zik Smiley declared roughly to say only that he got Estelade, sent him to the future, which she did not see. Lila said that this is true, therefore, when they return, he would take a light sword and towards Tornium, even if she did not look. Continuing the way, they stumbled upon something strange, and the hero said to wait a bit. After all, he perfectly understood that something else began from this place. Ahead was some strange green light and silhouettes similar to people. While in the city she continued to rage life on the slope of the mountain, there was a man. Then he said, judging by the fact that only a few people climbed, the result came out, probably, unsatisfactory. The subordinates apologized in the front and reported that the search group could not return. Besides, there was no connection with them either. I heard a similar report. The man just thought for a while. Then he turned towards the city and said that the first step was failed, so let them proceed immediately, to which they obeyed him and went. The main thing was conceived it should not be good, spend time without suspecting anything, but how regrettable that these people are just enjoying their lives now. Hans along with Snock in turn plunged instead of where they lived. Snock did not sleep, so he asked his comrade if he was sleeping too. The interlocutor asked what he wanted from him, and then he heard the question whether everything would be fine with Sir Zik. After which he stated that everything would be well seen if he had ever seen that you have suffered such a thing, even difficult to imagine. SNK noted that this is true, but they have already passed as a whole day. Then Hans said, their experiences will not change anything now, it would be best to maintain strength for later, because they do not know what can happen. The master will cope with everything himself, and there is no need to worry about him. And with him, that girl is not such a common power. Comrade finally smiled and said that he was right. And to be honest then, besides Zik, he thinks everything about those words in ruins. She says black hoods. One of them before death said that terrible nightmares would find this city. Comrade, he noticed, he thought that he simply said, thinking that he was dying unfairly, so he decided to scare them. Hans said that it would be great and then said, if nightmares really come to this city, then if there is a situation that threatens his life that he will do. The sign was a little surprised at this issue, and then informed, to be honest, then this is scary. But probably, he will still help people who need help. He must fulfill the debt with the new, and cannot leave people in a difficult situation and just escape. Hans understood everything and said that it should be done. At the same time, I thought now that this sword shows it, he also cannot run. And after a few moments, the screams of women who begged for his help were heard from the street. Naturally, the guys became interested in what was happening, so they looked out the window. And there they saw a monster who burst into the village. They looked like those with whom Hans recently fought. People screamed in Italy to escape, but the monsters pursued them and did not allow them to do it. The guys were horrified, thinking about, was there really a man about these nightmares? The main character, along with Lila, in turn, continued their wanderings in an unknown place. Soon Zik, he felt something. That's why he immediately touched his weapon and was on his guard. The girl in turn drew attention upstairs, and there was something very strange. It turned out that this is some kind of living essence that attacked the main character, successfully reflected it. He could not understand that it was at all, as if he had not cut anything, but where did it come from? At the same time, Lila said that strange entities are also directed in front. He was not at all friendly, so they attacked people in front of them. The man immediately cut them and did not understand why there are a lot of them and at once. Naturally, he was not the only goal of these creatures, because the attack also followed the girl. But she, of course, could stand up for herself, so she took advantage of her own magic immediately. After which several goals were struck in an instant and one attack. In a fit of battle, Zik said that there was no end to this creature. He would not even try the taste of the fight. At the same time, he asked his companion if she knew about these guys, at least something. She said that she did not even know anything came to mind. The hero realized that this was regrettable and said that he could not even understand where this tunnel was led. It became interesting how much they still have to drag them here to quickly return. At the same time, Lila asked if he was worried about his students. He answered negatively and said it was he who coached them. Both have talent and will, so they followed his instructions well, but both dream of nonsense, which could be even a little dangerous. The girl at first did not understand what was at stake and then remembered his words in the bar. But still, she realized that she understood everything correctly and stated that they really want to become heroes. And the interlocutor, she asked, did they really obey him with such great dreams? The man asked that in this bad, he was confident in the summer who would know about the heroes as he was as he. Lila was skeptical about this, but she said, as if they had to act quickly with such dreams. At the same time, the settlements in which the guys were in, the atrocities of the monsters continued. One of the boys could not stand the chase and immediately fell, after which the monster tried to kill him. But fortunately, Hans stood up to his defense, who blocked the blow with a weapon. Earlier, Lila reported, if we talk about a sense of justice, which does not have time for skills, then nothing dangerous with such a dream. Zik continued his way and said, It must be the base of shadows because everything is just teeming with them. The sorceress is already really tired of what was happening, so she took advantage of the magic of lightning. After that, many shadows in front were struck by this force. A little of her even almost hit Zika, but he successfully dodged. Having completed this attack, the girl's girl said that she had already figured it out. The man asked, did she really hurt him? She did not make excuses and said that it was still not so painful, but he exaggerates. The key in the hand of Zika continued to indicate the path and, according to the sensations, it became clear to them that they had almost come. And there is sure, there was something. Therefore, they immediately continued to go forward in order to find out what was happening. The next cave they stumbled upon something, and the hero asked what it was. Right in front of them was a weapon, similar to a sword that was shrouded in a tree. It was even more amazing that the key in the hands of Zika began to move on its own. But he chose his path not at all randomly, but headed straight to the sword. Touching something like roots, they began to face each other. Seeing this, the heroes were surprised. Did he really swallow him? When this happened, the weapon, which was completely covered with wood, reduced its amount. The hero asked that this was still. Lila reported that she was also incomprehensible. In the future, what she saw, this was not there. In addition, the girl thinks that this weapon calls him, so let them try to get it. Zik looked at him and thought that the key distorting fate was absorbed in this weapon. Then it turns out that this sword is the main body of the key. Therefore, he touched him and immediately felt warm. He thought that the sword, like the rest of the swords, is cold, but now it seems to hold a human hand. Nevertheless, he managed to get this weapon, and he began to carefully look at him. At the same time, soon something began to happen with him, and it was not clear that it was as if some kind of spell. The power that was like Manu began to immediately cover the human body, and a magic nucleus formed, which gradually increased, accumulating power. A few moments after the incident, a powerful explosion occurred. Lila covered herself with her hands so that she would not hurt an explosive wave and worried about Zika. And soon I saw that nothing had happened to him, only the weapon emitted to this moment unknown light. The hero exhaled immediately after that and said that this is quite amazing. Hans in turn continued to restrain the monster, one of which was attended in the city. And he asked the boy and the rest to run faster, and he thanked him with tears in his eyes for it. After that, the guy finally could fight his rival, and he quickly struck him with the help of just one blow. Then he informed Snoku so that he first evacuated people that outside the city gate. The defenders of the city too did not stand aside and tried their best to protect it. But there were so many creatures that they exceeded the number of such people, and some individuals held weapons in their hands. Hans realized that the monsters are all coming, and the situation is getting worse. Soon a comrade arrived and stated that he had already evacuated everyone outside the gate. Then the guy said that this was good, and now let him block the gate. He immediately obeyed his friend's order and applied his own strength, raising the stones up. And then the gates were blocked by a huge wall, which you can't destroy so simply. Bloody creatures because of this could not burst inside and began to beat the stones with all their might. Hans said that his son managed perfectly, and then stated that they would start with those monsters that are already inside. So the guys began to fight with creatures who were killed quickly enough. The soldiers also helped them in this battle and fought much better than before. Soon SNK said that there were no more monsters inside the castle, and they defeated them all. Hans was very delighted with this prospect and thought while they fought back in auxiliary troops. Now you can steadily stop the monsters and no problems should arise. But he thinks whether these monsters are true, everything that can threaten the danger to this place. Is this the whole nightmare that the guy spoke of before his own death? And so the fears of Hans were soon confirmed because there was a powerful explosion. The monsters at the same time broke through the wall of the city because someone broke large stones. The soldiers prepared for battle, saying that they need to immediately stop them all. But suddenly a weapon flew in their direction, which defeated everyone with just one blow. The subordinates of the protagonist were in horror because someone could cope with the soldiers so easily. It turned out that this was one of those people in a black hood. He turned to the person who holds Estelad's sword in his hands and asked who he was. Hans, of course, was a little surprised, but having heard these words, he realized that this person knew what kind of weapon it was. It turns out, as he thought, this person is also on the side of this detachment that was from the ruins. So everything that is happening now shows what that person said before his death. If you look right now on the sides, you can really say that this is a nightmare. The soldiers did not stop their attempts at the battle, so they had to stop people in black hoods. And they rushed with the whole crowd at the man who recently struck their comrades. But this man was so skillful that only one of his attacks again killed a small group at a time. The only soldier who remained was Horror and could not believe what happened. Looking around, he realized that he could not wait for anything good because the monsters were already next to him. The trembling immediately ran through the body, and the thought appeared in his head that he would definitely die. But to help this man arrived, which shouted that he quickly fell to the ground. And when the soldier fulfilled his order, he immediately attacked the monster at the stone blocks and killed them. Hans also did not stand aside, asked him to leave one creature and cut him into several parts. The soldiers were surprised that some simple adventurers helped them. Snook asked them to pull themselves together because they now have every person on the account. And it was after these words, along with his comrade, he did not rush on the attack on the rest of the monsters. The captain, who guides the defenders from a nearby, carefully looked at what was happening. The guys, not sparing themselves, continued to attack creatures, and they even managed to kill them. The battle was so powerful and bloody that even people in dark hoods were shocked. The captain, who carefully watched what was happening, felt that they still had hope. Therefore, he handed his weapon forward and shouted so that there was no fear. Let the soldiers remember that they beat side by side and will go forward to defend the inhabitants. Warriors, inspired by the words of their leader and people who fought on their side, without sparing their lives, rushed into the attack. The enemy fighter, who was the most skilled of all those present here, could not believe what was happening. He realized that the culprits of this fracture of events are guys who were the first to rush into the battle. Therefore, while Hans fought with one of the monsters, he rushed to attack him, but the guy successfully repelled her. Although the enemy's power was quite powerful, and the weapon was even a little shaking, a man in a dark hood was a little surprised because he understood that his enemy power was not very powerful. Therefore, he asked why it would be like that, like he would keep a holy sword with him. In the mysterious room, which was in the ruins, a hurricane woven from holy energy reappeared. The main characters, along with the girl, returned to the beginning. Lila noticed that, probably, it was. Zik asked if she really trusted the Passat on intuition and, with the help of higher magic, transferred them to another place. She replied that this is not the magic of this ball of a special connection with this place. Therefore, there is the possibility of moving there and vice versa. The hero was surprised. They were immediately asked the question of where she knew all this. The interlocutor, carefully looking at the weapon that he holds in his hands, said that she was feeling. Zik thought, so he called them and then sent them here again, but what is not clear. Soon, thoughts were interrupted by the sound coming from above, and he said that something was happening above. The girl did not understand what was being discussed, and he said that someone was storming the central city. Therefore, first of all, he is going to go out and look at the situation. But suddenly in the room in which they were and saw another body, and realized that it was Hans and Snook who tried. Suddenly one thought came to mind, and he paid attention to the side. In place they should not, but there was no holy weapon, and he thought, did Estelade really get it? Most likely this is the work of Hans, but really, it was this guy who was able to do this. Therefore, the hero told the girl that he should soon need to go out and check what was happening. Suddenly he saw her discouraged face and asked what happened. She reported that all this was happening because of her, because these people came to look for her. This city, which storms many monsters, was attacked to catch it. Zik asked if there was a sense in this. They started a war in the city only in order to find it, or how. He thought about how to raise such a noise only in order to catch one single person. Really, they are so crazy. Although there is another option that this girl is very important. That's why he stated that the first thing he would say that all this was because of him. And even if she doesn't think about such things, people who attack the whole city to catch one full idiots. First you need to rise and check everything if they really followed her. Lila was embarrassed and reported. She was sure that these are some people whom they met here below. If only she went with full forces, then everything would be different. The hero smiled and stated that everything was in order, although their time was limited. But even so, right now he is already invulnerable, so there is nothing to worry about. Monsters and people in dark hoods continued to attack the city. Zik, walking along it, thought that he had already missed such types. He saw this every day when he lived like a lord of demons. Very soon they were noticed by enemy troops and ordered to catch. And the chief said that the nucleus is allowed to cut off the limbs, if necessary, but it should still be alive. These words, of course, were very angry to the girl, so she prepared for the attack. But soon, right in front of him, she saw the protagonist who came forward. The man stood as if nothing had happened and sang a song, so people did not understand what he was doing. The enemy leader immediately ordered the guy who came with her. Then Lila told Zeka to leave the road because this is her business. But he said, even if her mood was raised and confidently does not use the candles in vain. At the same time, the enemies were not going to wait until they talk and rush to the attack. Zik also headed in their direction and thought he would be a small warm, up before dinner. Therefore, soon those who attacked him saw a blue light in front of them. This light was like the results of a whirlwind, which was recently teleported. Lila, which enemies could not believe what happened right now. In the place where there was a group of people, a funnel formed a few seconds ago, and they disappeared. The main characters were very happy when his attack worked, because he realized that he could. At the same time, he did not use any super bearing techniques, but only poured magic with full. It gave strength to this, so it turned out perfectly. It is only a pity that now this can be used only a few times. The enemy leader was very surprised, so he asked Zik that he was generally, and he looked in his direction and asked the question what these guys do in the city where life and without them are going well. As usual, none of them answered the questions posed, and the interlocutor only asked what was his relationship with the nucleus. There was only a ravine. He tried to get something from his pocket as a hero arrived in him in a few moments. and of course destroyed the thing that a man in a black hood was going to get. And then coldly, he asked him who was going to send a signal to him. Let not make useless things even without a signal, he will find all of them everywhere. Naturally, this is not a battle that will last for a long time. The opponents realized that they had nothing to catch here, so they rushed to run away, saying that they were retreating. Of course, I did not want to find Zik, so I did not want to, so he rushed after them. And as a result of these actions, opponents were soon destroyed. Hans, along with the rest, at the same time continued to fight. On the question posed by the enemy's question, how he can hold all your weapons, he shouted what else he cares. Because of this, the opponent had to retreat a short distance. After which he stated, if we talk about this weapons, then this sword is not that he would remain with him. The interlocutor said if he envies him so much, then just let him accept it now. He initially took what was an ownerless only, and everything had already been decided, he should be argued to him or not to him. In addition, this person is the one who wears this dark robe, and he is unfair even for Estelid himself. So let him close his dirty eyes and get out of here. The enemy smiled and declared that it was new for a long time he did not have such a daring opponent. Therefore, he immediately asked what his name was, but the interlocutor asked why he had this. The man told him just might be interesting what is the name of the one who received approval to the possession of Estelid. For reference, his name is Emily. Hans only perceived this information, but was not going to speak further. The interlocutor realized that he did not want to answer, and then he said that there was nothing to do. After that, he directed several blows towards the enemy, which flashed, cutting the earth. Calling Hans the owner of the holy weapon, he was interested in how many times it was necessary to blame him in order to name his noble name. Snog blocked this attack with his strength and asked his comrade to be a little more careful. Then he attacked the enemy with the help of his stones. Despite the destructive and enormous power of this attack by Emily, he only smiled and easily cut them all. The guy did not understand that it was still possible to just take it and so cut the stone. The opponent was not going to stop and prepared for the attack. Hans noticed what was happening, so he asked his friend to be careful and run away. But then it was too late, because the attack on him was already directed. Fortunately, Hans managed to keep up on time, and he blocked it with the help of his new weapons. Despite the destructive power of the holy sword, which the enemy attacked was not so easy to cut, although as a result, the guy managed to do this, and thereby he infuriated Emily. Then Hans asked his comrade if everything was in order with him, and he replied that everything was fine, because he saved him. And then he drew attention to the weapon that a friend held in his hands and asked that it was hanging from him. He immediately looked, and he himself did not understand that it was some kind of thread. It was not clear what it was made of, because his hands were still buzzing. He looked at her carefully and declared when he examined, he could say that this is an unusual thread. It is called the death of the balls, and it extracts alloys of various metals, is also thin, therefore smooth, hard, and acute. This thread was just the same by their enemy, who again used it. Soon Hans felt that his weapons were literally pulled out of his own hands. But he was not going to give a sword, so he tried to keep him with all his might. Soon finally managed to break out, and the guy decided to act right away. To do this, he rushed to the attack and asked his comrade to cover himself. Naturally, SNK agreed to fulfill his request and attacked their enemy with stone stakes. As usual, this attack was not an Emily, and he cut the stones with his thread with ease. Then he was expecting a battle with Hans, who immediately approached him. The threads again appeared on the guy's path, which he tried to cut and felt terribly strong energy. Suddenly something distracted him, because he heard the cries of a man who begged to help. It was one of the soldiers who lost in a fight with a monster, and he hit him. In addition, the ordinary inhabitants of the village also suffered from the soldiers, because the soldiers could not protect them, and the monsters rampant further. Hans saw that the situation is not critical, and so that he asked Snog first to help people. The comrade objected to him, but he noticed that he himself would come up with something and said to help people quickly. The interlocutor had no choice but to listen to his order, and he immediately ran away, leaving him alone. Emily was only into the hands, so he already smiled, anticipating his own victory. After which she had a thread with some kind of dark, strange energy, and they literally began to burn. And after a very short period of time, even an explosion happened in the place where Hans was. Although the radius of the defeat was very small, the guy was in his center, so the body immediately flew to the side. Having hit the creation, he felt severe pain but tried to rise. And when he looked around, he saw civilians who were very afraid of what was happening. Their bodies literally trembled with fear, because it was clear that they could not protect themselves. To all this, Hans remembered that these were the very people who fought with them in the bar before, who mocked their dreams with Snog, and then they were so brave, and now nothing was left of this. A man in a hood noticed them, and therefore also applied his own power in relation to them. The threads headed towards the guys, scaring them, and they could not even protect themselves, so they thought that they would have to die. But Hans stood up to defend these guys and said that it was hard to restrain all of them alone. To all this problem, it was also that one of his hands was clamped by threads soon. Recent acquaintances looked with horror what was happening and did not know what to do now. The guy immediately shouted to them why they were standing, let them run away from here faster. They did not even think about their decision for a second, and soon they just ran away. Imoldia smiled after that, saying that his tears in his eyes seemed to have rather important people for him. The guy stated that it was not at all the same stunches that they wanted to fight with him recently. The interlocutor asked if he was still saving them even before receiving the wound. Han smiled, saying that there is still no sin of murder on him. Now the enemy realized why the Holy Sword chose him, but he could not hold it, and therefore cannot, because he differs from the real owner. But whoever picked it up, they are the owner, and he agrees with this. And the person who picked up the things of the deceased will also be their owner. Hans realized that things were bad. He no longer even has the strength to move, so he really will just die. Suddenly he felt some strange sounds that came from the monsters. To all this, threads that held his hand were soon destroyed. At the same time, huge monsters, as well as people in hoods, flew on different sides and bright blue light glowed. At the same time, Emily also took part in this and was soon attacked by the main character. Hans saw the master and was very happy that he had come to their aid. Therefore he, delighted, began to approach him in order to talk. The main character looked at him and asked in surprise why he was holding a holy weapon in his hands. Supporters of the city smiled and said that he tried to pull him out, and he went out. Lila, who also arrived, was also surprised, so she asked if it wasn't a sword that distinguishes the owner. It is not clear how they could get it. Zik reported this color. The cheek sword is a little not in its taste, so it's okay. In any case, it means that it grew up, since Estelade chose it. Therefore, the man congratulated him and said that he was still a step closer to becoming a hero, once holds light weapons. Hans was a little embarrassed due to the fact that he was praised, and thanked him a little hesitation. Then the man said, of course, the ability of the ball to choose his owner is similarly broken. Their conversation, in turn, was interrupted by a monster who attacked the locals, where they were at that time. Of course, everyone managed to dodge. The hero saw a man who ruled all the monsters. It was just the same that he also looked at him carefully. The man understood at first glance it may seem that he attacked them all, but he can perfectly understand that the goal was clearly Lila. Therefore, he asked the subordinate, was he really the main one? The interlocutor noted that it was so stronger than those cloaks that he was not met in ruins. Zik immediately turned to this person and asked what he pursued for the target. But the enemy was not going to listen to him at all and only ordered his subordinates to kill him. The monsters who were scattered around immediately rose and began their way. Seeing what was happening, the girl realized that there are too many of them. Therefore, I decided that it was necessary to take advantage of one powerful reception, but soon Zik appeared in front of her. He, as usual, was on her defense and attacked these creatures with his new weapons. After a few moments, only the heads of the creatures began to fall gradually to the ground. Emily, in turn, only waited for all this to happen. He attached to the monsters of his own ruler, and when she was at her feet, the man directed them at him. So the new weapon that Zik owned quickly found himself in his hands. The hero's body was also almost completely entwined with these threads from the neck. The enemy was delighted with the prospect of victory, so he pulled the threads and said that this was the end for him. Although as soon as he did this, nothing happened at all, because it was amazing. The hero continued to stand at ease and only carefully looked at him. The opponent was really surprised, asking what happened and why his threads were not cut. He was very angry, seeing how Zik with his bare hands could hold these deadly threads. The hero himself, he even smiled and asked that he really thought he had defeated him. Then he freed his new power and cut everything that enveloped him. The Dark Hood realized that the matter was bad, so he again attacked with his own power. Zik, in turn, did not fall into this trap and grabbed the weapon with his own hands. Then he headed towards the opponent and asked, did he really think that he was moving only with the help of the strength of this sword? And then he applied his strength in cutting what was directed at him. After that, a rather powerful explosion occurred, and a bright flash of light scattered in the district. Continuing his own path, and the hero smiled because he was looking forward to his imminent victory. Zik again asked, did he really? Because he released his sword from his hands, he thought he won. Saying these words, he quickly went to the Emily and immediately raised his neck up with one hand. At the same time, he said that he was not quite mistaken, but he did not guess the influence of the sword. And everything is quite simply he only gave him the opportunity to fully use his magical power. With all this, even if there is no sword nearby, then his strength does not disappear. Before strangling the enemy, he asked if a little hope was so sweet for him. Very soon everyone ended, and the destroyed city began to rebuild again. And the main character, as usual, was together, where he lived and looked at the weapon, did not understand what he was. There is something completely unusual in him. He did not stay with him so long, but it seems to him that he was sleeping, and his strength awakened him. If he continues to use it, then maybe something will suddenly understand his room. Someone came up, and he felt it. He asked to leave, and the door immediately opened inside. It was a surprised Lila, who asked how he understood this, because she did not even knock. The hero said, even if the magician was not visible, it was necessary to leave the sword and prepare the soil. The interlocutor did not understand what was at stake, but he asked why she came. The girl asked questions because he wanted to know what she knows too. And the hero said, "Have they finished this conversation recently?" Lila interrupted him and said that she would tell everything, but there is one condition. Since the city succumbed to the mass destruction of the builders for days on end, did not stop removing it. Several men said that these people continue restoration, but he does not even know whether the damaged area will be restored to its original appearance. It is not clear to all this who will now go to watch the sites in the city, which the monsters attacked. But the guy said, "Mr. Mayor, but what if they attract people with history? The horrors that attacked the city were really scary, but weren't there heroes who helped them get rid of these monsters? From this they can make a story from the actions of the heroes and spread it around the district. However, why not make a statue and put it in the city center?" the mayor thought, and said that this was a good thought. They can glorify those who helped them throughout the world, and can even repay them in this way. Another person asked why they would not come up with a nickname for heroes, so that it would be easy for tourists to recognize them. The old man also liked this idea, and this is also just a great thought. For example, to the one who used the power of the Earth's knock, they can give the name a warrior of the earth. Lila, who so skillfully used magic, will be called the warrior of magic. To Hansa, to the one who cut a sparkling sword to him, they will give the title of a warrior of the sun, paying tribute to the overwhelming power of the one whom Zcom could call him a warrior of power. The hero, communicating with the girl, said that this was a bad habit of setting conditions, but she stated that this sword was going to use it further. He said that he was still not sure, but he thinks that he even for a while aroused all his magic. Literally the same thing happened with Estelad and Tornium. It seems that the ball itself gives the strength to yours, who used it. The girl asked in this case, which of all these three swords is the strongest, because he tried to use everything. Zik said that he gives even greater strength than the rest. Lila was a little surprised and said, then it makes no sense to use Thornium, and she has only one condition. Let him use this particular sword, and not demonic and in his direction, even if he doesn't look. The hero noticed, but only he saw this sword Thornium at all and did not think to pick up. In this case, what question is to give her even interesting to her? Thinking a little, first of all, the question of who she was too abstract. The interlocutor said that she would gladly reply that she had an unstable memory if he asked this question. Then the man asked, since when she had vague memories, she reported that she did not know, woke up and had already run away. Neither about herself, nor about those who were chasing her, not why they had no idea about it. Only along with the desire for that they would never catch her, just vague memories of the future. Only because of this she was hiding in those very ruins all the time. At the same time, I did not even expect that they would find her there, and did not think that they would immerse in the city in such chaos, only to find one of her. Seeing the sadness and tears of Layla, Zik was not at a loss and immediately handed her his napkin so that she wiped her face. And then he stated that he had told her about this earlier, that this was not her fault at all. The interlocutor was surprised a little of this, and then said that she did not even think that he would comfort her. Zik added in any case, he was a bad guy who pledged to live in a good way. These words comforted Lyle even more, and she even smiled, not understanding what he was talking about at all. Further, during the conversation, the man asked why she was in Ospurin. She said that she had done this to check whether her truthful memories were definitely. It turns out that among their characters the closest in the territory was a vampire. Zeke said if she had in mind Joachim under the vampire, then she seems to be mistaken. The interlocutor asked what he was talking about. The hero added, now he does not walk under the name of a vampire, but as a count and Joachim Dracula. Lila could not believe it, asking, was he really able to change the future? Zik said that this is true, so now he can confidently say that that person will not become the very vampire. In the next question, which the girl was asked why he did it, that she heard that, since he promised to live in a good way, then if he became bad, he would have to kill him. And he in turn did not want to do this with someone with whom he was very close. Having wary, Lila asked if he was really not going to become Zika more. The man firmly said that he had no desire, and he still made a promise to live well. And then the interlocutor asked, there is something else that would interest him. Zik thought for a while and noticed that it seemed to ask everything he wanted before. They thought a lot. He asked a question about the brave that she had previously talked about. He was interested in that this name is in general. It means that since it recently mentioned it. Lila hesitated a little when she heard this question, and then said that Zik is a brave name of his name as a warrior from the future. Zik was quite surprised to hear this question, and asked what else he was a warrior. The girl said that she also did not really believe in it. Her memory is inaccurate, so she does not know how he became a warrior and what life he led after. But with confidence it can say that if we talk about Zika Brave, there was definitely a temporary segment in which he became a warrior. After listening to these words, the man really understood everything. And then he said, it would be more necessary to use the brave name more before, and not use it. Lila said, let him do what she wanted, and the man asked her a question if he used Estelade then. I heard this that she does not remember this information, so he said that now he is not brave. and then it is not clear how he could get the holy sword. Thinking very little, he said that he could all this happen because of this. Lila did not understand what was at stake, so she immediately asked what he was talking about. At the same time, their conversation was interrupted by subordinates who turned to Surziku and reported that it was time to go. The main character saw Hans and said that he had just arrived on time. And then he said that he would give him Estelade, a weapon that he was holding in his hands. The subordinate did not want to give him at all and asked why he was needed. The master said that he simply wanted to check something, so let not react so violently. Lyle also became interested in what he was going to do, so she asked about it. In response to this, the man said that it was necessary to check whether he was able to get Estelade from behind the key distorting fate. At that moment he thought to some extent it was guesses. But in any case, the key that distorts fate is clearly somehow connected with this weapon. Now in his fingers of the key distorting fate, there is no. Perhaps if there is a connection between them, then his weapon does not obey. Subordinate to check it out, handed it out. And when the Lord picked him up, everyone, waiting for his breath in anticipation. Zik said that he was listening to him, and everyone was surprised from this. After that, he stated that this sword would now belong to Hans, so that, well, let them care about it. And then he said that now it was time to hurry to them. In the end, he only turned. Talile said that he has one proposal for her. After the way, night came, and the subordinates were already asleep. But the main character, along with the girl, could not fall asleep, so they sat near the fire. Further, Zik said that these two apparently were very tired, but it is understandable. The girl said that the road here was quite heavy because monsters constantly possessed them. But the master said that there was nothing terrible in this because all this is part of their training. Then he will also fall early for tomorrow. At the same time, Lila asked him to wait when he would tell her about his proposal. Zik said, if we talk about this, he can say tomorrow because they still have a lot of time. Next, he said that she also did not sit for a long time and went to rest too. Lila was outraged from this, but soon he interrupted her. And then he stated at the moment when they met for the first time why she looked at him with such an interesting look. The girl said that she did not know this either. Just then, there was such a strange atmosphere. Zik angered her with words that she thought she would say so. Lila indignantly told him after that then he suddenly quarreled with her. The man stated that then she suspected her. She did not understand whether she was really suspicious, and not he, in the future became the Lord of the Demons. Zik sarcastically said that he was not herself right now, and if she wants to ask him something, then let it do it now. He will be able to answer until he himself fell asleep. The interlocutor thought for a moment, and then asked what he wants to offer him can be, it is connected with something. But when she had already looked in his direction, she saw that he was sleeping. At the same time, it was a little surprised that her interlocutor so quickly fell asleep. The next that the main character heard was that someone called him, and the voice was quite familiar. It turned out that it was Saint Ein, who asked if he was sleeping good. Zik got up and said that everything was fine, and also asked if she also slept perfectly. Then another guy turned to him, who was delighted that he woke up. And then the man heard the cries of the old man who said, so the elf is not suitable for such work. He said that a few years younger, and he has more physical strength than her. But the elf said, Mr. Mag, that he was weaker. Till asked the hero if he woke up to completely stop them, because he can no longer cope. Zik approached them and asked to stop this should be prepared for breakfast and go about not responsible today. Then the saint said that he was working hard every morning. The man replied that he was already used to it, so there was nothing complicated in this. And then she wished him strength, and she perfectly controls the team with such strong characters. The man smiled and rejoiced at the guarantee from Saint Aina, although he was confident without it. The girl said if her guarantee gives confidence, she will pronounce her as much as Mr. Warrior wants. Immediately after the words heard, the main character woke up and was shocked. He realized that it was just a dream, and all the rest of his comrades are now sleeping. At the same time, it became all incomprehensible that it was still for a dream.